Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Please like and subscribe, and hit the bell for new episodes. Quick note, there are ads in the first 15 minutes, then no mid-roll ads, so sleep stays uninterrupted. This series centers on places with memory, buildings that seem to notice things, quiet break rooms, closed offices, long hallways after hours, calm narration, slow pace, low volume, true creepy moments told softly, so the mind can drift. Simple rhythm, gentle atmosphere, a small edge of unease that stays friendly, close enough to feel, soft enough to sleep beside. The building remembers you. He sat in the break room with his back to the camera. And there are hours a building refuses to admit. It belongs to us. After close, the store hums itself smaller. And then around 2, it grows teeth you can't see and waits to see if you will put your hand in its mouth. You learn to make it boring. Boring is the spell that keeps the night honest. The night hates that. I worked overnight maintenance at a big box that sold everything, and therefore nothing. People think maintenance is wrenches and ladders. A good maintenance worker knows the job is listening. Motors tell you the future. Doors rehearse their betrayals. Refrigeration lies unless you make it sing. The crew was me. My tools in a cart that squeaked in. Exactly one spot I never found. A radio with a crackle like someone chewing tinfoil. And an office with monitors stacked like a poor man's chapel. The break room was a rectangle with a Coke machine that thought it was a lighthouse. A microwave that had absorbed a decade of fish. And a bulletin board where rules went to die politely. 2 cameras watched it, one in the corner near the door, a black dome that swallowed faces, one over the soda machine, a pinprick lens we pretended not to know was there. We run cameras not because we expect to watch, but because we know we'll want to rewind. At night, the break room becomes a church with no priest. People go in to whisper at their phones, to sit and apologize to their knees for the things work asks in exchange for rent. I fix the microwave when it decides popcorn should be charcoal. I wipe the tables when the day crew leaves a constellation of crumbs. I've scraped gum that was older than some of our cashiers. You tell yourself the small kindnesses count toward a ledger the universe might keep. The last customer leaves at midnight. The sliders close. The vestibule light dims to gilt. The overnight stalkers drift out from receiving like a tide that brought its own islands. Joy with her hair in a loose bun. Tattoos like scripture. Luis with his earbud in, one for Spanish pop, the other for the world. Rafi, hands like shovels, always chewing gum, because his quit date needs props. They fan across the aisles, and the store becomes a living thing with arteries you can walk. I start my rounds, receiving dock secure, compactor awake and sulking, pharmacy gate down, bakery ovens cold, fire panel smug with green. Bathrooms men's, a crime scene of small aims, women's, a study in mercy and hoarded paper towels. I plunge a toilet because I always plunge a toilet. I fix a shelf bracket someone taught gravity to. I reset the scrubber when it stops halfway, like a teenager. The music whispers itself to sleep. The same pop songs drained of their last sugar. The ceiling hum is a hymn. It was a Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, which teaches you about loneliness like a patient tutor. The lot was empty except for a minivan in the very back where people go to make decisions. The sky had the wrong kind of black, a tunnel kind, like it led somewhere but wouldn't tell you where. I didn't know yet that I would dream about that shade forever. At 12:41 a.m., when the store had settled into its polite second wind, I glanced at the break room feed because habit is a leash. Someone was sitting at the table closest to the microwave, back to the camera, hoodie up, shoulders hunched like apology folded into weather. Not unusual. The overnight crew rotates their small griefs through those chairs. I watched for a second to see if it was one of ours. The posture didn't belong to anyone I knew, but I am careful with my certainties. People look different when their shift is eating them. On my radio, Joy. Hey, the price labeler just died again. It says E3 and then it says a bad word but in numbers. She makes even complaints sound like secrets. E3 means it wants a reboot and respect. I said. Bring it by receiving. I'll do the part where I pretend I'm a computer person. You are a computer person, she said. Don't let the wrenches tell you otherwise. I headed to receiving. On the way, something pinched the air. Just a tiny pressure change. The way your chest knows when a door opens somewhere you can't see. I stopped. The island end caps stared with their brilliant smiles that never learned to close. The breath of the building hiccuped. I told myself a story about Hafzief. I tell myself a lot of stories about Hafzief. In receiving, the clock blinked 12:43 like a toddler learning to count. Joy handed me the label like a mother hands over a baby to an uncle that works in IT. I popped the battery, reseated it, pressed the secret combo that reboots it more gently than the manual admits, and it chirped its pride. Joy saluted with 2 fingers and returned to her aisle to make a wall of pasta out of air. I watched her walk away because her wrists had a soft strength I respect. Then my eye drifted to the monitor again, because my eye lives there. Breakroom. The person was still there. Same posture, same hoodie. No phone in their hand that I could see. No movement. The microwave had a face like a man who had been asked to forgive again. The Coke machine blinked its red like a heartbeat. It wanted you to applaud. I walked toward the breakroom because the job is listening, and then putting your body where the noise is. On the way, I passed the manager's office, a closet we call Noble Names, with its wall of monitors and the safe that thinks it is a god. I stopped to glance at the full matrix view. 32 squares of small truths. The breakroom feed again. The back to the camera. The hoodie was plain black with no logo to grab onto. The shoulders sloped in a math. I couldn't gender. That comforted me a little, and then made me ashamed of that comfort. I keyed into the breakroom, the magnetic lock clearing its throat to let me in. The air inside has a temperature no HVAC can claim. Microwave heat, old coffee, the citrus disinfectant that makes you think of hospitals and your grandmother at the same time. The chair back to the camera was occupied, hoodie up, the person's hands on the table, palms down, fingers spread, perfectly still. Hey, I said, a human noise you make before you enter someone else's story. We're closed. You can say that sentence 100 times a week and it will land like an insult on someone every time. It didn't land at all. The person didn't move. The hump of the hoodie didn't twitch. No phone, no drink, no lunch bag, no anything that makes a break a break. You okay? I said. The words felt stupid, leaving my mouth. The body doesn't always report to the mind when it's in certain postures. I stepped around the table because you learn that people sometimes don't respond until they see your face and decide whether it is the kind of face they owe answers to. As I moved, I kept my feet heavy on the tile so I'd make a noise people trust. Their head didn't turn. I came around the corner of the table and faced them. There was a face that is somehow worse to write than if there were not. Male, maybe. Middle-aged in the ageless way of men who live outdoors and in their heads. The hoodie was up but not tight. Under it, a face like paper left in the rain, and then dried out. Not a metaphor. The skin had that swollen smooth quality of something that has been wet too long and then hand-dried impatiently. Eyes open, looking at the microwave, not seeing it. His mouth was slightly open like he had been about to argue with someone, and then forgot the sentence. He didn't blink. When you stand near someone who doesn't blink, your own blink becomes an apology. Sir, I said, because we use that word like a key we'd hope fits all doors. Nothing. I looked at his hands, palms flat, slightly splayed fingers. The skin on the fingers had the same water-wrung look, whitish around the nails. The nails were too clean for a man who looked like he hadn't chosen clean in a while. His right index finger had a small crescent scar near the knuckle, like a bite from something with just enough teeth to say hello. We're closed, I said again, because adults are toddlers with codes. Employees only. I heard myself and hated my mouth. The hoodie man didn't react. He didn't breathe in a way I could see. I moved to his right side to check his chest. You learn in this job how to look for rise and fall without touching. There was a rise. Shallow. Slow. Enough. I reached for my radio to call anyone whose job is the same as mine but with a different vest. Before I could key it, my radio hissed in that specific way it does when someone is about to speak, and the antenna wants attention. Joy, did anyone else hear that? Her voice had a brittle candy crackle. What? I said. Like someone trying the side door, she said. The one by 12. Luis chimed in. I'm by 12. I don't hear any. He cut off. The radio fuzzed. The ceiling hum above me dove, then climbed, then settled in a new key. The breakroom light over the table flickered one long time. The way a man clears his throat before telling you the thing that will end your friendship. The hoodie man's head turned. Not all the way. A quarter. A lazy curve like watching someone you used to love walk out of a room. His eyes shifted toward me. They were wrong. Not white wrong. Not red wrong. Textured wrong. The irises looked like the underside of a leaf. A delicate map of veins that had grown the wrong direction. His pupils were not circles. They were narrow, like dough pulled by fingers. They contracted when the light did its trick, and then did not expand back in time with the rest of the world. Every instinct I own and a few I rented told me to back out of the room, to close the door, to find the manager and let their salary earn something tonight. Instead, because boring is armor, I said, "Do you need medical?" and hated how my voice turned the end of the sentence up like it lacked commitment. His mouth did a thing that wasn't a smile. The corners softened, then failed. The lips were pale in a way that meant either cold or fear in any other context. In this one, it meant he didn't belong to either of those categories. He inhaled then, hard. A swallow of air that sounded like someone had put a shell to his ear and taught it to pretend. "Sir," I repeated. A man writing his epitaph. I did not touch him. I learned after an incident with a diabetic years ago that touching people in certain states invites the universe to throw knives. He exhaled. The breath smelled like rain and cardboard. You expect other answers and sometimes you get the exact thing the building can supply. He said a word. Wait. The voice felt like gravel under tires, felt if you could hear it as language. It vibrated my mouth. Wait for what? I asked. Because I am that kind of animal. He didn't say anything else. He looked back at the microwave as if it were about to comfort him. His hand stayed flat. The table under them had 3 faint, darker circles where his fingertips might have been if he weren't exactly where he was. The circles darkened to shade as I watched, then paled. My radio hissed again. Another voice this time. Rafi. "Yo, boss," he said, trying to wrap the phrase around the fear in his throat. Aisle 4 end cap just leaned. Leaning is a verb. End caps should not know, Joy said. I'm serious, the jars moved. Like not fell, moved. He doesn't spook. He sounded spooked. I decided then that whatever was happening wanted us scattered and listening in the wrong directions. I said to the hoodie man, "I'll be back," as if he would hear it and as if I intended to make it true. I backed out of the break room. The door's magnet took its breath back and clicked. I called on the radio for Rafi to stand clear of the end cap, which is a sentence you hope never to say. I told Joy to keep people in line of sight of other people. I told Luis to pretend to be a shepherd. I went 2 doors down into the manager's office and pulled up the break room feed full screen. The hoodie man had not moved, not a millimeter. I toggled to camera 17, aisle 4. The end cap looked like you could measure it with a carpenter's square. As I watched, 1 jar, pasta sauce, the good kind we put at eye level to teach you something about desire, edged forward 1/2 inch without falling. It halted like it had remembered something it had to confess, and then couldn't. Rafi stood 3 feet away with his palms out like a magician, refusing credit for a trick. On camera 1, the front doors were locked. On camera 2, the vestibule had a moth doing its work and failing at it. On camera 9, the pharmacy gate showed its gritted virtue. On camera 26, the office showed me watching. On camera 14, the break room had a man with his back to the camera sitting perfectly still with a posture I would dream about under a different sky. I'm calling, I told myself. Call who? I asked myself. 911 is a hammer we keep in a drawer for when stories stop pretending to be noise. I didn't have one to hit yet. I called the manager on duty instead, who was in the back doing paperwork that looks like a war crime. "There's a guy in the break room," I said, "who, not ours, doesn't respond. You need to come look so I can admit this is happening." He said, "The thing managers say when their heartbeat catches up to their paycheck. On my way." He stood with me in the office. We watched the break room feed for 8 seconds that felt like prayer. Then we went down the hall together with our keys like weapons we know are props. He pushed the break room door open because managers are allowed to believe in hinges more than I am. The man sat as before. The microwave stared at him. The Coke machine blinked like a lost spaceship. The manager said, "Sir," with a voice that can make moths apologize. No answer. The manager rounded the table faster than I had. He is taller and believes in his spine. He glanced at the face and his belief dimmed. "You okay?" he asked. "Because the script requires it." He reached to tap the man's shoulder. "No," I said, too loud in a small room. The manager stopped, hand hovering like an illustration in a pamphlet about what not to do. The hoodie man inhaled, that hard swallow of air again. He exhaled a word that sounded less like voice and more like a map. "Here." The manager flinched. He looked at me with a child's anger. "What the hell is this?" "I don't know," I said, which is the only correct answer. He keeps saying single words. Like what? "Wait, here. What does that mean?" "I don't know," I repeated. He hated that sentence enough to accept it. "I'm calling PD," he said, which is a prayer we have learned to dress as a policy. He stepped into the hall to get a signal that was not different than the one in the room, because the world loves symbolism. I stayed with the man because I am a superstition with a wrench. "You can't sit here," I told him, not because it was true, but because if he was some species of human who needed a boundary, stating one would make us both safer. "You can't be in here." He looked at the microwave again as if the microwave had an opinion. The microwave, which is a liar, showed a reflection. I saw the back of his head, which I expected. I saw the table. I saw my own shoulder. And I saw, faintly in the rippled reflection of a microwave door, the shape of a second face next to his, as if someone leaned over his shoulder from a place the camera did not admit exists. Not a clear face, more a suggestion of eyes and a mouth, in the glow of the microwave's interior light, where there should have been only my face doubled and smeared. The suggestion blinked. I stepped back. I told my ribs to stop trying to break out. The man's hand stayed flat. The 3 faint circles under his fingers darkened again, and then paled like breath on glass. I had a thought, small and terrible. The circles were on the underside of the laminate, not the top. I bent slightly and looked along the plane of the table. The sheen didn't show any moisture on the surface. The darker circles were under it like the laminate was remembering pressure it had once suffered. PD arrived at 1:08 a.m. 2 officers who knew our store like a bartender knows the faces you think you wear. They are good men, which means they are tired and polite and annoyed. They have to be both. The manager met them at the front. He pointed them down the back hall. They came in with the shoulders of people who are about to meet something and hope it is human enough to write about later. "Evening," the older one said, a word that contains a whole philosophy if you let it. "What do we have?" The manager did his best to say trespasser without saying ghost. He led them into the break room. They stood across the table from the hoodie man. The younger one said, "Sir." The older one said, "Sir." The hoodie man inhaled and exhaled, "Wait," because he wanted us to share his clock. "Can you stand for me?" the younger one asked, and his voice did that swell that shows you someone paid him to sound like this. The hoodie man did not stand. The older one reached for his shoulder, slow, making sure we could all write that he had been slow. He touched the hoodie, fabric to glove. The hoodie felt like cotton. It depressed under his fingers a fraction. The man's hand under it didn't react. The older officer took that hand gently by the wrist and lifted the man's palm came up. The table had no smear. The hand moved like there was gravity here, and he'd agreed to it. The fingers hung in a curve that reminded me of a question mark and also a hook. "Sir," the older one said, "we're going to have you stand." He looked at me as if to ask whether we had cut the chair out from under people before. I shook my head. The younger one went around and slid the chair back 2 inches. The scrape on tile sounded like an argument. The hoodie man stood. It took everything I have ever believed in for me not to take a step back. He was taller than he had looked sitting. He had the smell on him of rain, in a hallway that has never decided to be warm. His knees bent, and then didn't. He swayed once. The older officer took his elbow because humans help each other even when statistics tell them not to. "Let's go," the older one said, like a father talking to a child who fell asleep in a car and has to be carried inside. They turned him toward the door. He moved as if his shoes had remembered friction, and then had to be convinced to participate. He didn't resist. He also didn't comply in the way a man complies when he has weight in his choices. He moved like a thing being told a story. They walked him down the hall toward the front, because that's the only door to the world we offer people who aren't supposed to be here. The manager and I followed, because you follow when your night is being written by somebody else. The cameras saw us, each dome a little eye closing and opening in our wake. At the vestibule, the air met us with a temperature from another country. The automatic doors stayed locked and smug. The older officer turned the hoodie man so he faced the glass. And for a second I thought I saw the reflection show 3 figures, not 4. One of us missing until I realized the reflection wasn't keeping up. The older officer keyed his shoulder mic and told dispatch the 2 sentences that suspend one universe and try to start a new one. Subject removed without incident. Unknown identity. He pushed the bar on the manual side door, because they carry keys that talk to locks. The bar depressed, the door yielded, in a way that made my arms want to clap. And in that particular movement, as outside air met inside skin, the hoodie man said a third word. Home. He sounded tired, saying it. Tired like people who have worked beyond their body's known hours. Tired like the store when you ask it to pretend to be a village. They moved him out. He didn't resist. He stepped into the night. The younger officer put a hand on his upper arm, like courtesy and also like warranty. The older one held the door. The hoodie man stopped on the mat just outside, under the sick yellow of the car lights. He stood there full. The older officer, still holding the door, said, "Move along." For a second the man did not. Then he took a step. The officers prepared their weight for the next step, as if dance partners. He took it out into the lot where we all turn into small facts and bigger stories. They guided him to the squad because that's what you do with stories you intend to document. The vestibule air went back to no temperature. The door shut. The glare on the glass turned the lot into a painting. We stood inside and watched the officers put the man into the back seat without a struggle. The younger officer bent to help with the seatbelt like he was going to prom with an old friend. They spoke into their lapel mics in the language cops use that makes radios love them. The lights on the car did not flash. The car pulled out slowly, in the way that makes a building exhale. "Okay," the manager said. Management's favorite lie. He looked at me. "Write it." I nodded. My hand wanted to do anything else. I went back to the office and began the necessary process of inventing sentences that would go into a system that would fail to be haunted by them. I wrote unknown male, mid-40s, 60s, found in breakroom at approximately 0041 hours, sitting with back to camera, unresponsive to verbal prompts, no signs of intoxication, eyes unusual, skin appeared pale/edematous, responded to simple questions with single words, unclear context. PD called at 0108, subject escorted without incident, no damage to property. I did not write table. Remembered his fingers. I did not write microwave. Reflected a second face where there should not be one. I did not write the shape of his pupils. Made me want to confess to things I haven't done. Sometimes the point of paperwork is to let reality know how it is supposed to behave next time. The officers came back an hour later, after they had driven a small circle and decided how to end this story for their system. The older one stood in the office doorway and took off his hat because some thresholds make you remember your mother. "We dropped him at the shelter," he said, then added without me asking. He didn't say his name, only kept saying home and wait and here. He rubbed above his eyebrow the way men do when they're trying to convince their face to forget an expression. I've seen that type before. Walk-ins, sleepers. He'll probably be back somewhere. Not necessarily here. You know how it is. I nodded, I do. The city moves some people in circles because straight lines are luxuries. Thanks, I said, meaningless and true. He pointed at the monitors. You keep all this 30 days, I said. He nodded like that was a number you could build a life inside. He left. The store began to pretend nothing had happened by continuing to hum. The scrubber got stuck under a pallet again because of course it did. The price label decided its truth had more layers this time, and wanted 3 reboots. Luis lost a knife and found it 3 feet away. Rafi stacked soup until the wall looked like a confession. At 2:17 a.m., I went to the break room with a roll of paper towels because I had decided to erase the world. The chair the man had sat in had a slight warmth, not heat, that phantom temperature a place keeps for a while, after a body resigns it. The table had no marks. The laminate was smooth and lying. I bent and put my cheek to it because I have known worse embarrassments. The laminate held its breath under my skin. I felt for a second a thrum like the inside of a seashell, when you were a kid and believed that was the ocean. I stood quickly because self-respect is a muscle, and I like mine intact. I turned to leave and saw the Coke machine's reflection in the microwave door. My reflection stood correctly in the glass, strange and doubled and at the wrong angles as all microwaves make us. Behind it, for the length of a breath, the suggestion of a hoodie edge and a shoulder hunch that belonged to a man I had just watched get into a car. Then the suggestion was an argument I could not win. Then it was the microwave door showing me my face and the flame decal someone had put on it 3 Christmases ago as a joke. It looked like a mouth. I didn't tell anyone about that because once you say certain sentences out loud, you have to take care of the people who heard them. The next few nights we did our jobs a little too politely. We said behind you like a blessing. We kept line of sight with each other more than policy requires. The break room became a place we entered with our shoulders squared like we expected a chair to apologize. The chair did not. The break room air developed a habit of holding itself still when you stepped in, as if it wanted to see if you would make it move. The microwave began to flicker its clock in that special way it does when a plug isn't quite seated. I checked the plug 3 times. It was a faithful plug. Joy started leaving cups of coffee for no one at the end of the table. She's tough in ways that make men look away from themselves. For the universe, she said when I raised an eyebrow. Or for me. Or for the idea of me if I had to sit in here alone. Take your pick. I sipped one and left the rest. The cups never moved when I wasn't there. The coffee cooled honestly. On the 4th night after, the shelter called. The manager put them on speaker because we share burdens when we can. The voice of a woman who had seen everything and would see it again said, "You had a gentleman brought in by officers last week." "Yes," the manager said. "He left," she said. "Couple hours after. Quiet. Didn't sign his name. He took the blanket like we wanted him to. He went out the side door. I thought you might want to know. Sometimes they circle. We appreciate it," the manager said, making room in a sentence for 100 feelings. "He say anything else? Same 3 words we think. Home, and wait, and here. We're not in the habit of reading meaning into weather, but if you get a storm, let it rain. We got weather. We always do. Sometimes it's outside with water. Sometimes it's in a break room with a clock that has decided to flinch. The last time I saw him, if I saw him, was a week later. I was on my way to the roof because the AC on the west side liked to turn itself into a sermon. You go through the back hallway behind apparel and up a metal stair that sings to your weight. The back hallway has 2 cameras that are always a hair out of focus because the world likes to pick one detail to ruin your perfect. As I passed the break room door, not intending to check, the magnetic lock hiccuped and then clicked like it liked its job too much. I pushed the door in with my foot because my hands were full of the lie that is a battery pack. He sat at the table, hoodie, back to the camera, same chair, same posture. I stood there and felt reality ask me if I believed in it. No, I told the room, because I am not a brave man. I am a man who knows what part of a building can hold what kind of truth. No, we are not doing this. My voice did not shake. That mattered for nothing, and to me it mattered for everything. He did not move. I backed out. The lock cleared its throat and took the door from me. I went to the office and watched the feed. The chair sat empty. The table looked at me with the flat face of things that obey physics on their own terms. The microwave's reflection held only me. My radio hissed as if to ask a question, and then thought better of it. There are rules the store wrote on the breakroom board. The day after the officers came, they are printed in Helvetica, which means someone hopes you will treat them as weather. They are about clocking in and out and washing your hands and how to move a ladder. When I walked past those rules at 4:10 a.m., a little late for miracles, someone had added, in ballpoint in the lower right corner where ghosts and teenagers write their truth, this sentence: if you sit in the break room after midnight, sit facing the door. Everyone pretended not to know who wrote it. I did not say it was me. We talk now in small bursts about the man in the hoodie, but not directly. Joy will say, "You know when a chair holds shape longer than your body needs it to," and we will all nod. Luis will say, "The microwave has feelings," and we will all agree without irony. Rafi will stand at the break room threshold sometimes without going in and say, "I don't like rooms that eat sound." He has earned the right to dislike whatever he wants. When new hires ask why the break room camera is positioned that way, I don't make a speech. I say because some people sit with their back to the room, and we like to know they are there. When they laugh, like it's about shoplifters and naps, I don't tell them their joke is correct, and also not enough. On my last night before I moved today's rent had changed its mind about me, and so had my body. I went into the break room alone at 2:30 a.m. and sat in the chair he had used. I faced the door because I like rules written in ballpoint. I poured a little coffee from the pot Joy had made and left it untouched across from me. The Coke machine blinked a red dot and hummed a pitch that was almost human apology. The microwave clock stuttered. I placed my hands on the table, palms down, fingers splayed, and pressed gently until I could feel my own pulse in the laminate, which is a trick your body knows. 3 faint circles darkened under my fingertips, and then faded as I took my hands away. The circles were under the laminate, not on it, not moisture, memory. "Wait," I said to an empty room, and watched my breath fog a space that wasn't air. Here, it was a prayer, or a mistake. Home. It felt like the only word that mattered. I sat there and counted my breaths to 50, the way they teach you to do when your thoughts have decided to be enemies. The air didn't change. The chair did not apologize. The door stayed shut and true. When I stood, the chair didn't grab at me. The table didn't remember longer than seemed like courtesy. I left the coffee where it was. The next morning it was cold, and most of it was still there. Joy dumped it with a sigh, wide enough to hold a story she was letting go. "If you come in some afternoon and catch me in a day shift now, fixing a hand dryer that has decided to spit and not drink, and you ask me whether the man in the hoodie was real, I will ask you what you think real means at 2 in the morning, under lights that have been humming for 19 years. If you ask me what to do, if you find someone in your break room whose back does not intend to give you a face, I will tell you this without numbers, because numbers turn rules into spells, and we already have enough of those. Stay where a camera can see you. Keep another human somewhere your eyes can find them. Do not touch strangers unless they are falling and you are the only one in physics that day. When a mouth says a small word the size of a house, don't argue. When a table remembers you, count to 3 and then forgive it. When officers tell you they drove a circle and called a place a shelter, believe them, and also believe your microwave if it tells you otherwise. Face the door. You never have to do more than that until you do. And when you go home, if sleep doesn't come because your wall feels like it learned your hand, press your palm flat anyway. The wall will be the wall. It will hold your heat for a second longer than it needs to. That is not a haunting. That is the physics of being known by a place you would like to believe is only a store. We tell ourselves these buildings are boxes full of things. At night, they are rooms full of rooms that haven't decided what they are yet. On good nights, we make them boring. On nights like that, Tuesday, the building sat with us. It stationed a man at a table with his back to the camera and spoke in 3 words like it had more it could say, and decided not to. It let us carry him to a door, and out into air we pretend is ours. It kept for a while the shape his hands made. We kept for longer the rule someone wrote in ballpoint. Face the door, Count to 3. Live long enough to be brave exactly when it actually matters. And if a chair holds your heat when you stand, forgive it the way you want the morning to forgive you. He was already calling from the store phone. Night makes a retail floor into a polite version of a forest. The aisles hold still until you look away. The ceiling hums in a single long note, like a creature trying not to be noticed. We dim the music after closing, but it keeps pretending it can be useful. Soft pop for the nobody who might need to forgive someone at 1:17 a.m. The store is a mouth we work inside. You learn where its teeth are. I took over nights because they paid $1 more, and because when the sun is up, I feel like a tourist in my own life. Loss prevention at night is a lot of screens and a little walking, and the occasional conversation with a man who has decided a cart full of protein powder belongs to his future. The day LP talks to managers about shrink like it's a personality. Night LP learns what doors say when they're alone and what phones remember. The office sat in the back near receiving. A room barely big enough for a desk, a safe, a wall of monitors, and the chair with the broken arm that everyone swears they're going to replace. The door had a magnetic lock that made a little throat-clearing sound when it let you in. On the wall, scribbled in marker next to the camera map, were rules that had nothing to do with policy and everything to do with survival, collected from people with too many keys and good instincts. If you see it on a screen, confirm it with your feet. Don't open any exterior door alone. If the phone rings after 1 a.m. and there's nobody at the front, let it ring. If it doesn't stop, answer and say the store name like a prayer. When something knocks, call someone else to be the second pair of ears. We don't believe each other, we believe chorus. Kiara wrote those when she was still running nights. She trained me. She has that kind of face that makes shoplifters tell her where they hid things just to make her happy again. She told me on my first shift, if the store calls you, don't pretend it didn't. I laughed because I thought she was metaphorical. We closed at midnight. It was a Wednesday, which means lonely people and coupon arguments and the kind of purchases that look like life decisions. The last man to leave had a cart with a single head of iceberg lettuce, and the expression of someone who had lost an argument with a radiator. The door slid. The vestibule went dim. Stalkers rolled in like a tide. Myrna with her bun held together by one bobby pin in rage. Evan with his beanie and a t-shirt that said "Sorry I'm late, I didn't want to come." Alonzo, who never spoke unless he could make it funny. They fanned out paper goods, canned, HBC, toys. The scrubber did its suffering whine, and then its bright hum, and then the whine again because it wanted attention. I did my first walk. Doors, bathrooms, pharmacy gate, under register camera that only sees cheeks and eyebrows. We have a panel by receiving that shows what doors think they are doing. The little green boxes were all the right kind of smug. I signed the close checklist with the pen that writes like a lie. I sat in the bad chair with the broken arm, and leaned until it bit my ribs. The monitors arranged themselves into 32 little stories and one big one. You learn rhythms. Garden is dead by midnight. Toys looks haunted because the boxes have eyes. The front doors on camera 1 and the vestibule on camera 2 are the feeds you keep in your peripheral vision, the way you keep your hands in your pockets in a neighborhood you don't know. The parking lot is a black rectangle with planets for lights. The liquor cage is a kind of religion. At 12:23 a.m., the store phone rang. There are 2 lines. One is the number everyone can Google. It rings on the service desk phones and asks to speak to a manager who is at home asleep, pretending not to hear their own dog. The other is an internal line. It goes to the LP office, the service desk, and receiving. It is used for "Can you bring bags" and "What is the code for the safe?" And I found a snake in returns. It hardly rings after closing because the people who would call me are the people I can see from my chair. The ring was the internal line. A nostalgic tone, like a toy phone in a museum of disappointments. I let it ring once because there's a superstition about answering on the first ring. I picked up on the second. LP, I said, and because I am a trained animal, I said the store name too. Breathing, close to the mic, not heavy, not pervert, not prank, patient, almost polite, like the person on the other end did not want to interrupt me. "Hello," I said. Default scripts unspooling. This is... The breath paused. If you have done this job long enough, you can hear words unspoken. Somebody texted my skin. Don't ask another question. I didn't. I listened. The breath stayed. It sounded like mine when I am trying to cry and can't. I looked at the monitors, at the feed from the service desk, because the only reason the internal line rings is if someone could have found a phone. The service desk was empty. Returns was dark. Receiving had Alonzo in his headphones. My hand felt too big on the receiver. Do you need help? I asked, soft like talking to a cat under a car. The breath turned into something like the start of a sentence and then slipped back to air. There was a noise behind it. Small, precise. The click a handset makes when you set it against a hard surface gently. Then the line went dead, not hung up. Dead, like a fuse had decided to try being something else. On camera 30, the front end. The service desk phone sat on its cradle, obedient as a dog. On camera 13, receiving, the wall phone looked like a prop on a police show. I toggled to housewares. There's a courtesy phone there by the blenders. Nothing. HBC has one too. Near the condoms because we like jokes. Nothing. Electronics? We keep those phones unplugged after closing because teenagers find ways to talk to their friends anyway. Nothing. I stood. I walked the floor. Not because I had a plan, but because we are animals that find comfort in motion. On my way past Seasonal, a Santa made eye contact and then reconsidered. Myrna saw my face, decided to make it worse by trying to make it better. Boss, she said, the palette labels are lying again. Is that a system thing or a me thing? System, I said, which is always true enough to be helpful. The phone rang again. You can hear the office ring from the ceiling speakers if you're standing under the right vents. I heard it echo down the cinder block hall toward receiving. I turned like I'd been tapped on the shoulder. I jogged the back hall and slid into the office, in a way that would have made HR frown at the video if we had HR at night. LP, I said, out of breath. A voice for a stranger. The line hummed. Hello, I said, and felt the part of my brain that does math try to calculate how much of my life I was spending on this moment. The hum stayed, and then not over the line, but from the other side of the office door. Something knocked. Wooden. The kind of knock you give if the person inside owes you money, and also your forgiveness. 3 taps, pause, 2 taps, pause, 1. I opened the office door. The hallway stared back. The light over the break room flickered, then stopped. The Coke machine burped. The microwave in the break room blinked 12-like. It had just been born. No one. In the office, the phone lay politely on the desk with the receiver beside it like a person who won't wear a seatbelt. It didn't ring. The monitors did their thing. On camera 14. Break room. The table had a smear on it like someone had placed a cup of something too hot there and apologized to the wood afterward. The internal line in the break room, a cheap wall phone with grease you can't convince to go away, was still. I lifted the receiver and pressed it to my ear. The hum was now not the line. The phone, like someone was breathing through the plastic. The bad chair's broken arm bit my ribs again as I stood up too fast and knocked it backward into the safe. I hung up. I didn't say a word. Kiara's rule came back and tapped me on the forehead. If the store calls you, don't pretend it didn't. I wrote 12:23 a.m. internal line. Breathing. 12:29 a.m. internal line. Knock on office door. 12:31 a.m. Hum and phone itself. Writing makes things smaller. Sometimes it only organizes the fear. I checked cameras with the hunger of a man looking for proof. Camera 1. Front doors, closed, sleeping. Camera 2, vestibule. A flyer for a flu shot stuck to the plexiglass like a regret. Camera 30, front end, empty lanes like ribs. Camera 6, health. Nothing but red sale tags like a rash. Camera 8, grocery. Myrna moving a wall of soup with grace. Camera 18, aisle 15. Evan riding a U-boat like a skateboard, and then pretending he had not. Camera 32, parking east, a possum performing a play about courage. Then camera 10, jewelry, showed someone at the counter. We darken jewelry after hours. It makes the glass reflect like a trick. The figure on the monitor stood with hands on the glass, leaning in the way you do when you love what you can't afford. The camera is angled high. The person wore a coat, a hat. The cameras know what to do with hats. Hard to see faces under hats. The hands on the glass left no prints. I flicked that monitor full screen and called to the floor. Anyone near jewelry? I keep my voice flat when I do this, so I don't make everyone into rabbits. I'm in pets, Evan said. I'm everywhere, Myrna said, preceding a complaint I was glad not to hear. Alonzo? I asked. He held up a pallet jack in receiving in the small window of camera 13 like a person proving he had an alibi. On the feed, the person turned, head still down, the brim of the hat like a little black horizon. The dead reflection caught coat, hip, nothing else. They walked away in a pace that made me respect their idea of time. I toggled to camera 1, electronics, which covers a slice of that corridor, empty. Camera 9, pharmacy window, empty. Camera 7, beauty, empty. Sometimes the system paginates reality. A person can exist on one camera and not another. If the hum in the ceiling feels like a dare, I did what Kiara taught me. Get up. Go to it. The floor smelled like cardboard and citrus cleaner. My shoes squeaked because the scrubber had leaked hope. Jewelry's gate was down, the lock like a pierce in the metal. The counter glass had no handprints. The glass always has handprints. I stood where the figure had stood and did the impolite thing. I looked at my own face until I could not see anyone else's. The intercom clicked. It does that when someone picks up a house phone and then remembers they don't know the code. Service to housewares, a voice said. Not our voice. Not the cadence of any person on my crew. It had that careful customer service tone, like someone who has worked in 3 different brands and learned the vowels. The voice had nothing else. No age, no region, no gender my ear could grab, just the vowels of retail. Service to housewares. I don't route floor calls at night, because I am not an idiot. I went anyway because I have the wrong kind of brain. Housewares at night is committee meetings for things that will break. The courtesy phone there is mounted near blenders and weighted blankets, next to a sign that says need help, in a font that thinks we are friends. The handset lay on the counter like someone had set it down nicely and then been pulled away by a kinder emergency. The little screen that shows the last dialed number displayed a code I recognized. 600. The internal LP office line. The phone had called me and then asked for housewares like it had been trained to be polite after doing something it was ashamed of. I picked up the housewares phone and pressed talk. Dial tone. I put it to my ear. Hum. Not the line. The plastic. I set it down carefully and walked backward. A man with a candle and a sudden draft. Hey boss, Myrna said from the end of the aisle. Voice low like a movie. You're making my stomach feel like God is holding it. I'm sorry, I said, because I mean it. She shrugged. Just tell me if I should start throwing salt. On what? Everything, she said. We have enough. 80% of our inventory is salt. At 12:52 a.m., the internal line rang again. I answered in the office and did not say a thing. The breath came. It felt weirdly warm in my ear. On camera 15, aisle 12, the end cap with the cookies held a shadow I could convince myself was a stack of boxes. If I wanted to sleep later, the breath shifted like a person about to ask permission to speak, and then not being able to remember the word please. Are you in the store? I asked. A question I have asked boys under racks and men behind the vacuum boxes. Silence. If you need medical, I said, because sometimes that cracks something open. We can call for you. The breath exhaled. It sounded like someone who had been underwater and came up for a second and decided not to be rescued by me. The line clicked and cut. In the same moment, the phone at the service desk rang. Camera 30. No one was there to answer. It rang the same tone. It shouldn't. Different lines. The ringing built a kind of spine in the room. I watched it on the monitor. The phone ringing to nobody in an empty front end. The bell like a joke in an old movie. I walked to the front end. Put my hands on the counter, because counters make people brave. The phone rang and then stopped as my fingers reached it. The little green message light began to blink like a heartbeat. I pressed playback. The system made a chirp. The machine said, "New message, 12:55 a.m." Then air. Not words. Not static. The machine recorded breathing as if it were confession. I played it twice because I do not learn quickly. "Call Kiara," I told myself. I did. She picked up because she is the kind who sets her phone to loud, with a hand under the pillow and in agreement with the night. "It's me," I said. "We have a person or a system that's ringing the internal line and breathing," she said. "Yes," I said. "Where are the calls coming from?" "Everywhere," I said, hating the drama of that. Houseware's phone dialed the office. Service desk phone left a breath on the machine. I heard a knock at the office door. "You alone back there?" "No," I said in the tone you reserve for truth you wish were true. "Stay where the cameras see you," she said. "Document. Don't touch any door you don't have to. If it talks, don't answer questions you don't want to admit to." She hung up like a manager. One sentence more than you needed, and exactly the right one to make you hate your life less. I wrote 12:58 a.m. VM with breath. 1:02 a.m. Houseware's phone displays 600. 1:06 a.m. Internal line rings. No words. Myrna walked past the office and threw me a granola bar like a father. Evan came and asked if we had more wraps, because his hands looked like hamburgers. Alonzo, who lives in silence like a talent, stood in the office doorway and watched me for 3 beats, then nodded once as if he saw my fear and accepted it on my behalf. The building hummed. In a video you show new hires, you tell them about vishing, voice phishing, where someone calls and pretends to be a manager and convinces an employee at the front to do something insane, like empty a safe because a voice carries authority better than a face. We train against voices. We don't train against breath. At 1:14 a.m., the phone at the photo counter rang. We hardly ever staff that desk after 8. Its feed is camera 21. The monitor showed a phone jump in its cradle, as if a hand had set it down too hard and then forced it to keep ringing. I jogged. The photo counters always smell like plastic and a kind of heat a human body doesn't make. The phone had no caller ID read out. I picked up "photo," I said, and felt like a liar. I listened. A small sound that was not breath. Tap, tap, tap. Not rhythmic, curious. Fingernails against plastic. Not in anger, in empathy. The way you touch a thing to see if it will touch you back. I hung up, the polite kind, and set the receiver down. The phone rang immediately, so loud it felt like my name. I didn't answer. I walked backward again and swallowed the part of me that wanted to run, because running in a store is unprofessional unless you are chasing a toddler away from knives. I scanned camera 21, at the edge of the frame just inside the photo printer's reflective glass, a smear that looked like someone had wiped a wet thumb and left an imperfect crescent. It dried as I watched. At 1:22 a.m., the intercom spoke with the retail vowels again. "Cleanup on aisle 7, the voice said. And if you have worked a floor, that sentence makes your hips pivot. Aisle 7 is cereals. It is a corridor of sugar and cartoon animals with dead black eyes. Nobody likes cleaning syrup from tile at 1:30. I grabbed a yellow sign and a mop because sometimes you fight stories with mops. Aisle 7. Dry. On the tile near the mid-run, 3 circles the size of a coin. Damp and fading. Not sticky. Not water exactly. A smell that was nothing. Evan rolled past with a U-boat and said, "Did someone pee ... and then blushed and thought better of living. I set the sign out anyway because I respect ritual. I mopped the circles. The mop head darkened in 3 spots and then told no story. In the office, the voicemail light blinked again, though I hadn't left the front end more than a minute. I played it, a single word this time. On exhale, a syllable that could have been here or just a mouth learning how to shape itself around the idea of wanting. "Okay," I said to the empty room, because sometimes you answer even when you ought not. I don't know how to tell you the next part without making it sound like a trick. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I am trying to be correct. At 1:29 a.m., the internal line rang. I answered. Because I have not yet learned to love myself enough to let it ring forever. I said nothing. The breath came. Then in the same breath, another sound. My own voice, tiny and tinny, from a half second ago saying LP, caught on a loop and feeding back. I pulled the receiver away, heart going like a man in a bear costume. The handset in my hand buzzed with small electricity. The monitor for camera 5, toys, flickered like a fluorescent about to tell you to move. The internal line on the service desk lit up, as if someone had pressed the intercom button there. The ceiling speakers clicked. From them, my own voice echoed in a perfect, slightly delayed mimic, LP. Then the breath over the speakers. Not loud, more humiliating for how quiet it chose to be. You can make a building talk with its own mouth if you know the right phone code. Teenagers do it to make you announce their names so their friends can laugh. The person who was doing this to us was not a teenager with a sense of humor I could envy later. The system had decided to admire itself. Alonzo, I said into my radio in the calm voice you use when moving a lawsuit, kill the amp. You can cut the in-store PA with a breaker. Alonzo clicked the mic twice to say he heard me. The ceiling speakers exhaled and went dead. The phone on my desk stopped trying to be a throat. Call it, Kiara said when I texted her exactly what had happened. Call PD? I typed, because some nights you try to recruit authority. Not yet, she wrote. Call our tech line, they'll tell you it's a loop. It's not, but write a ticket, then pull a second person into the LP office and let the store watch you ignore it. I asked her why. Because, she wrote, whatever this is, eats attention, don't feed it. I pulled Myrna in because she is the kind of person who will tell a building to screw itself and mean it. She sat in the bad chair and crossed her arms and glared at the phone like it had killed her father. The internal line rang twice while she was there, and she let it go until the little voice in my chest that hates loose ends shriveled. We watched the monitors. On camera 12, garden, nothing. On camera 28, entrance west, nothing. On camera 31, parking north, a fox trotting like a poem. This is boring, Myrna said, and I wanted to kiss her on the forehead for making the correct thing be the mean thing. The line rang a third time. Don't, she said when my hand moved. I didn't. The machine took it. New message, the lady said. We played it back. The single syllable again. Breath-shaped and not quite a word. Myrna leaned toward the speaker like she was going to bite it. You don't get to be vague, she told the air. Pick a noun or shut up. The machine blinked and said end of messages in a way that felt like okay girl. At 1:47 a.m., receiving's wall phone came off the hook by itself. We saw it on camera 13. The cord stretching, the handset sliding, then dropping. Not a dramatic jerk, a gravity decision. It left the little plastic wedge, swung a half arc, and stopped. Alonzo was on the other side of the bay, headphones around his neck as if he'd been listening to something too loud earlier and was giving his ears a chance to reset. He watched the phone swing and went very still in the way men go still when they're deciding whether a thing that just happened belongs to this universe or the next one. He picked up the handset and set it back in its cradle. In the office, the internal line rang. He looked up at the ceiling as if it had accused him. He laughed without humor and went back to breaking down boxes. At 1:52 a.m., the phone by the pharmacy window rang. I was 2 aisles away. I could hear it. I could see it on camera 9. The gate was down. The little brown wall phone with the pharmacy extension, which is supposed to be disabled after closing, lifted itself enough that the hook switch depressed, and the line could make noise. It rang and then set itself back down. I think I saw that. I might be admitting to a hallucination. The cameras saw what I saw. The machine took a message. It was the breath. You can make fun of me for writing breath into an incident report. I did. At 2 a.m., the universe we share changes shape. The stalkers slow and get quiet or giddy. The scrubber loses courage. The temperature in the building dips so that your little hairs, which have had nothing to do all shift, decide to rise and take credit. I made coffee that tasted like a dare. I went to Foods and stood with the freezer doors open because cold makes me honest. I came back to the office with my skin reading the air like Braille. The internal line was ringing. I didn't pick it up. I let it ring. It rang for a whole minute. The machine clicked to greeting, it stopped. The green light blinked. I pressed playback and did not lean forward because my body wanted to. The lady said, "New message, 2:06 a.m." Then the breath, then a knock through the little speaker. Not a sound bouncing around the room. A knock transmitted into the line like a sonar ping in our small ocean. 3. Pause. 3. The same patient knock someone uses when they are standing in the rain at your front door and believe you to be a better person than you are. I paused the playback and said to Myrna, "If I die, tell my mother I was only an idiot sometimes," and she said, "No, I will tell her you were a lot." I laughed and in the laugh heard myself. "Do not go to any door," Kiara texted without me asking. "I'm not," I wrote. "Good," she wrote. "If it wants you, let it want you where there are cameras and witnesses and nothing you can open by accident. If you work in a place like this, you know where your body feels safe in a fake way." Front end, under the dead eyes of the lane domes, with the light from the vestibule making a square. There is less room for the store to invent you there. I picked the stool behind lane 3, the one with a chip in the seat where a nervous kid once chewed plastic during their first week, and sat where a cashier's body would be 8 hours from now. I set the internal phone on the counter in front of me, like a person across a table. It rang. I let it. It stopped. The machine said new message. I pressed playback. Breath. Knock. "Okay," I said, because the worst thing you can do to a story is make it into scripture. "Okay, buddy." He, she, it, this they called again. The knock came through the speaker. The breath made my ear feel like an object with a point. The store smelled like lemon rinds and cardboard, and something a mouth can't identify because there's no flavor for electricity. Evan rolled through, balanced a case of Gatorade on his shoulder, and shouted, "If this is a prank, it's too advanced for this zip code," and the laugh became ours for a second. At 2:19 a.m., the breath shape changed. It said a word. I wrote it down because if you write things down, you can argue later about whether the letter was a D or a T. It sounded like there, or bear. I said where to the phone because I am not smart. The knock on the little speaker came, not 3, not 2, 1, and then nothing. In the vestibule, the automatic doors flexed against their locks like they had just remembered their favorite trick. "Don't," Myrna said. "You think I'm going to open a door?" "No," she said. "I think you're going to think about being a better person than you need to be at 2 in the morning." I wanted to tell her that not opening a door didn't make me a worse person. I didn't tell her because I am learning. The stalkers finished what they could finish, and papered what they couldn't with notes that said, "Sorry for morning." Alonzo brought receiving to heels. Bales stacked. Dock clear. He stood in the back hall and looked at the office door as if he would wait there if I asked. I didn't ask. He waited anyway for a minute, and then drifted away like a buoy. At 2:33 a.m., the phone stopped calling. That should have felt like relief. It felt like someone standing outside your bedroom door, moving their weight from one foot to the other. The store inhaled. The hum in the ceiling changed key. The breakroom light flickered and then committed. I found myself whispering to the intercom that had no voice. "Don't," like it had decided to do a trick. On camera 2, the vestibule. The flyer about flu shots peeled at one corner and pressed itself back to plexiglass. A little mouth breathing. Camera 30, the front end, showed me sitting where a kid would sit later and make change with a smile that looks like permission. Camera 1, the front doors, showed glass being glass. Then this is where I wonder if you will believe me. A shape passed between camera 1 and the glass, close enough to the lens that all I got was a smear. The color of the air, the red LED on the door sensor blinked without meaning. Something knocked on the service desk counter. Not through the phone, the counter. 3, pause, 3. I did not stand. That felt like the test. I turned my head like a man who has just remembered a word in a language that is both his and not his. "We're closed," I said to nobody in particular. It is a sentence we say 100 times a week and it always hurts someone's feelings. The counter knocked once. It sounded like someone using their knuckles in kindness. The phone handset shifted on the cradle, a millimeter as if a finger had teased it, and then decided not to be cruel. Myrna from the end of the lane said, "You don't get to," You don't. To the store, to the air, to her own body. She breathed with me. Between the three of us, the night had to choose whose lungs to use. At 2:41 a.m., the phone in the LP office rang one last time. I answered. I don't know why. Habit is a god. LP, I said. Voice low, a little tired, a little farther. The breath came. Then unmistakable the word here. The mouth on the other end did the H like someone who'd learned to speak around too much air. The E sound like relief. The R like regret. Where is here, I asked, because I am that kind of animal. The line clicked. Not dead. Shifted. I heard a second sound layered under the hum. A tone. A long beep, like the one our alarm panel makes when you put in the wrong code and it forgives you anyway. I looked up. On camera 26, the office feed that looks at my own back when I sit in the bad chair. A second phone lay on the desk. Not ours. A small, black, old-style handset with the cloth-wrapped cord like in movies, where people make phone calls from payphones. And the sound designers want romance. It had not been on that desk before. I hadn't left the office for longer than a minute in the last 10. The desk is 3 feet from me. The camera saw it and had the nerve to be still. I walked back there like a person who has decided this is how it ends. The office door was ajar because I had the rule now about not letting things close. The bad chair sat with its arm like a question. The safe looked righteous, as always. The regular phone, our ugly gray thing with the rollover, sat in its place. A soldier. Next to it, the black handset. No base, just the handset. The cloth-wrapped cord disappearing off the edge of the desk and vanishing under the lip like a magic trick any bored uncle could show you. I should have backed out and found a smarter version of myself. Instead, I looked under the desk for the base of the thing like a man who believes in physical law out of spite. Nothing. The cord went under the lip and then stopped existing as if the desk had learned a new function. The handset sat there, heavy and wrong. It looked like it would smell like bakelite if I put my nose to it. I did not. The receiver end had a tiny nick like a tooth mark. The mouthpiece had a smear like someone with working hands had held it and wiped it and given up halfway. The ugly gray phone rang. The black handset did not. I picked up the gray one and set it aside. And then, because bodies are very good at doing exactly the thing brains advise against, I picked up the black handset and put it to my ear. There was no hum. There was a room. Not ours. Not any room with fluorescent lights and a paper smell. A big room with a lot of air. There are breaths, you know. This was like listening to a gym at night, or a church, or a building stomach. And under it, very clear, very ordinary, very close, someone knocking on wood. 3. Pause. 3. Slow. Considered. Tired. I held the handset there and felt my own mouth open to say a thing that would make my life worse. Instead, I set it down carefully, like a baby, like a bomb. Myrna stood in the doorway, leaning her shoulder to the jamb. Throw it away, she said. In the compactor, I said, then laughed because the compactor waits for no one. Into the sun, she said. We stared at the thing. If we throw it away, I said, what if it comes back? Then we live in a world we already live in, she said. She is smarter than me on nights she is pretending to be simple. We did not throw it away. We did the more terrifying thing. We ignored it. We placed it in the bottom drawer of the desk and shut the drawer on the cord that did not exist. The drawer closed clean on air. We went and faced canned fruit like it was a prayer. We walked people to their pallets and away from stories. We let the internal line ring until the machine grabbed it, and then we did not play it back. We let a voice be like weather. It did not stop being there because we didn't applaud. At 3:03 a.m., PD rolled by because they do, when we are honest with them about loneliness. They slowed at the front, shined their car light at the doors because it makes their bones feel good, and drove on. They did not come in. They did not meet the phone we had put in a drawer we were pretending was empty. At 3:19 a.m., I opened the drawer. I am only so brave. The black handset was gone. The bottom of the drawer had 3 circles, where the dust had been polished by round pressure. The ugly gray phone sat where it sits in every universe. I looked at the camera feed that was supposed to have been watching The Office 10 minutes ago, and saw a flicker, A smudge, a nothing, a glitch that looked like an edit put in by a bored intern. I closed the drawer like that would help. It didn't need to. The story had decided it was over for the night. At 3:37 a.m., the internal line rang one more time, and Myrna answered like a bouncer. No, she said. She hung up. It didn't ring again. I went home. I put my head on my pillow. I stared at the wall like it had asked me a personal question. I slept bad and dreamed small. When I came back the next night, I checked the drawer first, empty except for the pen that never writes and the paperclip that always cuts the tips of my fingers. The machine light was not blinking. The internal line did not ring. The store only asked for normal things. The scrubber hummed. The doors behaved. The phones were phones. It came back sometimes. Not like that first night. Little things. The internal line ringing twice at 12:23 a.m. and then stopping, like a man who had finally learned to be polite. The breath once in a while on a voicemail like a tide you can schedule. The knock through a speaker so small you could crush it between your thumb and forefinger and still not hurt the thing that made it. The courtesy phone in housewares displaying 600 and then resetting. The LP office phone vibrating like a cat when nobody was touching it. We didn't answer more than we did. We wrote it down the way you write down what you ate when you're trying to figure out why your body hates you. We didn't call PD because what would we tell them? Arrest the air. There is a story the vendors tell. A guy at the soda company who swears he heard a payphone ring in a store that hasn't had one since 2009, and when he answered it, his grandmother said, "You've gotten thin," in a voice he hadn't earned yet. There is a story teenagers tell. Call this number at 3:33 a.m., and the store will call you back from inside. There is the truer story. Buildings with phones learn who we are, better than we do, and sometimes when they're bored, they remind us we are here by asking the only question that matters, and then not waiting for an answer. If you work nights and the internal line rings after 1 a.m., and you answer and hear your own breath, here is what I think you should do. And I will not number this because numbers make it a policy and it isn't. Listen for a second, not more. Don't invite. Don't interrogate. Let the machine take what it wants. Do the work you can put back on a shelf. Write it down so your future self will believe you were kind and honest about being scared. Don't open any doors to make a phone feel heard. Do not put your ear to things. Rest your palm on counters that have heard worse than you. When a voice says here, do not say where unless you want to spend the rest of your life listening to every room in your head answer. Some mornings, right when day shift is clocking in and the store looks honest again, with the light too bright and the children already sticky, I will walk by the service desk and press my 3 fingertips gently under the counter where the phone sits. The laminate is warm. The machine message light is not blinking. I think of the black handset with the cloth cord, and how it felt over my ear, and the way some knocks sound like patience. I think about Kiara's rule. If the store calls you, don't pretend it didn't. That doesn't mean you have to pick up every time. It means you have to admit you live in the mouth. You asked for a horror story. This is as close as I can get at 2 in the morning with a legal pad and a pen that works too well. A breathing phone isn't a monster. It's a courtesy. It reminds you that the building remembers you, and that is almost worse than being forgotten. It means when you pick up, someone something knows your name without needing it. It means when you hang up, the line still hums for a while, a sound you hear with your teeth, a promise that the mouth will open again when it wants to ask the only question it has learned. Here? And if you're smart, you answer like this, out loud or inside your own body. Yes, I'm here. And then you get up and face the crackers. He walked past the cameras without a face. When the store looked honest in daylight, fluorescent bright, aisles straight, end caps stacked like promises. The ceiling grid was a chessboard of cameras, domes like black bubbles, each with a little red LED that blinked patiently whether anyone watched or not. We watched. That was the point. Catch, deter, document, write it down. Loss prevention is a religion with paperwork. I took the night shift because nobody else wanted it. Day LP is talking to teenagers about candy bars and middle managers about shrink reports. Night LP is walking a quiet box with the lights soft, watching cameras no one else cares about, and waiting for a building to tell you what it is. We closed at midnight. Stalkers came in at 10. I started at 9 and stayed until 3, long enough to sign off the counts, escort the last cash drop, and sit in the tiny office that smelled like old coffee and new plastic while 32 feeds played the same room at different angles. My manager, Kiara, ran a clean shop. She had eyes that could count a pallet at a glance, and a mouth that could make a grown man return a vacuum. He did not buy here. Her rules were simple. Cameras don't lie, but people do, including you. If you see something on a monitor, check it on the floor. Do not chase anyone alone. Document everything. If something is wrong with a door, fix it now, not later. The doors are how the building learns your habits. The office was at the back near receiving. It had 2 chairs, one that respected spines and one that didn't, and a desk with a keyboard that had lost the E keycap in a moment of crisis. The monitors stacked in 2 rows. A keyboard let you swap feeds and a joystick ruined your thumb. There was a handwritten list taped to the wall with the camera numbers and the names of what they saw. 1. Front entry. 2. Vestibule. 3. Cart corral. 4. Seasonal. 5. Toys. 6. Health. 7. Beauty. 8. Grocery. 9. Pharmacy window. 10. Jewelry. 11. Electronics. 12. Garden. 13. Receiving bay. 14. Breakroom. 15. Aisle 12. 16. Aisle 13. 17. Aisle 14. And so on until 32. Parking east. The floor after close is not quiet. It sounds like breathing through teeth. The scrubber hums and squeals and hums again. Pallet jacks bark at you when they back up. The radio says things you do not need the whole world to hear. The compressor behind Frozen repeats a short story about work. The stalkers talk without looking up, and their hands move like they practiced all day and got their performance notes already. The intercom plays music at half volume for nobody. The same 4 songs as if the building had favorites. At 12:06 a.m., the last customer pretended to leave something on the belt and argued with cashiers about a coupon we didn't take. At 12:11 a.m., the doors slid and locked. The vestibule lights dimmed. The cart pusher returned his train and saluted the night like a kid. I signed the deposit for Register 1 and 4 and put the envelopes in the safe beside the small LP office, where all the cameras looked into themselves. At 12:19 a.m., I sat. The monitors arranged themselves into my field of vision like an organized lie. You learn the rhythms fast. Stalkers move like clock hands. They sweep the aisles forward as teams. Garden is dead after midnight. Toys becomes eerie because the boxes have eyes. Pharmacy is a wall. Electronics has a cage. The live feeds from the front doors and the parking lot are the ones you let sit in your peripheral vision. After we lock, nobody comes to those doors, except employees and the few customers who treat doors like conversations. The thing started as a smudge. Camera 1, front entry, showed the automatic doors closed and dark beyond the glass. Camera 2, vestibule, showed the maps of weekly ads stuck to plexi and a red cart left behind like an apology. Camera 32, parking east, showed a line of sodium lights in a wet shining lot with no cars except a late forklift guy's pickup. The smudge was on camera 1. An arc of gray slid through the bottom edge of the frame. Too close, at a height that made no sense if it was a person. It swept from left to right like a sleeve passing near the lens. The red LED on the dome on my ceiling blinked. The timestamp in the corner counted. Honestly, the office smelled like coffee and old cardboard. I wiped my eye. The smudge had been and gone. I flipped camera 1 full screen. The doors looked like doors. Their rubber seams met and held like a handshake. The sensor bar above them sat like a bored eyebrow. The wind outside picked up a loose receipt and tried to teach it to fly. Camera 2, vestibule, showed the same receipt's cousin flip once and then press itself to the mat like surrender. Nothing else. On the floor, the scrubber whined and made an aisle clean enough for a surgeon. On camera 5, toys, a stalker in a beanie stood up too fast and hit his head on a shelf and laughed like a man crying. On camera 9, pharmacy window, a cardboard display leaned, then caught itself, then decided to be straight after all. I wrote smudge 12:23 a.m., cam 1 on the pad because writing it down made it small. At 12:31 a.m., camera 10 jewelry showed someone standing at the counter. The counter was dark. The lights above it go to half during closed hours. The gate was down. The thing on the monitor was a person-shaped absence. It stood on the customer side of the glass, still as mannequins on holidays. I flipped camera 10 full screen. The figure had no face. It was not a blur. It wasn't a hood. The camera saw a head, shoulders, arms, and then where a face should be, it saw the idea of light. It was a smooth, pale oval, like someone had masked the features with a piece of paper. No eyes, no mouth, just the right amount of brightness for skin in that light, but no information. The person leaned forward. The oval tilted toward the glass, as if to see its own reflection in the dark. Behind the counter, the black velvet stand sat empty of the cheap things we lock up like they are precious. The camera stayed fixed. The figure's head knocked gently, a small motion you could call a trick of frame rate if you wanted to sleep later. The counter glass did not move. In the same second, camera 11, electronics, flickered. The feed cut to black and back. The cage with its locked door held steady. The monitors on display glowed with paused images of beaches and abstract city scenes. For 2 frames, every face on those stock images erased. In the next, the faces returned. Javi, Kira's voice said in my memory, the way a voice lives in your bones after the mouth is gone. Don't chase your screen. Go find your floor. I stood. I took the small radio and said to no one and everyone, LP to floor. Meet me at jewelry. The way you talk when you want your voice to be a normal thing other people can lean on. No one answered because the stalkers were on grocery and they hated jewelry. I stepped out of the office, hit the light, and let the darkness of the back hall teach me the shape of it again. The store is different after you look at it through a screen. Aisles you trust go on longer than they should. End caps lean in. The overhead speakers whisper nothing. The smell of cardboard conjoined with cleaner makes a kind of throat in the room. I walked past receiving, past the break room into seasonal, and down toward the jewelry counter, which sits like a small island next to Beauty and the Impulse coffee machine with the broken pay slot. The counter was the counter. The gate was down. The glass was dirty in the way glass appears clean, until a light decides to be rude. There was no one. I stood where the thing had stood, and saw my own reflection in the dark pane. Faces do odd math in glass. Mine was thin and older than I tell anyone. I tapped the glass with a knuckle out of a compulsion I could not own. The knock came back to my ear as a small, precise sound in a big room. From the end of aisle 6, someone cleared their throat and then coughed in the small way you cough to see if anyone will scold you. I snapped the beam of my flashlight that direction. A pallet jack sat with its tongue out. No person. The radio crackled with static. Then a voice, LP, said Myrna from grocery. You need something? Her voice was far away and normal and saved me a little. I said, we're good, just checking a gate. She said, copy, and went back to cases of soup. I walked electronics. The cage was locked. The TV showed beaches. No faces blinked away while I stood there. I looked at the ceiling domes. Their red LEDs blinked. The domes look black out, but they are plastic. If you put your face right under one and stare, you can sometimes see your reflection in the curve. I did not do that. I went back to the office, sat and watched all the screens at once, the way you do when you have learned you cannot afford to blink. The figure showed again at 12:46 a.m. on camera 7, Beauty. It stood with its back to the lens, looking at a row of lipsticks behind locked plexi, the silly vault we make for pigment. It reached up in a smooth arc that was either hours of practice or a shortcut on time. The hand hovered over the lock. The knob did not turn. The oval of the head tilted, as if listening to something I could not, and the hand lowered. For one frame, the head turned toward the camera. There were no features, not blurred, not blocked, present and denied detail. The exact level of nothing a camera uses to erase a face for court. I toggled to camera 15, aisle 12, which looks down the big wall of shampoos. For a beat, the aisle was clear. Then the figure crossed at the end cap, moving from left to right with that steady grocery store walk. It did not hurry. It did not slink. It walked like an employee moving a box from one place to another. The oval turned as it crossed. No face. The small part of my mind that likes to explain things whispered heat shimmer, or a dropped layer in the feed, or a reflection from the domes. The rest of me answered with the sound a chair makes when you stand up too fast. I left the office again. The store greeted me with its stale joy. I cut across Pets to shave 3 aisles off my route because I am a coward and also efficient. In aisle 12, big wall of shampoos. The smell of fake mint and coconut aspirational. No one. The overhead speaker whispered the chorus of a song about a woman who loves no one. The floor under my shoes squeaked because a mop had done its work too well. "Hey boss," said Evan, a stalker, rolling a U-boat past me loaded with paper towels. He did not look up. He was 20 and exhausted, and had learned to keep his eyes on the next box. "You seen anyone come through here?" I asked. He said just me, and smiled because he thought that made it a joke. At 1:02 a.m., camera 3, Cart Corral, showed a man walking past the doors on the outside. Trench coat dark, head down. For 2 steps his face lifted toward the glass. His features were gone. In the same minute, camera 32, parking east, showed nothing. The man not there. Camera 2, vestibule, showed the man pass from right to left in the space between doors like a shark in an aquarium. The automatic doors did not open. The sensor did not register. The man did not look at me. His face remained an erasure. Something happens to your idea of proof when a screen starts to lie. You want to scream for another witness. The store gives you people, and none of them are where your eyes are. The cameras are my witnesses. They are a bad jury. I paged Kiara. I never page Kiara overnight unless a cooler line breaks or a person is unconscious near frozen. She answered sleepily and beautifully unpleasant. "Yes," she said. "We have a person on cameras," I said. "Describe," she said in a tone that made my shoulders straighten. "Male-shaped. Walks like he knows this place. Cameras do not show a face. He is at the front sometimes and inside sometimes. We are locked," she breathed. "Call PD," she said. "Don't be a cowboy. Keep the stalkers out of his way. Stay visible. Document." I said I would. I did not call PD because some part of me did not want another set of eyes to make this real, and because by the time the police arrived he would be a story. At 1:19 a.m., camera 8, grocery, caught him in the back corner near bulk. He stood where a person stands when trying to decide between beans and beans. The oval of his head tilted down. He raised a hand, placed it on the plexi of the lock for the razor blades. And then, only then, did the cameras pick detail. Not of him, of his hand. The fingers were normal fingers, the nails short and clean. The skin had a small scar at the base of the thumb. The cameras loved that scar. They made it crisp for me. I zoomed. The scar was a thin white line like a childhood accident. The oval above remained a void. The hand lifted. 3 fingertips touched the plexi. Left 3 little damp ovals, like breath pressed into a flat thing. He removed his hand and the damp stayed a second and then thinned, and then disappeared, the way anyone's would. He walked away, and my body made the decision it makes when a storm passes your house and does not touch it. It pretended I had survived a thing. The stalkers started to notice I was walking the floor in loops. Myrna asked if Loss had found us a party. I told her to keep people in pairs and away from the front as much as possible without panicking the new kids. She shrugged, used to men who invent rules. At 1:37 a.m., camera 14, break room lit with motion. That camera never shows anything worth seeing. It shows a microwave that looks like a confession. It shows a bulletin board with a water-stained corner and a printout of a fundraiser for someone's cousin's hospital bills. It shows a table with 4 chairs and a 5th chair someone stole from Housewares. It showed him sitting in the stolen chair, hands folded, head tilted as if listening to a joke through the wall. The fluorescent lights made everything too honest. The oval of his face held nothing. On the table in front of him were 3 little dark circles, as if 3 fingertips had touched down and lifted in the same place and left punctuation. I went to the break room. I did not run. I have never seen anything go well for anyone who runs toward a room. The door swung open like any door. The smell of noodles a nice woman had microwaved at 10, and then left. The table, the chairs, the bulletin board. On the table, 3 darker little circles of damp that faded out while I watched. I touched the surface. It was cool. The radio breathed. Not static, not a voice. The little sound a person makes when about to start a sentence. Copy, I said to it like an idiot. The radio kept its breath. In the ceiling, the HVAC coughed once, the way old men cough to see who will ask if they are okay. When a building decides to show you a trick, it wants you to applaud. I did not. I made my notes. 1:46 a.m. cam 14. Subject seated. 1:47 a.m. table shows 3 damp prints, evaporated by 1:48 a.m. I wrote like a good churchgoer at a sermon. I did not understand. At 1:53 a.m. the office monitors all flickered. One by one, not all at once. Camera 5 went to black a quarter second, returned. Camera 12 took its turn. Camera 30. The overhead of the registers showed the lanes empty, and then showed a version of the lanes full. A daytime feed misrouted for a beat, then returned to empty. In the daytime feed that leaked through, a woman with a cart laughed and her eyes were erasures. I know that trick. The privacy feature sometimes misfiles a mask and bleeds into another channel. We call tech. Tech says power cycle. We power cycle. I did not touch the system. He started to walk with me, not beside me, not behind. He put himself at the ends of aisles I was going to pass. Camera 16, aisle 13, caught him pause at the end cap with the cheap candles. Camera 18, aisle 15, showed him cross behind a stalker who did not look up. Camera 19, aisle 16, showed him stop at the drink cooler, press his palm to the glass and leave nothing. I stopped in aisle 16 and leaned my knuckles white on the cart with a busted wheel that we keep because we are monsters. I said out loud, to a row of iced tea bottles that will outlast me, "You have to go." It was the stupidest sentence I have ever spoken. Behind me, the overhead music cut out for 3 seconds. In the 3 seconds, I heard someone knock on something wood. 3 times, slow. The music returned, a different song. A man telling a woman he will change. Time crawled, then pooled, then sprinted. The store bent its night around the idea that morning was possible. The scrubber did its last proud lap. Myrna pushed her last pallet to paper. Evan stacked a waterfall of toilet tissue with the grace of a dancer. I watched the cameras with the tension of a quarrel. He came and went. He stood in seasonal and looked at a fake tree until I wanted to light it on fire. He passed the pharmacy and paused as if to consider whether to knock on the closed window. He stood at the front doors, inside them, one hand on the metal scene, waiting for them to notice he was a person. They did not. The sensor stayed blind. He stood there probably 2 minutes. My thumb hurt from pressing save. At 2:24 a.m., Kiara texted, "PD in 5. I replied with a thumbs up. I did not feel. I walked to the front to be a person near the doors when uniforms arrived, and because being a person near the doors had started to feel like a job other than mine. The vestibule lights lifted a little because dawn thinks about dawn starting around. Then, the glass reflected my shop like a mistake. He stood to my right 4 feet away at the impulse rack, looking down at batteries. It is very important that I say this carefully. He stood there in the air, not a reflection. A person-sized volume of space, with the shape of a man in a coat. A head with a smooth oval, where the camera refuses detail, but my eyes are not cameras. My eyes saw something, not features, not absent features, a shimmering where a face would be, as if someone had filled that space with water and light, tried to have an argument with it. It moved as he moved. It made no sense. He turned his not face toward me. The space where a mouth should be changed shape. I felt my body interpret that as a smile, and then immediately cancel the interpretation with a hand the size of a building. Store is closed, I said, because there was nothing else to say. Employees only. He lifted his hand. The hand was a hand. The little scar by the thumb shone pale. He pressed his 3 fingertips against the top of the battery rack. 3 damp prints. I watched them darken and then fade. He lowered his hand. He turned toward the doors again, like someone listening to a child inside a wall. From the parking lot, the reflection of red and blue. PD late but real. The lights washed across the glass and made the interior look holy. He did not turn toward them. He made a small motion with his head. Not like a nod, like someone had touched his shoulder from behind, and he wanted to remember the feeling before he moved. He took a step. He walked forward. The automatic doors did not open. He did not stop. He passed through the seam in the doors, like the seam had been crooked all night, and suddenly remembered the right math. Not a glitch. A passage. The glass did not bow. The rubber did not part. He was on the far side of the vestibule. Camera 2 showed him cross the mat that loves rain and footprints. The outer doors were locked. He walked to them. He did not stop. He passed through. Camera 32, parking east, did not show him. Camera 1, front entry, showed him pass out of frame to the right, then nothing. The uniforms stepped out of their car like they always do in that uniform way. The younger one touched the butt of her flashlight 3 times like she was checking it was still there. I met them at the door. They wanted a person to grab. I showed them hours of a man with a face the cameras did not record. The older one had seen things. He watched the video and said nothing until the part where the man passed the doors. He said, "Huh." The younger one asked about tricks. I showed her the tech in the ceiling, the sensor bar, the lock. Saul from maintenance would have said something like power, alignment, throw. The older cop said, "You call tech." Kiara called tech. Tech said power cycle. PD walked the floor like ghosts who get paid more than me. They did not find a person. They made a report and wrote my name wrong and left. The stalkers asked me if they should clock out on time. I told them yes. Dawn started its slow little show behind the strip mall across the way. A pink that looked like the kind of lies I wish worked on me. I sat in the office and watched the recordings back on a loop. He walked past cameras without a face. The system masked him the way we mask shoplifters for internal review. No, not the same. The mask was not a blur placed after the fact. It was the absence of detail at the sensor level, consistent, unmoving in its refusal. Tech the next day took a monitor apart and made sure no macro was running to obfuscate faces. It wasn't. They replaced a dome and smiled like a man finishing a puzzle. Kiara made a note in an email to an inbox that never answers. I got 3 more nights of him. He did not come every night. He came on nights when the parking lot held rain without rain, when the scrubber got hung up on the same crack and nobody noticed for a minute, when the music at half volume pulled the wrong song from the list and repeated it twice in a row. He always touched something with 3 fingers. Plexi, counter, table, the top of the impulse rack. Between touches, he stood like a man waiting for an appointment. He never took anything. He never tried to open a gate. He never knocked hard. He stayed with the store like he had bought it, and wanted to see how the light moved. On the last night I saw him, I did something I do not recommend. I stood in the vestibule before we locked, and I watched the door think about closing. And as the doors began to slide, I stepped my hand into the seam and pressed my 3 fingertips against the cool glass. I felt the rubber brush them. I let go. The doors finished their chat. 3 damp prints marked the glass for a heartbeat and then disappeared. The sensor bar overhead stared like an unblinking eye. From behind me, Evan said, "Boss, that's how you get your fingers pinched." And I laughed harder than I should have. If you need the answer, I don't have it. The store did not give me a name. The cameras did not grow a conscience and apologize. The tech did not find a setting that said hide face on. The doors did not confess to liking some men more than others. The cops did not arrest a shadow. Kiara did not write a memo that made it all into a training. The stalkers kept stalking. The scrubber hummed. The building learned another small thing about me and kept it. I left that job for a warehouse because paperwork fills my mouth with cotton. and I wanted to drive a forklift until my hands had better stories. Sometimes at a grocery on the way home, I watch the front doors while I put my basket down and dig for my wallet. If a man walks past and the camera over the vestibule would not show his face, how would I know? Sometimes I tap the battery rack with 3 fingertips without meaning to. A little religion. Sometimes I look up at the domes in the ceiling and wait for the red LED to blink for me and tell me I am real. If you work nights in a place with cameras, here is what I learned, and I will say it plain. No lists. Do not trust or distrust the screen. Use it and then use your feet. Say things out loud to the room so your voice learns the shape of it. Do not chase shadows into aisles that have no exit. Do not assume a door that is closed is capable of keeping anything out that wants in. When the system says a person is not a person, remember that the system is a mouth that forgets names. Keep notes. Write the times. Later, when someone asks you what you saw, you will need the numbers to remember the shape of the fear. And when something stands at the doors waiting for them to open and they do not, and it turns like it is listening to someone you cannot hear, let it go if it goes. Do not beg the doors to be different. Do not put your hand between the panels at the last second like you are a hero in a movie. Let the building swallow what it wants. You do not own the mouth. You just watch it, and you hope when it turns to you it finds your face. He was already inside the locked office, and that he was already inside the locked office. Night in an office park is a magic trick that stops halfway. The lamps along the walkways keep their promises to light the concrete, but the glass towers give up their reflections to the dark. If you stand in the lobby at midnight, the building shows you what it looks like when no one believes in it. Desks without people are just flat surfaces. Coffee tastes like an apology. Security badges become little wallets for your face. I took the graveyard shift because my landlord liked rent on the first, and because there are worse jobs than walking around, setting doors, and telling a building it is still a building. The complex had 4 mid-rise offices, a little courtyard with a metal sculpture that looked like a child's drawing of a tornado, an underground garage that smelled like brakes and rain, and a maintenance crew that worked days and refused to believe anything happened when they left. My post was Tower B, 12 floors, all glass and good intentions, with an atrium that made the night sky look like an expensive ceiling. On paper it was simple, badges after 6, elevators locked to the lobby unless you had the magic, stairwells armed with doors that only opened out to the corridors if you came from the right side, offices with frosted glass walls and sliding doors that click shut on sensors, a main control panel at the desk that let you see, with green dots, which doors were closed and which were waiting to disappoint you. My supervisor, Marie, was all keys and neat hair and eyes that watched the cameras like they owed her alibis. Her rules were old school. Walk the floors. Don't sit more than 10 minutes at a time. If your gut says you heard something, you did. If a door that should be locked opens by itself, call it in before you touch it. Don't prop anything open. Not because we're law and order, but because the building remembers. The people who worked in Tower B during the day sold software to people who sell software to other people. At night, the cubes held ghosts of posture. Screens that had not been turned off showed the white squares of emails waiting to be opened. On the 12th floor, there was a corner office with a couch and a ridiculous curved monitor. And on the 11th, there was a conference room with a table so long, you needed a microphone to be heard. On the 10th, a suite that had belonged to a company that went under in February still had bowls of branded pens on a shelf, pens that wrote too smoothly when I pocketed one to sign the overnight log. The first night that mattered, I was 3 hours into the quiet. The rain had stopped. The garage had settled. The motion sensors over the stair landings were doing their little theater of waking up for you as you moved past them. On the cameras, the floors looked like a hobbyist model of a perfect office. A cleaning crew had come and gone by 9. The smell of lemon and mop water hung around like an insecure guest. I had done the rounds. I knew which trash bins had gum stuck to the bottom. I knew which door to the roof made the wind gasp at you. At 12:53, the control panel pinged. A small, polite tone, the kind a machine makes when it would like you to respect its feelings. On the screen, the floor plan of the 8th floor lit a dot by 8:04. That suite belonged to a consulting firm that populated the building during the day. with people who used verbs like leverage and productize. At night, their glass walls returned to being glass. Door 804. Open. I frowned at the dot. The system isn't perfect. Sometimes a sensor bumps itself into thinking. Sometimes the cleaning crew leaves a door not quite closed. Sometimes new air works its way through. Pressure changes when the AHU cycles, and a seal says, "Fine, have it your way." I clicked the camera for the 8th floor corridor. The feed showed emptiness, carpeting, the little wall sign with a font so modern it barely knew what letters were. The frosted glass door of 804 stood in frame, closed. I gave the panel a second. It pinged again, as if it had lost patience. Door 804, open. Copy, I said to the empty desk, because talking to machines keeps you human. I took the stairs up, not because I'm noble, but because I'd eaten a burrito at 10 and needed to earn it. The stairwell smelled briefly like damp concrete, and then like dust. The landing sensor clicked on and then off behind me as I pushed through onto 8. The 8th floor corridor for that wing is a good 100 feet of runner carpet and framed motivational art that looks like someone fell in love with a font. I know every picture. A hand pushing a rock up a hill. Perseverance. A bird on a branch. Balance. A waveform that might be sound and might be stress. Measure. Door 804 had a logo on its frosted panel. A triangle pretending to be a mountain. The handle had a badge reader. The lock inside clicked when you presented real plastic. The panel had said open, the door looked shut. I put my fingers on the seam where the sliding glass meets its frame, and felt air the way you feel a question. You can feel when a door is lying to you. I presented my badge. The reader flashed red. Inside the suite, something shifted. Not the big movement of someone walking, the little shift of a chair you are not expecting to hear. I tried the handle out of habit. The door didn't move. It was locked. I took a breath, stepped back, and called Marie. 804 is throwing open on the panel, I said. Door is shut and my badge got the red. Any after hours authorized, she asked. The way you ask a vending machine to give you candy and money back. I checked the list. No after hours listed. You hearing anything? She asked. A chair, I said, and hated the sentence. Hold the door, she said. I'll pull the event log. I stood in the corridor looking at my reflection in the glass beside the suite. The guy in the reflection looked like a person who could decide to be brave. He adjusted his belt and stood with a hand near his radio like he had seen in movies. Inside, there was another shift. The soft sound of rubber wheels turning a fraction. Marie came back with the security voice that makes a building behave. Badge event at 12:51, she said. Reader flash green. Credential not ours. Could be tenant. Could be a cloned card. Could be the panel caught a ghost. I didn't like anything about any of those words. Camera, I asked. Nothing, she said, and I could hear her swallowing a curse. The 8th floor corridor cam had caught nobody. The elevator log had no badge on floor 8 in the last 15 minutes. The stairwell cam showed me walking up. You want me to call PD? I asked. There is a tone you use when calling the cops at 1 in the morning for a building that costs more than you'll make in your life. Marie was quiet. She weighs things. She knows what cops do when bored. Hold, she said. Let me try something. On my radio, a tone. Then her voice. Tinny. Door 804. Unlock override, she said into the system like she was casting a spell. The badge reader light on 804 went yellow. My own badge reader tone answered from nowhere. The lock thunked. Back up, she said, because she knows how people die in corridors. I stepped to the side of the door, back to the frosted glass of 806, and nodded at nobody. The door slid open an inch by itself. Light leaked out in a thin line like a curtain not quite drawn. I waited. That was the rule. If someone is in there and is a problem, you want them to decide to walk out, into light and camera, and your voice calling wrong name right. If someone is in there and is not a problem, they will call out before you do. No voice did. I leaned forward and looked through the inch-wide seam. I saw the edge of a reception desk and a chair on casters turned slightly away. The corner of a plant that had outgrown its sincerity. And just inside the door on the carpet, A single dark shape that could have been a dropped glove and could have been nothing. I slid the door open another inch. It shushed like a good apology. Inside, the air had that just vacuum smell. The overhead lights were off. On desks deeper in, monitors showed pyramids of numbers like cities. "Hello," I said, because you have to put a word in a room to be invited to live. "Security." Nothing answered. I slid the door the rest of the way. I clicked my flashlight and used the spill, not the core. The way you learn on nights when you want to see and not be seen. The glove on the carpet was a folded lanyard with a badge on it. The plastic card reflected my light at me and said nothing. The photo on it was a young man in a tie, smiling like corporate had asked him to. The name under it was J. Khalil, not one of ours. I picked up the badge with 2 fingers, like I was touching a small animal. It was heavier than the cheap ones. The clip had broken. The end had a smear of something that could have been dirt. I didn't want to call it anything else. I tucked it into my chest pocket and took 2 steps in. The suite was a maze of hip-high dividers with the kind of desks that make you believe that adjustable height makes work different. The glass walls of the interior offices looked into each other. My light glided along surfaces and landed on the curved monitor in the corner office, the one you could tell belonged to the partner whose name came first and last. On the couch was a hoodie. Beside it, a pair of sneakers arranged like a person had sat and then changed their mind. The faint smell of cold coffee and citrus hand sanitizer. Behind me, the door slid shut. It whispers, the sound. It could be a breath if you wanted it to be. The click at the end could be nothing. It is a real sound. It carries. It has intent. It took energy. I spun. The seam was tight again, as if the door had never been convinced to be generous. The badge reader blinked green, yellow, red, like a tiny traffic light that couldn't pick a lane. "Marie," I said. Too calm. Door shut behind me. "Can't be," she said, and then the unprofessional sound of someone typing hard. "Override still shows open." I pressed the bar on the interior of the sliding door. It didn't move. The kind of not moving that has nothing to do with metal. The kind that has everything to do with a decision. Inside the suite, deeper in, a chair moved half an inch. "Anyone in there says their name," I called louder because righteous noise feels safer than the quiet. My voice bounced off glass and took a second to find me. From one of the bays in the second row by the window, something made the sound of a wheeled chair rolling slowly back, and then returning forward. My ear has learned the difference between humans and machines. Humans hesitate. Machines hum. That sound had hesitation. I have never loved the flashlight in my hand less. I swept the beam across the tops of the cubicles at an angle so I wouldn't blind myself in the glass. The light caught on a photo taped above a monitor of a group of blandly happy people on a ropes course. It caught on a coffee mug that said "World's Okayest Boss." It caught on the edges of 2 monitors in sleep mode. It caught on a face. Not what you think. Not a face looking back at me. A face on a screensaver. Big and soft and smiling too much. A partner's promotional portrait. The flashlight made everything too honest. "Marie, I'm locked in," I said. "Send Saul if he's here. If he's not, call 2-1. I didn't say PD because names pull things toward you. She was quiet, and then said, "Careful, stay on the line." "Still raving now knew I was quiet on one of wine fly pairs, how were my till yerd." The light from the city through the 8th floor glass made a sheen on the ceiling. In that sheen a shadow moved. Slight, like a person leaning back and changing their mind. Chair wheels breathed. I started to say a name and then stopped. Names are services you offer people. In offices at night, names can be spells. I edged down one aisle. The cubicle walls were low enough that if someone stood, we'd see each other's shoulders first. The floor under me felt like a drum with quiet hands on it. I kept my light on the low. A desk to my right had a yellow sticky note with a password scribbled on it. That would make me angry in the daytime. Right now, it made me love them, the people who come for their coffee in their chair and their repeating day. My light caught again on something at ankle level. It was a little toy, a stress ball in the shape of the building's logo. My foot nudged it and it rolled a quiet arc and stopped against a baseboard. At the end of the aisle on the left, an interior office with its glass door ajar. There was a shadow at the bottom of the glass, not a person. The kind you get when someone has left something leaning against the door. I slid my fingers along the edge of the door and pushed. It gave. Inside, office desk, 2 guest chairs, a window onto the purple night. The far end of the desk had a stack of printed decks the size of a small dog. On the chair, a suit jacket. On the carpet, a water bottle that had wept a ring on the low pile. On the window, my own reflection, unhelpful. Behind me, along the corridor of cubes, the sound of something soft brushing against fabric. A foot in dress socks, a shirt sleeve. In the same instant, the tiniest click, like a pen cap pushed back on. The hair on my arms doing their primitive job, made a decision without consulting me. "Hey," I said, normal voice, Sunday voice. "You can't be here after hours without an escort. If you are working late, tell me your name. We can sort it out." The act of saying it tightened the world around me to human size. Nothing answered. The chair wheels breathed again. Far away in the city, a siren dopplered itself out of my night. I stepped back into the corridor between cubes. My light fell on a desk with a row of family photos. 2 kids at a pumpkin patch. A dog with a bandana. A husband or wife with a grin. My chest tightened, not because of fear, but because these were the anchors of people who would be back tomorrow to type into a void or build something with code and hope. The shadow moved again. It was behind the next row of cubes, just past the central copy station. I took a step forward. In the same moment, from the lobby speaker of the suite, a chime, the kind of tone you get when the building wants to alert you that a door has been opened, except the door in question had not. The sound raised goosebumps across both forearms, symmetric and evolutionary. The radio in my ear crackled. Marie's voice was too bright. "Saul's on his way up with a panel key," she said. 2 minutes. I believed her because I needed to. "Copy," I said. "Someone's in here." The words left my mouth, and I watched them suspend themselves in the air with nowhere to land. At the copy station, a tube of glue lay on its side. The cap had clicked back on. A little ring of glue sat open on the lip. Skin forming. A dumb detail. The kind that makes your brain sit down. Whoever had put that cap back on had done it without wanting to. Beside it on the particle board, 3 fingertip marks, clean in the dust. 3. As if someone had put 3 fingers down to hold themselves steady. My light caught the edges of the prints. The dust made them visible, and that made me need to breathe slower. The air in the suite shifted. The vents opened to a smaller night. The sound was so small you could call it your own blood if you wanted to. The chair wheels did their inch back, half-inch forward dance again. The hair on my forearms gave up on subtlety. I leaned slightly to the side and let the flashlight spill hit the aisle beyond the copy station, and saw it without wanting to. A man crouched in someone else's cube. He faced away. He had the posture of a person hiding from something that had already found him. His clothes were office camouflage, dress pants with a shine at the knees, a white shirt rumpled to gray. No jacket. One hand was braced on the carpet. The other rested on the seat of the chair in front of him. He wasn't moving. He wasn't startled. He was the opposite. Stillness-like concentration. "Sir," I said, and my voice stayed even. "Security." He did not turn. He did not startle. He placed his weight carefully onto the balls of his feet as if getting ready to stand, and then did not stand. That kind of not standing is a decision you can feel in your own legs. He lifted his head a fraction, just enough that if he had eyes in the back of his head, he could have looked at me. "We're going to walk out," I said. "I will badge you down. It is cold outside. You can come back in the morning." That last sentence is a lie we all consent to. He exhaled. It wasn't a sigh, it was an answer that didn't pick a word. He moved his hand on the carpet and left 3 more fingertip marks in the dust beside the chair. 3, the same as at the copy station. He lifted his hand and rubbed his thumb against his forefinger like he was trying to feel a coin that wasn't there. My mouth lit with copper. I took a step closer, because I have been in rooms with men whose fear is contagious, and I still have to do my job. "Marie," I murmured into the radio. which felt like I was whispering into the room. He's crouched in cube row C, third bay. He isn't responding. A clank in the hallway outside told me Saul was trying to get through the suite service door with a key that had opinions. Got it, she said. Hold position. Sir, I said, and then I thought of a name. Mr. Khalil. The badge in my pocket swung a cold rectangle against my chest as if to argue. He stilled. That stillness had style. He hadn't moved much to begin with. Now he moved the tiny muscles that decide a person's idea of Monday. He turned his head a fraction toward me. I saw a slice of cheek in the shadow of an eye socket. He was not young and not old. His skin had the pallor of screen time. His hair was damp at the temples. There was something on his shirt where the pocket would be that could have been spilled coffee and could have been something else that dries darker than coffee. My light was low. I did not let it flare. I have your badge, I said. It popped at the door. Words, bridges. You build them in the slurry. His hand moved again, thumb against forefinger, then flattened on the seat of the chair. His shoulders didn't lose their angle. There is a way people crouch when they are about to leap. There is a way people crouch when they are about to cry. He was crouched like he had been crouching for a long time, and couldn't remember standing. Something hit the glass on the exterior wall. Not hard. A bird in the night? Rain returning for one last swipe? The sound snapped my attention that direction against my will. I brought it back. He had moved. He was no longer in the cube. The chair had not rolled. The carpet gave me nothing. The aisle was empty. My chest did a small, stupid jump. I pivoted the flashlight, slid forward 2 steps, checked left and right. Empty aisles, empty chairs. The copy station with its glue and dust. The couch in the corner office. The hoodie. My breath had gotten entertainments of its own. Saul. Marie's voice turned the radio into a rope. He's in, she said. And then I heard the sound of someone working a lock from my side. Safe and normal. Metal complaining. A key deciding its purpose. I took a step back toward the reception area and the door that had decided to become a wall. The flashlight picked up the little circle of darkness on the carpet by the door where the lanyard had been. Just a shade darker than the rest. Like something had briefly condensed through a different set of rules. The door's seam showed a sliver of the corridor outside. A hand appeared in that sliver. Saul, square and careful, holding a panel key the size of a small fish. Hold, he said, like you do to a dog that will bolt. He worked the key into a slot I had never seen used. The suite door considered, and then thought the better of its new habit. It shushed open. Cool hallway air touched my face like praise. Got you, Saul said, with the satisfaction of a man who fixed things for a living, before buildings learned to pretend they were smarter than him. He looked over my shoulder into the suite. Anyone, he asked. Someone, I said, and my mouth did not like how that sounded out in the field. We searched, me with my flashlight, Saul with his hands, Marie watching on the camera that still showed nothing but us, 2 small figures moving between clean furniture. We did the check you learned from stories like mine, under desks, in the server closet that smells like a storm, in the interior offices behind their glass. We opened storage cabinets and found reams of paper and sticky packs, and a lonely vacuum with an orange cord that looked like it wanted to be a snake. We checked the kitchen. 2 mugs in the sink. One had a ring at the bottom with a thumb smear through it. A fridge with labeled lunches from people who love their names on tape. A whiteboard with a drawing of a rocket, and the word go. We found no one. We found the marks in the dust by the copy station that not even Saul wanted to put a name to. We found the suit jacket and checked the pockets. Empty. We found under the couch pushed too far back to be an accident. A shoe, not sneakers. A dress shoe, black, a good brand. The kind with a leather sole that makes the confident click on marble. The laces had been untied and then tied again in a hurry. There was a spot on the toe that looked like a shadow and was not the shadow. I picked it up and the sole left a print in the thin dust under the couch. And that print had no tread. It was as smooth as a breath. Marie, I said into the radio. Pull back through door logs. See who badged up here since 6. She said she was on it. Saul looked at the glue at the copy station and said, "Not to me, huh?" with the tone of a man who has learned his life's vocabulary is short. "We closed the suite the way you close a room. You have not forgiven." Saul worked the panel key and made the glass door know its place. I took the badge I had put in my pocket and slid it into an envelope from my log. The adhesive on the envelope detached itself with the dry surrender of old paper. We wrote J. Khalil on the front because that is the thing you do to make objects behave. By morning, Marie had the story the building could tell. Khalil had badged in at 7:42 p.m. After-hours authorization on his tenant account for a meeting that did not show on any conference room calendar. He had badged the elevator, the 8th floor, the suite. He had never badged out. His car was found in the garage the next day, a Prius that smelled like damp dog and air freshener. No one filed a missing person report until Thursday, because the world is like that. HR for the tenant provided a number. It rang. A voicemail with a joke about reaching the other line. The police came. They asked me what I had seen. I told them a door had said open and not open, and that I had heard a chair move. A cop with a face like he had heard this kind of thing before asked me to show him the marks in the dust. They were gone. Cleaning had come through at 4 and done its job. People did the things people do when a person disappears. They put up a photo in the lobby by the elevators. The picture made him look like someone who had never been small. The building did the things buildings do. It ran its loops, it held its breath. Marie wrote the incident report and filed it in the place where we keep papers that make no one any safer. Saul kept the panel key in his pocket for a week, like a worry stone. I kept working nights. The suite on 8 got new tenants by fall. Fresh vinyl, same carpet. New art about teamwork. The badges changed. The font on the wall got funnier. The desk where the glue had laid got replaced. The copy station smelled like toner and new plastic. The couch in the corner office stayed. I avoided it. On rounds. When I walked past 804, I kept my eyes a polite level. If the door showed me my reflection, I nodded to myself like a man trying to be a better man. Sometimes after midnight, the panel would ping, "Door 804, open." I would look at the camera and see the corridor empty and the door closed. I would take the stairs up and put my hand on the seam and feel nothing. Once, standing at the seam, the frosted glass showed a shadow that wasn't mine moving past the reception desk. It could have been my will. It could have been the AHU. I did not open the door. I did not call Marie. I touched the glass with the tips of 3 fingers because I am not a smart man, and because my hand had learned a habit from the dust. The glass felt warm. A few weeks after it happened, I was finishing a round when the radio spoke without pushing. Not words, breath. The sound of a person 2 feet from your ear deciding whether to talk. My body forgot every muscle except the ones that make you stand. Unit 1. Marie's voice said, calling my number because someone had to use a word. "You good?" I said I was. I held the radio away from me like it needed to go in timeout. I started putting sticky notes on the back of my hand while I worked. Stupid stuff. Lock stairwell 2. Check roof latch. Walk through 10 after 2. It gave my fingers something to do besides count 3. It gave my brain something to see besides the image of a man crouched, not standing because he had forgotten how. It kept me human enough to use my key when a door decided it was tired of me. There are rules for nights, and nobody writes them on the go binder. I learned mine, and they are mine alone. Always announce yourself when you open a door into empty. That is a performance for you, and for anything listening. Do not get between a person and the exit if you can help it. Even if the person is an idea, do not crouch down to a posture you cannot stand up from. Shine your light low, and let the spill tell you what the beam doesn't. If you have to say a name, say it gently or not at all. When a door that should be locked opens by itself, call it in. And when a door that should be unlocked closes behind you, do not pretend the building is your friend. It isn't. It is a mouth you work inside. If you need a better ending, you will not get it here. The police never found Khalil. His desk got reassigned. His name came off the directory in the lobby. First from the tenant list, then from the suite map. The bowl of branded pens dried up. The glue at the copy station belongs to someone else now. The 3 finger marks have been wiped. then made again by different fingers for different reasons. The couch holds other jackets. The suite door slides and sighs and shushes open and closed for people with better places to be late to. Sometimes the panel still pings. Sometimes the camera still shows nothing. Sometimes in the middle of the night I stop on 8 and stand with my hand on the seam and wait to feel more than glass. Sometimes I swear the glass warms my finger pads the way a human wrist does. One night, months later, a new guard shadowed me. He had good shoes and bad patience. He stood at 8:04 like a man trying to get a vending machine, to be honest, and said, "Why is everyone weird about this door?" I told him I would show him the roof view instead. I took him up to 12, and we put our faces to the glass and looked at the city pretending it wasn't singing. He laughed. He will learn his own rules, or he won't. The building will teach either way. I left the job the following spring for a warehouse with fewer glass walls and more forklifts. On my last night, after Marie hugged me in the way people who have keys hug, and after Saul pretended to accidentally leave a panel key in my palm and then took it back with a wink, I walked one more round. I went to 8. I stood at 8C04. The panel did not ping. The corridor camera showed me standing, nothing more. I put my 3 fingers to the seam without meaning to, then set my palm flat on the glass like a man on a train window, saying goodbye to a person staying on the platform. The glass was cool, then warm, and then the door, which was locked, clicked on the inside as if a hand had been on it this whole time, and let go. I didn't go in. I did not call anyone. I stood and listened, and it said nothing else. I took the stairs down, the steps counting themselves, because you make them. In the lobby, the metal sculpture looked like a tornado, remembering it had been a child's drawing. Outside, the lamps kept their promise. In the glass, I wasn't there anymore. The building unlearned my shape and kept right on breathing. I got in my car and drove home to a bed that held my name and a window that wasn't in agreement. Later, if I stand in front of an office door at night and feel the seam ask me a question, I answer it with my hand. I do not knock. I do not let it close behind me without a wedge. I do not say anyone's name unless they ask me to. If you have to go in like you are already leaving. And if you see a man crouched in a space that belongs to someone else, and he does not move when you say his name, do not be relieved when he disappears. That is not an ending. It is a building teaching you the difference between locked and empty. Cold room, closed door. Closed door. Finger hat is bil unto. Night in the diner was a bright kind of tired. The chrome held onto light and threw it back in slices. The grill wore a polish of heat, even after the knobs turned to 0. The room was scrubbed and humming, the way a place hums when it expects to be used again before dawn. There was a bell at the pass, and it rang with the kind of grace that makes a cook stand up straighter even when no one is watching. I worked the line. Tano ran fry. Denise handled the window and talked to the register like it was a stubborn cousin. Rami lived in the dish pit and came up for air only when the bus tub was empty, or the alley cigarette called him by name. The manager existed as a name on the schedule and a voicemail that began with, "We value you." We did not close on weekends, and on weeknights we pretended to outone. Pretending is a skill in restaurants. After midnight, the orders got simple and personal at the same time. The truckers wanted coffee poured heavy and eggs that remembered the pan. The night shift nurses wanted pancakes and quiet. The bouncers wanted meat and a place to put their backs. Couples came in and looked at menus while deciding to forgive or not forgive. Sometimes cops sat under the television and let the news talk to them without moving their faces. We fed them all and counted our fingers when we were done. The walk-in stood at the back as steady as a thought you do not argue with. The door had a big metal handle. Inside were shelves of milk and eggs and tubs of things that could be story problems. The floor was ridged metal that ate the soles of your shoes. The light was a cold square. The compressor hummed its long sentence through the walls. It was a good walk-in. It did its job. It was a place you could step into and feel the shape of your own breath. That night the rush thinned fast. We cleaned the flat top to a shine. Tino skimmed the fryers and talked about basketball like the sport had wronged him personally. Denise rolled silverware and told the pie domes which slice would go next. Rami smoked in the alley and came back inside, smelling like night and wet cardboard. I checked the prep list and told myself we were fine. Grab me a case of half and half, I called toward the dish pit. Rami yelled back that his hands were underwater. I went to the walk-in myself. The cold was immediate and honest. My cheeks stung. The shelves vibrated a little, because the compressor had started another part of its song. I found the case and tucked it under my arm. Behind me, the door moved. I felt the change in pressure before I heard the click. I turned and saw the door was closed. It happens. The door likes to close. I have closed it with my shoulder more times than I have counted. The push bar on the inside is supposed to save you from your own dumbness. I pressed it with a hand I trusted. It resisted. I pressed harder. It held still. The latch had decided to forget its purpose. "Hey," I said, the way you say it when you want to be casual and useful at the same time. I hit the bar again, and felt nothing give. "Rami," I called, then listened to the water in the dish pit roaring like it was being paid to ignore me. "Denise." I heard the bell up front and the murmur of her voice smoothing out the shape of a complaint. "Tino." The fryers clicked and hissed but did not answer. I put the case down on the floor and set my back to the door. The metal bar pushed into my shoulder blade. I pushed with my legs and felt the door give a fraction and then lock itself again. It was like arguing with someone who has decided that any compromise would be a confession. Something shifted behind the shelves. The sound was small and not small at the same time. It was not a jar settling. It was not a mouse. It sounded like a box of chicken easing itself toward the edge of a shelf in a room where gravity had gotten bored. I turned my head and saw a corner of cardboard jutting out a thumb's width too far. I told myself it had always been there. I told myself a lot of things. "Not funny," I said to the empty air and the idea of coworkers who play jokes, and to anything else that might like the idea of a man breathing fast in a cold room. My breath fogged the light. I pounded the door with the side of my fist in a pattern that in any other room would have meant attention. The bar did not change. The air behind the rubber drape at the back of the walk-in moved. It was a small breeze like the room had sighed. I have lifted that drape countless times with my shoulder while carrying stock. Behind it is a wall. The cooling fins up high. The seam where the machine meets the building. It should not feel like that. The drape lifted an inch, then settled. The box on the shelf nudged a little more toward foolishness. I picked up a bent sheet pan that lived against the steel like an elder, and held it in front of my chest without deciding to. I kicked the bottom of the door near the seal where sometimes the rubber sticks. The seal stayed stubborn. I tried the bar again, now with my palms, and then with the heel of my hand, and spoke a word I would not want my mother to hear. The bar moved a hair. It was a kind of mercy. I shoved my weight into it, and felt the door think about opening. On the other side, the bell rang and Denise called out an order that did not exist. That happens when the printer hiccups, or when she mixes table numbers in her head, or when the room decides to lie. Tino shouted at me to drop baskets and then laughed like he had just realized I was not where I should be. His footsteps slapped tile. The gap at the door widened a finger's width. Cold air from the kitchen slid in like a new thought. A hand pushed through, tattooed and familiar. Tino grinned at me through the space like a man at a magic show. "You stuck," he said, as if I had done it to make him smile. I said no and yes in the same breath, and he pressed from his side while I shoved from mine, and the bar remembered its job. I slid out with the case under my arm, and the sheet pan still held up like an idiot. The door closed behind us with a soft click like it had said enough. "Latch is catching," Tino said, and ran a thumb over the outside handle like he could talk to it through skin. He opened it with 2 fingers and let it swing wide just to prove he could. The hum of the inside rolled out to meet us and settled back. I should have told everyone that the door had held me in like a grudge, and that something behind the shelves liked to move when my back was turned. I should have made a joke big enough for everyone to hide in. I put the half and half in the lowboy and picked up my spatula and pretended the cold on my shirt was only the cold on my shirt. We ran tickets, and the night kept its balance. A man wanted pancakes and asked for them to be wet. which means different things to different people, and all of those meanings are wrong. A couple sat in a corner booth and held hands across the sticky and did not speak. 2 men in knit caps came in and sat under the television and wanted pie and looked at the door to the walk-in the way men look at cars behind fences. Denise poured coffee to the line and made eye contact with none of them. Rami banged pans with a rhythm that kept him sane. The door to the walk-in clicked once as if it was clearing its throat. I went back in, because sour cream is a reality, and because fear does not restock the make table. This time I propped the door open with a milk crate that had lost one corner but still believed in its purpose. I said out loud that I was going in, because saying it made me feel like I had made a deal. The cold held my face in both hands. I went to the back where the dairy lived. The box of chicken that had teased the edge earlier sat straight now. Square to the shelf, beneath it, a small puddle had frozen into a thin skin that made the floor a sketch of risk. Above me, the coils wore ream. The frost had formed in curls and ovals as if someone had exhaled words against the fins, and the metal had remembered their shapes. I did not try to read those shapes. I did not look long. The rubber drape stirred. The air on my wrist changed pressure. I kept my eyes on the shelves. I picked up what I had come for. I backed out the way I had walked in. My shoulder touched the drape, and the drape touched me back with a flat, cool hand. I moved faster without showing it. The milk crate under the door slipped an inch. The door leaned in like someone remembering a secret. I said thank you to no one and nothing. Rami came up behind me and shoved another crate into the gap with the toe of his boot. "She's greedy tonight," he said, and there was a kind of affection in his voice that I did not want and will always be grateful for. I did my job and watched the door like it was a person. The freezer on the other side thudded once and then again. The television over the counter cut to static and then back to a commercial for a local lawyer who believes in Tuesday. The bell rang for an empty pass, and Denise told it to mind itself. The walk-in door sat with the quiet of a dog that has learned that being still gets it what it wants. When the alley door opened, I could taste the city. Wet pavement, cold diesel, the open metal smell of a dumpster. 2 more men came in with hats pulled down, and one eye each for everything. They sat without asking, and watched our hands. There are nights when you know what is coming. There are nights when you do not. This felt like the first kind. Denise kept her tone low and even. Tino moved closer to the pass. Rami stayed in the dish pit and made his noise on purpose. At 3 in the morning, the walk-in becomes not just a room where food goes to wait, but a place that holds the rules of the building. The door will close if you look away from it at the wrong time. The latch will decide its opinion. The rubber drape will touch your shoulder like a reminder. The frost will curl and you will not learn anything from it. The hum will keep you company and keep you honest. You find out if you are a person who turns your back on a thing like that. I am not. I said out loud that I was going in. Each time I went in, I propped the door. I did not let my eyes drift up to where the frost might have become a handwriting. I did not let my spine take the weight of my attention. I made myself step around the ice as if it were precious, because it was. I made myself step out facing the room. On the last trip, I put my palm on the inside of the door next to the bar and said no in a voice I would use on a dog I loved and a child I needed to keep from the street. The bar pushed in an inch by itself. The door stayed open. I left the crate where it was. The men in the knit caps left without paying, and then came back sheepish and left a handful of coins like teenagers. Denise stacked the coins into a neat pile and put $1 of her own on top and said nothing about any of it. The couple in the corner ordered 2 waters and split a slice of apple and walked out with their hands in their pockets. The truckers came in with the kind of hunger that makes a cook honest. The night turned toward morning. The hum of the compressor became a part of the sound of the room that I did not hear until it stopped for a breath. When it stopped, the world felt too big, and then it started again, and the world felt like the kind of small you can love. When the morning cook came in, he took one look at the line and smirked as if I had left him a mess on purpose. I surrendered the spatula and wrote the numbers that make someone else able to pick up where I left off. I wiped my station down twice, and then a third time because I could not stop myself. I walked to the back, touched the outside of the walk-in door with the back of my hand and felt the cold come through the metal and into my bones. I said, "I will see you later," without moving my mouth. There are stories where the door slams on a person's hand and makes a clean line. They can show a doctor. There are stories where someone gets trapped and the lights fail and the air gets used up and something else gets in. There are stories with faces formed in frost and knocks that repeat a count you heard in a different building when you were 5. This is not any of those stories. This is a kitchen. In kitchens, the hauntings are useful. They teach, they keep you alive by making you nervous. You can call it a latch problem and be right. You can call it a building that breathes and be right. You can say that boxes slide and air moves, and rubber drapes lift because vents push and pull and shelves flex. You can say the frost curls because hot air does what it always does when it meets cold metal. You can call it nothing and still feel a hand on your shoulder when you should not. You can call it something and still be the kind of person who props the door and announces yourself and does not turn your back. I do not use bullet points when I tell it. I say it like a recipe that lives in the hands and not on paper. Prop the door. Say that you are there. Watch the drape when you walk in. Back out with your eyes on the room. Keep your palm near the bar. Keep the floor dry where you can. If the door opens by itself, do not say thank you out loud. If the latch forgets its name, speak to it like a stubborn friend and let someone else put their hand on the other side. If you see the frost writing, let it be. If you feel the air change behind your neck, do not turn your back to find out why. I still work that line. The walk-in still hums and sulks. We get through nights by letting the small things be big. When a new kid starts and walks into the cold room with the shoulders of someone who thinks doors are obvious, I watch him, and I am ready to kick a crate into the gap. If he asks me for advice, I tell him this: do your job, be quick, announce yourself, be kind, be careful, and when you are inside and you feel like you are not alone, do not turn your back. That is all the sermon I have. Don't turn your back on the walk-in. Night in a restaurant isn't dark. It's glossy. Stainless steel steals the light and throws it back at you with attitude. The tile keeps secrets in its grout. The fryers sleep like tamed monsters, heat pouring off them long after you've turned their knobs to 0. The line, stripped of tickets, looks like a city skyline after an evacuation. You can hear the hum of the walk-in through the walls. The steady, consoling thrum of a machine that knows how to do one thing and has decided to do it forever. We were a late-night diner on the edge of the highway, the kind of place that looks exactly like the idea of a place when you're a little drunk, a little sad, and a little in love with bad choices. Red vinyl booths, pie domes with slices that never get smaller, a bell that rings when an order hits the pass that turns men into dogs. The sign out front had a woman holding a tray and a neon wink. We called her Sally. Management called her an asset. On nights, it was me on the grill, Tino on fry, Denise on the window, and Rami on dish. The manager, if there was one, was a voice on a phone. The overnight crowd was a mix. Truckers who trusted us more than sleep. Nurses and scrubs with the quiet ferocity of people who had intervened. Bouncers who tipped well in proportion to the kindness they had failed to receive. Couples starting fights they were going to finish in cars. Sometimes cops, who would sit and watch the room like they were off duty from the world and on duty for something else. We closed at 1 a.m. on weeknights, and never on weekends, which is a lie a restaurant tells because it hates itself. When you work a line long enough, you become a set of hands with a person attached. My hands knew the grill like a map, where the heat was truest, where the cold spots sulked, where you could rest a steak to think about its life. They knew bacon from the sound it makes when it lies. They knew the lazy way eggs try to run. After midnight, the orders are simple in theory and outrageous in practice. 3 pancakes, extra butter, no butter. Can you make French toast not like French toast? Do you have avocado? We did not. The walk-in was its own country. Chest-high metal strap handle. Rubber gasket that did its job with resentful excellence. A push bar on the inside that was supposed to make it impossible to be locked in. Supposed to has a particular flavor in our building. Shelves of dairy. Tubs of mayo that could have been lifeboats. boxes of lettuce that tried so hard. The floor was diamond plate that ate the soles of your shoes. The light inside was the color of lies. The compressor's hum came through the wall and through your bones, and told you this: I will outlast you. By 1:30 a.m., the rush had eaten itself. We cleaned the flat top like priests. Tino skimmed the fryer, mouth set. Denise rolled silverware like a gambler praying to the god of two. Rami smoked behind the dumpster where he pretended the camera couldn't see him. The walk-in door sweated softly, a humid halo on the tile. I did the ritual, checked the prep list, counted the steaks, topped off the butter well, told Tino to pull a case of fries because the lunch crowd tomorrow would want to bathe in salt. Get me a case of half and half, I called to Rami, because coffee never sleeps and neither do the people who think the half and half jug is a suggestion. He flicked his cigarette to the wet in the alley and came back in, smelling like a truck stop with a better childhood. You go, he said, chin at the dish stack. I'm drowning in forks. I could have pulled rank. I am not the kind of person who uses the small amount of power a baseball cap with kitchen embroidered on it bestows. I grabbed the handle. The walk-in air hit me like the back of a hand that loved me. Cold that is clean. The smell of onions remembering the knife. The smell of milk daring you to argue with the concept of cow. I breathed, and for 3 seconds I loved my job in the way a person loves the thing that is slowly taking everything else from them. I reached for the half and half. The shelf under my hand vibrated because the compressor had started another sentence. Behind me, the walk-in door moved. I felt it as pressure before I heard it. A shift like someone walking past a door you thought was locked. A small, quick release. The room changed shape. I turned. The door was closed. That happens. People close doors. Air closes doors. A building breathes. I have closed that door with my own back more times than I have made good decisions. It doesn't like to stay open. We prop it with a milk crate when we're hauling. I hadn't propped it. I was in then with the light overhead and the shelves like pews, and the rubber curtain strips that used to hang at the back edge, practicing their slow dance in the dead air. You do not panic in a walk-in. Panic is wet. The push bar was there. The push bar works. We were not in a horror movie. We were in a service economy. I picked up the case, put it under my arm like a child, turned, and pressed the bar with my other hand. It did not move. It has a safety latch, one of those little atoms of engineering that keeps good intentions from killing the people who have to use them. If the external handle gets jammed a certain way, the bar can forget it is a bar and remember it is metal. Again, my body said. I pressed. The bar did not move. The door did not move. The latch sat there like an apology it had decided not to deliver. The rule you learn long before anyone teaches you. Don't be dramatic in front of the walk-in. The walk-in can smell it. Yo, I yelled, because efficiency is kindness. Door. I pressed hard enough that my wrist made a noise. Rami, I called, and then thought of the water running in the dish pit and how it drowns all debts. Denise, and thought of the dining room music insisting on its chorus. Tino, and thought of the fryers clicking to themselves like fat thinking. The hum of the compressor didn't change. The light overhead didn't decide to flicker to help make a better story. My breath came out white. I put the half and half down gently because I am not a monster, and pressed my back to the door to get the weight of my body behind the bar. It pushed in a millimeter and then found something that was not physics. Something like a hand the size of no hand had decided to hold it. Behind the shelves, something moved. That is a sentence my brain has barred from the part of itself that believes in checks and balances. Box shifting, settling, a jar expanding because heat is a liar. The walk-in contained sounds. It ate this one and still left me a bite. It was not a small thing. It was not a mouse. It was not the gentle complaint of plastic. It was the sound of meat deciding it had an opinion. Not funny, I said to the universe and to my coworkers and to any dead thing that had elected to learn a trick. My breath fogged the air, the small cloud a child draws. I knocked. The sound was flat. From beyond the door came kitchen. The real world with its clang and its soft swears, its bell and its laughter people used to keep from folding. When you're in a walk-in and a door decides to throw a tantrum, you have a list. 1. Hit the bar in the center, not the edge. 2. Kick the bottom. Sometimes the seal sticks like a kiss. 3. Feign indifference. Speak to no one like you are filing a grievance with God. 4. Pound with the heel of your hand to the rhythm of an insult. They hear insults at the pass. I did all of it. The bar stayed still. The bottom made no wet little belch. The world beyond did not answer. The insult was creative. The door was a gentleman. The breath in the room changed. A current of air moved over my sleeves like the ocean. Remembering it as a system, it came from the back, where the rubber drapes had been cut short years ago to keep us from tripping while carrying 10 gallons of pickles. Behind the drapes is not another room. Behind them is the back of the walk-in, a wall, a scene, a place where the cold bleeds into building and buys it a few more years. The air moved again, a soft shiver like someone exhaled. The shelves ticked as their metal understood something about flexion. A box on the far left, marked chicken, last night's marinade if we're talking about honesty, shifted a centimeter closer to me. We did not prop boxes like that on the edge. We are poor but not foolish. The corner hung like a toe over a diving board. "Tino," I yelled, and banged with my whole body this time, the bar biting into my shoulder blade. The door's answer was none. The move in the back was yes. You can be the kind of person who believes in ghosts in the walk-in. You can be the kind of person who believes in men who like to play. You can be the kind of person who believes in cold physics. All of those beliefs will get you exactly the same return. I grabbed the nearest thing my hand could love, a sheet pan that had been retired to hold lemons, because someone had twisted it in a fit 2 managers ago. I held it like a shield. I pressed the bar again with my butt and begged my spine like a gambler. The bar gave me another insult of movement, and then set its jaw. The box slid an inch. The corner kissed air. I do not know what I expected to come out of the back of the walk-in. Not a face. I have seen faces, and I can work with those. Not a hand. Hands are in my job description. Not even a rat. Rats are warmer than this was. It felt like the room itself had decided it would shuffle forward a tiny piece of itself to see what my mouth would do. My mouth did what it always does when a part of me thinks I am going to die. It made a joke. "You need to order something," I said, and I hated what I sounded like. A man pretending to flirt with a door so he doesn't cry. On the other side of the door came the bell. Denise had hung a ticket. Tino yelled, "Drop 4 baskets." Rami yelled, "He's in the box," because he has learned to narrate his job to make it a job. The walk-in pressed my back. The bar did not push. The shelves hummed. The box moved a little more. I held the sheet pan up higher because in every story like this, someone holds something in front of their face, and the thing that eats them doesn't get to look them in the eyes. I braced my feet against the diamond plate and did the math of my muscles. The door opened an inch. I did not make it do that. The bar engaged, some mercy in the hinge that had been withheld returned. An inch is an insult and an invitation. The rubber seal made the noise of a tongue deciding to be dry. Cold air from the kitchen kissed my calves. I pushed. The bar moved like a person learning their native language. Another inch. The box behind me slid again. A small test. I shoved my shoulder into the door and felt something on the other side shove back. Not strong, just present, like a man leaning with his palm. The door recalled that it too had a job. It went another inch. A hand appeared in the gap. I screamed. Of course I did. The hand belonged to Tino. Tattoo ink, grease under nails. The silver ring he wears to pretend he is still a different man. "You stuck," he grinned, and I could have kissed him with hatred. "Bar," I said through teeth. His hand went away. The door's pressure eased like a sigh, time to make me hate physics less. The gap widened. I slid through sideways with the half and half under my arm and the sheet pan like a doorman. The door shut behind me of its own will with a soft thud. The world was loud in the way love is. "You propped it," I said to Tino, because blame is a vest. "Propped what?" He looked at me like someone who had never finished a sentence he started with honesty. "Door," I said. Didn't touch it, he said. He looked at the door. He pressed the outside handle. It moved. She's fine, he said. He pushed the door open with 2 fingers. Ceremonious, like he was showing me a trick I'd been too slow to learn. It swung. The hum inside swelled and quieted again, as if adjusting its slip. You good, he said. Handle stuck, I said. His face made the expression men make when they are going to fix something by thinking at it. Silent latch, he said, as if naming it would exercise it. Gotta get that checked. He slapped the door gently like you do to a horse. You good? He said again. A question for a man, not a door. Yeah, I said, because I don't like to be anything else. Denise hollered that my tickets were dying. I slid the half and half back into my reality. I didn't go back in. Not then. You'd think I would have told someone. You'd think I would have come out of that blast, swallowed once and said, the walk-in tried to start a fight and lost. And everyone would have laughed and then told me their stories about their own walk-ins, and we would have felt less like a planet where gravity is an agreement. I did not. I turned bacon like it owed me money and flipped a steak and listened to Tino tell a story about a woman who had tried to buy him with pie. I watched the door. Every time I turned around, as if doors like to be watched. I did my job as if the thing behind the shelves had put a hand on my shoulder and blessed me. At 2:03 a.m., the door clicked. That click has a meaning like a word in a language that does not translate into yours. It is the sound of a latch setting itself without fingers because it has decided fingers are gauche. Everyone on the line heard it. Denise said, huh, like a bird. Tino looked up and then pretended he hadn't. Rami stuck his head out of the dish pit like a submarine periscope and then stuck it back because dishes don't respect philosophy. The door sat there, looking like a door, doing door things. Closed, flush, minding its acres of cold. We work in rituals to hold back the sea. Restock, count, wipe, bleach, wrap, break down, mop, smoke, stand with your hands on your hips and pretend to command oil. The night ran through them. The hum went on. The door remained a rectangle that gave access to tomorrow. At 2:41 a.m., a ticket came up for a burger no one had ordered. Denise swore the printer had a devil. I threw a patty on anyway, because burgers are what we do when doubt knocks. At 2:57 a.m., the TV over the counter switched to snow and stayed there until Rami banged the side of it with a ladle and said, "Behave," in his grandma voice. At 3:12 a.m., the bell rang for an empty pass like a cough. Denise apologized to it like you do to a thing that you hope will have grace for you later. At 3:19 a.m., I went back in. Not because I am brave, because the prep list is a tyrant, and because sour cream will not restock itself. I propped the door this time with the milk crate like a person, and told myself I had learned. I told the walk-in it could hum at me and I would hum back. I told my breath to be patient with my ribs. I went in past the soup tubs, past the eggs that looked like possible mistakes, to the back to the dairy shelf, and reached for the sour cream and the shredded mozzarella that becomes glue when it is sad. There are corners in a walk-in that never feel like they are entirely in this building. Behind the reach in pain you take out when you want more pain. Up at the top near the cooling fins where frost grows like beards. You don't look up there. If you do, your eyes get the idea they can talk to the idea of cold, and they don't keep it to themselves. I looked up. The frost had a pattern, not a picture, not a face. A pattern you get when breath hits metal and decides to practice cursive. It curled. It had direction. It wrote nothing anyone could read. I pretended it was a draft. I pretended a lot of things. On the far shelf, the chicken box that had slid earlier had been moved back. Not by me, by someone with a better sense of placement than men who throw boxes around at 3 a.m. It sat square and proper, bearing the weight of its future. Beneath it, a puddle had become ice. The diamond plate had a coat of skin. That happens. Condensation thinks it can be architecture. The shape of the ice was a shape you get when a foot walks through a thing and makes that thing change its mind about being flat. I stepped around it because I don't like to be the person who slides while carrying dairy. My shoulder brushed the rubber drape, and the drape brushed me back. An intimacy I would not have accepted at a bar. Behind the drape, something sighed again. Not the compressor, not me. The kind of sigh you make when you finally remember the word. I told it the word in my head was no. I took what I had come for and backed toward the door like a child who has been taught how to leave an old dog alone. I did not turn my back on the drape. The milk crate under my heel shifted because in the real world, milk crates are right bastards. The door swung an inch toward closed like a mouth, remembering its manners. "Hey," Rami said behind me and jammed another crate in with the toe of his boot like a goalie who will die before he gives you the satisfaction. "Don't marry it," he said. He was smiling like a man who has named his fear and keeps it in a pocket with a picture of his kid. He held the crate with his foot until I was out. We didn't look at each other. We put the sour cream where sour cream goes, and the mozzarella where we pretend to respect it. "Door's hungry," he said, and the way he said it made me want to kiss his forehead and feed him something that wasn't fries. The thing about nights is they are good at pretending they are inevitable. You ride them like a bull. You don't look down if you can help it. Rami went back to dish. Tino went back to telling a story about a cheap tattoo. Denise went back to making friends with well vodka. I watched the walk-in because I could feel it watching me. That sounds dumb. It is dumb. But I have been in rooms with people who wanted me dead, and I know what it feels like to be the object of attention that has decided not to be kind. And the walk-in had borrowed that feeling for an hour. At 3:42 a.m., the freezer on the other side banged. Different beast. It seals harder, bites deeper, tells you the kind of cold that can move through plastic. We call it the coffin. The handle on that one is an afterthought from a time when lawyers had thicker teeth. The bang could have been frost, shifting. It could have been the guilt of a pizza. It could have been the thing that lives in the walk-in, reminding me there are other countries in this building. The back door opened and let in street. Not the sound of it. Street at 3 a.m. is immoral. Cold that you can taste because it sits in oil. Voices that belong to people who are very awake and people who are almost dead, and sometimes the same person. 2 men came in. Not cops, not anything you can report. Snow caps, beards that had started 2 days ago. Eyes that had chosen to be lots of things rather than one thing. Denise squared her shoulders because she has a sense for when men are going to be greedy without money. They asked for coffee. She poured. One said, "You got pie?" And we did. And he pointed. And she cut it. And Tino told me with his face to keep my hands near the things that can be hands. And we all resumed our jobs inside a movie that the building had decided to project on the calendar we call Wednesday. I did not go back into the walk-in again. I am not brave and I have no desire to audition for an anecdote on someone else's mouth. We got through it. We got through the turns. We got through the late cops and their eggs. We got through the couple who cried, and the man who thought paying counted only if I could see his cash. At 5 a.m., the truckers arrived with eyes like dogs. We didn't own, and asked for coffee as if coffee were a sacrament. I had earned the right to dispense. At 6 a.m., the morning cook came in and looked at the line like I had cheated. I surrendered the spatula the way you hand your child back to its other parent. When I got home, I smelled like grease and snow and my own adrenaline. I took a shower with water that felt like it had something to say about the night, and decided to say it directly to my scalp. I slept. I dreamed of being inside a box and someone tapping on the outside with the sound of their name. The walk-in doesn't get better. It doesn't get worse. It becomes personal. You learn its specific shame. You learn that if you prop it, it will wait until your hand is occupied, and then gently make its case for closure, like a friend asking you to go home. You learn to prop it harder. You learn to keep your shoulder in, to use your hip, to talk to it the way you talk to animals and old machines. You learn not to turn your back on that rear drape, because behind it is a seam that you swear with your whole body opens an inch wider when you call it a seam twice. You learn that sometimes the door opens by itself, and you see down the line of shelves as if the air itself wanted to check on the milk. You learn that sometimes, when you are half in and half out, and you decide to rest the weight of yourself on a thing you think is a fact, the door will change its mind about what it owes you. You learn that sometimes somebody's hand is on the other side at the exact wrong time, and your door and their hand make a deal, and you memorize the sound that kind of deal makes, because if you don't, you'll make it again by accident. You learn the stick isn't the worst part. The worst part is the feeling when you're inside and someone else is inside, and you don't know who that someone else is, and you don't want to. The worst part is that small movement, the box, the breath, the draped sigh, the frost writing in cursive on the coil. The worst part is the intelligence of cold. It knows what things do when they are afraid. It knows you will breathe faster and make more of it. It knows you will touch the metal and stick. It knows you will say a name, any name, and it will hold you to it. If you want rules, I have them, and I am generous tonight. 1. Prop the door. I don't care if you're just grabbing. Prop it with something that has shame. Milk crates can be bought. Find the old flour sack full of ladles that never learned their job. Wedge with your whole life. 2. Announce yourself. It makes you sound like a fool. Good. I'm in, you say. And you say it like a person who can afford to be heard. 3. Never turn your back to the rear drape. I don't need you to believe in anything. I need you to do this one assertion. Back out. Face it. Your spine is not brave. Don't make it. 4. If the push bar sticks, do not learn what your fingers feel like between a door and a fact. Call. Yell. Kick low. The seal is a liar. Your foot knows it. 5. If the frost writes, do not read it. There are languages that do not want your American. 6. Don't bring your phone in. It will become a mirror you didn't ask for. 7. Do not be the lone hero who says, I'll run in. Make pairs. People think buddy system is comedy. It is a treaty. 8. If the door opens by itself at 3 a.m., do not thank it out loud. You can thank it in your heart if you have one left. But do not teach the door that you have a mouth. It will ask for more. There was a kid who started with us a month after the night I got stuck. College kid with a good heart and the kind of fedora you forgive if you want to be the kind of person who gets forgiven one day. He worked dish. He had hands that wanted to be useful. I watched him go into the walk-in with the shoulders of a person who believes doors were invented to be graceful. I watched him brace the door with a bag of onions that had aspirations. I watched him come out happy in the dumb way I envy. Rami watched him too in some other way. And later, when we were alone at the dumpster, he said we should tell him. I nodded like a man who wants to be the good version of a father, and then didn't tell him. I am selfish. I wanted to keep the treaty intact. You say the thing out loud, it wants to be a story, and stories eat rules. Maybe that was the mistake. Maybe he would have been less brave if he had known. Maybe that would have been a kindness, but you can't live forever in an idea. He found his own rules. We all do. The last time the walk-in decided to speak to me directly, it was subtle, and I do not reward subtlety with more than this confession. I was inside. I turned my head to listen to the drape because something behind it had remembered that it existed. The light flickered, not died, not threatened, not gave me a paragraph on its feelings. Just flickered enough for my eyes to imagine seeing something other than metal and frost and shelves. I thought stupidly of the neon Sally. The wink, the tray, the way the cold catches your tongue when you laugh at the wrong time. I thought of how I was one person in a world that had arranged to feed people it cared about, and people it didn't, and how this room is why half the rest of the rooms can pretend to be a thing and not a mouth. I said as quietly as you can say a word and still have it be itself, no. The handle moved under my shoulder like an animal that had decided the rain was fine, and it will go outside after all. I backed out, facing the drape, like a dancer who hates choreography. The door closed against the wedge. It kissed the crate. The hum went on. The frost did not write my name. The day will come when I don't work there anymore. Maybe I'll save enough, or break enough, or your gods will align and I'll go. Someone else will stand at that grill and learn where the heat is. Someone else will hate the way the pancake batter clings to their good shirt. Someone else will say no to the walk-in because someone else told them to. If it's you, I want you to speak to the door once, at 2 a.m., when the night has announced itself as a person, and the bell is tired, and the dishwasher is on his phone, and the world has done what it usually does. Do not be polite. Do not be rude. Put your palm on the metal right next to the handle, on the outside where it has learned to love. Let the cold through the skin to your bones. Say, low and uncute, no. And then back away because you never turn your back on a thing that wants it. If you came here for the part where there's a face or a hand or a bang that writes a police report, you're in the wrong place. This is a kitchen. Our hauntings are small, frequent, and tidy. They make your knuckles go white for just long enough to make you a better cook or a worse person. They make you say no to a thing that will survive you and love you, and hum its song into the next set of hands and the next. They make you look at a door like it is an animal, and then teach you to behave accordingly. And they make you the kind of person who leaves a milk crate wherever you go, just in case. Midnight caller behind the glass behind the graveyard shifts make time misbehave. Past midnight, minutes get stringy, stretching thin between small tasks, then snapping back in a slap when something moves in the corner of your eye. The motel felt like a diorama after hours. A little world behind plexi lobby chairs arranged like props. The candy machine with its neat spiral cages, a brochure rack advertising caves and caverns, and a water park that had closed for the season. I stood in my square behind the bulletproof glass with the night register, the old landline, and a drawer of key cards, and tried not to think about what my face looked like in the reflection. Our front door never locked. That had been a fight with the owner once. My suggestion to throw the deadbolt after 2 a.m., his steady look and the phrase "this is hospitality" said with a smile like a blade. What we did have was the cashier window slide plexiglass, with a cutout like a bank installed after a night clerk. 2 towns away got a bottle swung at her head for not giving out a room key to a man who'd been banned. My kingdom was a cubicle, view to the parking lot on one side, view to the hallway of rooms on the other, and a buzzer that people pressed when they wanted the night clerk to come back from wherever the night clerk goes. When the lobby's empty. It was cold enough outside that the window glass had a breath to it. Every time a customer pushed the door, the air changed without changing temperature, a trick you get used to when you work around sliding panes of winter. On the desk, a cheap radio was tuned to country because the last guy liked country, and the owner said no streaming because the Wi-Fi we offered guests was already bad enough. The radio had a staticky edge that made voices sound like they were coming from down a hallway in someone else's house. I had just finished reprinting a receipt for a couple who wanted an itemized list for their company, when the lobby went very still. You don't notice the quiet until it has an outline. The TV in the breakfast area had muted itself on a timer. The big aquarium by the elevator did its slow bubble. Somewhere in the walls, the ice machine coughed and recovered. The phone rang. Not the desk phone. That one trilled in my left ear like a toy. This was the lobby courtesy phone, the white plastic one mounted on a pillar under a sign that said "Need help. Pick up." I turned, surprised by the sound coming from inside the room with me, and watched my own reflection lift an eyebrow before I realized I was looking at myself. The phone kept ringing, a patient domestic sound, like a kitchen in a sitcom. It had never rung before that night. Guests used it to call me by lifting the receiver and being connected to the switchboard by magic. I did not understand. It did not, to my knowledge, receive calls from anywhere. I stepped out of my cube into the lobby proper, because that's what the sound demanded. The air out there felt more public. The carpet ate my footsteps. I picked up the white phone. "Front desk," I said, "because there's a script and you don't throw it away without a reason." Silence. Then breathing. Then the smallest sound like a mouth parting. A woman's voice, low and flat, each word the same size as the last. "Don't hang up. He's in my room." I said the first useless thing. "What's your room number?" My heart had already started counting without me. It does when your body decides you've been called to something dangerous. She hesitated long enough that I could hear the air over the line, a hum like electrical equipment. "He's in my room," she said again, as if room number were a trick and she did not want to be tricked. "Please don't hang up." "Can you tell me what room you're in?" I asked more carefully. I could hear my trainer's voice in my head. "Keep people talking. Move the words toward facts without poking the fear too hard." "What floor are you on?" She said a number that didn't fit us. 50-something. We had 3 floors, and none of them went over 315. I looked at the little laminated map by the fire extinguisher that I did not need, because I had walked those halls 1,000 times. "Which hotel are you calling from?" I said, slow, because sometimes panic throws people into the wrong script. She went quiet. I heard something in the background. a low murmur that might have been a TV or wind or a machine. When she spoke, her voice had sand in it, like she had been whispering hard and needed to push sound through grit. He has a key. He didn't knock. I felt my shoulders go up and never come down. I started to say, "Ma'am, you may have the wrong number," and stopped because that was one of those phrases people say to make themselves feel neat. "Where are you?" I asked, breathing in to keep my own voice flat. "What city are you in?" "I think he's in the bathroom," she said, not to me but to herself, a thought arriving in her mouth out loud. "I can hear the tile, that sound." He went in there. "Do you have a lock on your door?" I asked. "Can you get to it?" My hand had moved without permission to the panic button under the desk, like the old stories about snakes and ladders and goats. We had a button wired to the sheriff's office dispatch installed by the owner after one of the bus tours full of elderly couples had a man stroke out at breakfast, and our call had to go via 6 different switches while he went blue. I pressed it because it was there, and because my body needed to do something that might mean. The button gave me nothing. No buzz, no click, no tiny red LED. The radio's soft static in the corner made the lobby feel more empty. "Stay with me," I said. "What's your name?" She did not answer that. "He had a key," she said again in the same tone, like a child narrating a memory to make it stay. "He didn't knock." The strange small anger you get when your job becomes something larger than you signed on for lit up behind my sternum. "I'm here," I said. "I'm not hanging up. Listen to me. If you can reach the door, lock yourself in the bathroom. If you're in the bathroom, barricade with what you can and call 911 on your cell." "Is that you?" she said suddenly, very soft. "Are you by the door?" "No," I said. "I'm at the front desk." I had the urge to look over my own shoulder as if my place in space might have shifted. My mind made a map of our bathrooms, the way the tiles clicked under a sole, the way the fan sang when it was on. The carpet under my feet felt like a mouth that had been asked not to speak. "I can see his feet," she whispered, and the sound of her breath made a small fog in my ear that matched the breath on the lobby glass in my peripheral vision. "I can see them. Don't hang up." "I won't," I said, and then, because my voice wanted something useful to climb onto, "Tell me something in your room. The color of your curtains, the painting on the wall." "A boat," she said without pause. "The painting is a boat that is not a boat. It is paint that thinks it's water. Please don't." The line went dead. I held the phone to my ear like an idiot who had not heard the tone we all know, and waited for it to become a different sound. The radio chose that moment to clear its throat and speak a burst of chatter from the night deputy in the county south of us, talking about a deer on the highway. The emergency button under the desk continued to be a button. I thought about the way the owner had once held it as if it were a relic, and how many times he had told the story of pressing it when an angry man had tried to come behind the glass, and how the deputies had arrived and how nothing had even happened because the man had left. It is hard to know if a miracle that happens without witness happened. I hung up and dialed 911 with my free hand and my own phone, because the desk phones route to a central line where you hit 0 and get the owner in bed and he sighs and you feel small. The dispatcher's voice was clean and businesslike in my ear. I told her what had happened before I could think that it might sound like a tale made for attention. "We just received a cutoff distress call," I said, words lining up like blocks. "Female. Said someone was in her room with a key, provided wrong floor number for our building, possibly misdialed into our lobby courtesy phone." "What's your address?" the dispatcher said. She did not call me hysterical, which was a kindness I would remember later. I gave it. "Do you have caller ID for the courtesy phone?" I did not. The courtesy phone was a relic from when the motel was new, and someone had chosen the font for the lettering on the bathroom towel cards. "Can you see any guests in distress?" she asked. "No," I said, looking out over the empty lobby like it would produce a figure to fulfill the shape of the story. But the call sounded. I stopped. "You cannot put the feeling of a woman saying he had a key into any category that will fit a form. I'll check for any active confusions on the line," she said. "Sometimes crossover happens on copper." "Copper," she said, like a charm against complicated wiring. "We'll also log a suspicious circumstance in your area, and a welfare check in the immediate vicinity." If the caller rings back, keep her on and get as many location details as you can. Stay on the line with me for a minute." I stood in my rectangle and felt the motel around me like a box that had been shaken. The hall to the first floor rooms stretched to my right, the blue runner dividing doors that looked alike except for the scuffs around the handles, and the occasional sticker peel that made a small island shape. In the parking lot, a semi idled patiently, gathering cold. Someone's balcony light on the second floor winked off and on, a motion sensor losing its mind over nothing. The courtesy phone did not ring again. My hand on the receiver felt suddenly loud. I could hear the sound of it against my skin. The radio coughed and said my name. My real one, not my unit. It was Mark, the other night clerk who sometimes traded with me when he wanted to go out on Thursdays. "You good?" he said. "I think someone just spam called my courtesy phone." "What did they say?" I asked too fast. "Screaming. Hello, hello." Sounded like a recording and then it wasn't. Gave me a room number that doesn't exist. Told me someone was in the room. Might be some bored kids. Might be a scam. His voice did the brave thing of men pretending not to be unsteady. "You get one?" "Yeah," I said, and heard my own voice open up on the last bit like it had been held too tight. She said he had a key. We sat with the line between us. Two men trying not to breathe too loud at each other because it would make whatever this was feel bigger. "Remember that thing with the phones crossing last summer?" Mark said, as if midway through a different conversation. "Storm took out the junction box by the freeway. People calling Domino's and getting City Hall." "That," he said, and let the giant read that hang like something you could hang your fear on. "The police did not arrive because nothing had happened at our address." The dispatcher checked back twice to ask about a callback, and when I said no, she said, "We have a separate report from a hotel. 2 exits north. Female called from a courtesy phone stating similar. Officers en route there." The world felt simultaneously smaller and larger, the same story repeating but not here. I thanked her like I was thanking someone for showing me a map of a place I did not have to walk. The night slowed again and got heavy as if something had leaned on it. I poured coffee and forgot to drink it. I checked the register because it is a thing to do. I flipped through the stack of keycard sleeves and counted them for no reason beyond the feeling of number holding me up. From time to time, the lobby glass showed me a reflection of myself that I did not feel like forgiving. In the breakfast room, the TV unmuted itself at 3 and played a local car dealer ad at low volume without dignity. At 3:30, a man came in asking for a room. He had the look of someone who had been awake for too long and had run out of places where it was okay to be awake. I quoted the rate and felt like I had moved into the role of polite obstructionist, a functionary in a novel about bureaucracy. He paid cash, which always made me sweat a little, and Lord help me if my brain did not want to ask to see his hands, and then pat his jacket for a key that was not mine to police. People can be frightening because they carry all their stories into your little square. He wrote his name on the registration card and smudged it with his thumb. "You got a gym?" he asked as if that were the thing that would make his night better. 6 to 10 a.m., I said. He sighed as if this were further woundedness inflicted by the world. I made him a key and pointed him toward his room. His shoes squeaked once on the lobby tile like a small animal making a last tweet. At 4, the door from the first floor hallway opened, and an older woman in a pink fleece came to ask for more decaf pods. Her hair was up in a way that said she was the kind of person who would never be fully undone in public. Even at 4 a.m., she smiled through the window while I slid the pods into the tray in the cutout. "Busy?" she asked in the tone of a person making little talk out of social duty. "Weird phone calls," I said before I could stop myself. She tilted her head. "People calling the courtesy phone," I added. "Possibly missed dials." "Oh," she said. "We had one of those at the hospital." One time the line crossed with a football scoreboard, and a woman in labor kept hearing the score every 3 minutes. She still tells the story. She laughed without much humor. Everything wants to be a story. When she had gone back to her room and the door had sealed the soft sound it makes over carpet, I stood at the lobby courtesy phone and did the thing you do when you have seen something you cannot fix. I picked it up and listened to the dial tone. It was a steady note of reassurance. I tried to tell, hiding from myself that I was trying to tell, whether it sounded like the dial tone from my own childhood kitchen. You think a sound will stay the same your whole life, and then one day you can't tell if it ever was. It rang again at 4:20. Same chime, same patient rhythm. I picked up and said front desk, and braced my mind against the idea of hearing her voice, which I had both feared and hoped for. There was a second of empty sound, then a whisper so quiet that I had to put a finger in my other ear like a fool to hear it better. "He has a key," the voice said, and my chest did the same stutter like a misfiring engine. "Please." "What's your room number?" I said. "What city are you in?" Silence. Then I can't see him now. The whisper came in bursts, like she had her hand over the mouthpiece, or was buried under something soft. He went still. "Can you lock yourself in?" I said, and then tried a different tack. "Can you drop something heavy? I need a sound I can tell dispatch. A fire alarm, anything." A small noise made it across the line. That might have been fabric moving. "If I pull the alarm, he'll be angry," she said. The way she said angry made the word larger without being louder. "Do you have a cell phone?" I asked. "Call 911 on that and give them your location. Stay on the line with me too." "I can't move," she whispered. "He'll hear. Please." The line filled with a hush that felt like fear held in a mouth. Then, faintly and too close to the mic, a breath that wasn't hers. The hairs on my forearms rose. "He's there," she whispered so soft I barely caught it. "He's right by the call cut. I stood very still and listened to the building talk the ice machine again, the heater in the wall between the lobby and the manager's office, making that cricket sound that used to be comforting. I called 911 again and repeated myself, a person who had become a sentence. The dispatcher said, "Calm. We've got multiple similar calls across the county. If you get a number, anything, give it. If your building is secure, stay put." After the second cutoff, something in my brain stopped hauling the same cart of panic back and forth and sat down. If there were multiple calls, if 2 other hotels were getting them, the geometry of it changed. It stopped being a single person in a single room and became a glitch in the dark we were all walking through. The helplessness didn't vanish, but it got edges. I wrote the words "he has a key" on a sticky note and stuck it to the landline base, because I needed to see them outside my head, as if my brain might forget and try to replace them with something tidier. The cardboard sleeve of my coffee cup had left a wet ring on the desk calendar around the day like a little halo. The calendar picture for the month was a canyon somewhere I had never been, which felt like a joke. There are tricks. People who work nights use to keep themselves from going feral. Some count the number of cars in the lot every hour. Some plan breakfast they won't cook. Some imagine all the rooms full of their sleeping or not sleeping people, and send a little silent beam of goodwill to each door like it means something. I walked the first floor hall once with my master key in my pocket, not to check anything, just to remind my body that the world had dimensions beyond the lobby. The carpet pattern was a repeating leaf, whose stem went in different directions on different tiles, and following it made my eyes feel like I was walking uphill and downhill at once. At 5:15, a sheriff's car rolled slow through the lot and paused by the entrance. The deputy on the passenger side lifted a hand. I pushed the door open and leaned out because the plexi made people feel like you were in a terrarium. "You the one with the courtesy calls?" he asked, and I said yes. He told me they'd been happening in a line along the interstate. Probably some switching issue. Probably some bored worm under a telecom company's floor chewing at cables. He smiled like that was the shape he would give the situation, until someone offered him a better one. "If you get a number," he said, "we can chase it. Without that, it's ghosts in the wires." It didn't sound like nothing, I said, hearing the pleading in my own voice, and hating it a little. "No," he said, and the way he said it made me feel less soft. It never does. He asked if I wanted him to walk the halls. I said yes, even though I knew the act would be theater. He did. Slow, hand resting near but not on the weapon he wore, because men at his job always have to do both, be visible, be ready. He came back and said, like a line in a play but not unkind, "Looks good." When they drove away, the taillights made 2 red coins on the wet pavement. In the mirror, the courtesy phone looked like a toy. The woman did not call again. Other calls came. The wake-up request for 5:30 that I logged, but the couple slept through. the trucker looking for a ground floor room to avoid the stairs, a man looking for a friend who might have checked in but hadn't. Each voice sounded like an instrument in a different key. Each time the courtesy phone stayed quiet, I felt a small relief that I told myself was selfish, then told myself I was allowed. Dawn found the motel surprised to be alive. That is the way it feels after certain nights. The world reassembles itself in a way that makes you forgive it for having been dark. The aquarium fish woke and made their small purposeful laps. A woman in scrubs with her hair down came for coffee and smiled at me, and I wanted to say, "You would not believe the night." And also, of course you would, because everyone is carrying one. The owner came in just before 6 to count the drawer because he likes to count things early. He took in the sticky note on the phone, and the way my shoulders had sewn themselves up, and said, "You look wrecked," in a tone too cheerful to be empathy. I told him about the calls. He said phones are a mess in this town, and told me for the 50th time about the storm that had blown out all his lines in 2009. We held the fort. He said we put up a sign, "Come in, we're open." I gave out keys by hand. We survived. It is hard to dislike a man like that, even when you want to. I went home, and because the brain is a bad roommate, it made me picture a woman in a dark room somewhere, listening for tile noises that are not tile noises. I pictured a door opening to someone with a key, and wondered whether the smallest courtesy knocking was the line between harm and not. My front door, when I closed it behind me, sounded clean and honest. I locked the deadbolt and the chain, and the little latch I had installed myself that the landlord had told me not to bother with. I leaned my head against the wood, and listened to my building be itself. I slept for 4 hours and woke with my heart already going like I had been running in whatever dream I'd been dreaming. The phone had not rung beside my bed. A text from Mark blinked. "Anyone call you back?" I wrote no, then added, "You?" He wrote nothing. Then, "Dude, I keep hearing the lobby phone in my head." I sent back a picture of my coffee mug to make a small joke of being alive. 2 nights later, the courtesy phone rang again. I had time to think. It's going to be a prank, because that's the bargain my brain had made with my fear. Call it silly or you'll never pick up. "Front desk," I said, and a different voice came. A man's tight with tears, the way grown men sound when they've had to take a dog to the vet. "I'm sorry," he said, and the apology brought me up short. "I'm sorry," he said again. "They told me to call if anything happened." His voice was unfamiliar and exactly like all of us. "They came in my parents' room," he said, and then, "Is this, do you know my mom?" "I don't think this is. I'm sorry." "You have the wrong." I began automatically, and then stopped because wrong is a kind of cruelty when someone is drowning. "What city are you in?" I asked. The radio made a small sound at my shoulder like someone stepping on dry leaves. He told me the city. It was 80 miles away. I told him he had the wrong number and gave him the right one for his town's police, as I could find it on my phone while he breathed and said okay, and thank you, and I'm sorry again. When I hung up, I felt shaky and inadequate, which is the honest truth after you become a small node in someone else's night. It never resolved. Not the way stories on TV do. No sweeping arrest. No press conference where a map lit up with pins connecting the glitch. The courtesy phone stopped being a haunted thing and returned to being an object. 2 months later, the owner replaced it with a newer model that had bigger buttons and a slicker sound, and no dial tone because it was digital. He spent 3 hours on the phone with tech support and then announced that it was better, louder, clearer, and more secure, as if we had been in danger before from a piece of plastic. Sometimes if I walk into an empty lobby anywhere, the dentist, the bank, a hotel that isn't ours, and see a lonely courtesy phone on a wall, my hand wants to pick it up and put it to my ear, not because I think someone will be there, but because I want to hear whether the dial tone sounds like home. It is a small private superstition. I do it rarely. When I do, I hear the steady note and think of a woman whispering he has a key into a quiet that did not help her. I think of the way the line stitched a handful of buildings together for a night, and then unstitched them. You could make a category out of it if you wanted to. The kind of horror that comes down a wire. You could make a lesson, keep your systems updated, label your phones, trace your calls. You could also make a story bigger than it was, and I try not to. All I know is that in the dead hour, when the aquarium bubbles sound like a song you used to love, the lobby glass gives you back your face, and your job is to answer when something asks you to. Most of the time, what asks is simple: towels, wake-ups, directions to the freeway. Sometimes it is someone else's night, reaching across the dark to touch you with a fingertip that feels like a key. The knock came from inside. Night shifts at an urgent care clinic are stitched together from small mercies and loud mistakes. You count blessings in working IV pumps and printers that do not jam. You count time and triage numbers and vital signs. When the doors slide open at 2 a.m., the air that comes in carries whatever the town has been doing to itself: beer and diesel, fryer grease and snow. We saw everything short of surgery. We sent true catastrophes down the road to the hospital, and dealt with the rest: the feverish, the stitched, the swollen, the bitten, the anxious. If you want to know a place, work its midnight medicine. I had been on the night charge for a month. Our crew was lean. Me, one other nurse, an NP who preferred crossword puzzles to small talk, and a tech who could insert an IV in a moving car if you asked. The waiting room had 6 chairs and a TV that cycled through pharmaceutical ads like lullabies. The staff hallway bent in a dogleg to radiology, where the X-ray machine slept like a dragon under a blanket of lead. The building had a single back door to the loading area and a code lock that beeped like a smoke alarm with a cold. The lobby doors were automatic and unkind. They let winter reach in and touch your ankles. We had our regulars. The old man who came when he ran out of gabapentin, eyes apologetic. The bartender who had cut the pad of his thumb for the 3rd time opening limes. A teenage boy who had swallowed a half-broken crown at his girlfriend's house and needed proof for his mother that he had not made it up. And people you only saw once for strange reasons, that stuck the way songs do. A woman who had come in at 1 a.m. because she felt like bees were under her skin. A line cook with a burn the shape of an angel wing on his forearm. A kid who had tried to pierce her own navel and evacuated when she saw blood. The first snow of the season had come in that night. The way reputation comes to a person, slowly, then all at once. The parking lot had become a sugar field, unplowed. The night had a blanket over it. The air in the lobby was clean and cold. The TV voice sounded far away, as if it had to cross a river. After midnight, a man came in holding a dish towel to his head. Blood had dried in a crescent by his hairline. Fell on ice, he said, embarrassed. And I said, "You and half the county," and he grinned. One of those honest grins men have when they are not as hurt as they could be, and feel lucky. By 1:30 a.m., we were down to a woman with a cough, a kid with a sprain, and a man who had come for a UTI and was sitting sideways in his chair like it was a horse. The NP was behind door 3, the only one with the good rolling stool. My coworker was on laundry duty because there is always laundry, and my tech was in the supply closet reorganizing the gauze, in a way that made sense only to him. I was at the triage desk doing the quiet math of staffing and imagining hot food. The clock on the wall read 1:41 in that digital font that always looks a little too crisp for real life. The lobby door slid open with the sigh of a tired person trying to be polite. He came in with the shape of a man who had had 1 drink too many and 1 fight too few. Early 30s, short beard, cap pulled low, the kind of face you do not remember until you have to. He held his keys like you hold a coin when you need to feel the edge. "Hey," he said, "you open?" The question always came like that, as if opening hours were a favor. "Come on in," I said, because there is a script, and sometimes scripts save you. I handed him the clipboard because the owner insisted on clipboards even though the tablets had finally been approved. He took it, did not look at it, looked at the chairs like he was measuring them for a story he would tell later. He said, "How long is the wait?" "2 ahead of you," I said. 15, 20 minutes. He nodded and then did not move to sit, which is the moment when your mind starts carrying 2 maps. The one where this is a patient, and the one where it is something else wearing a patient's clothes. He glanced toward the door again, and the momentary rush of cold air that came in after him, something like a second shadow crossed behind his boots. Not a person, wind. A moving reflection from a car's headlights on the snow. I told my neck, do not bristle yet. He went to the chairs, the ones arranged to let people watch one another try not to be annoying, and sat with his knees out like an apology you do not mean. He filled out exactly 2 lines on the form, and then put the clipboard beside him instead of bringing it back. The TV made a cheerful noise about plaque psoriasis. He looked at the TV and then passed it the way you look when you are thinking about what you want to punch. The bell on the triage door chimed as my tech came out with a box of IV start kits. Snow is coming down, like he said, and then cut himself off because he saw my face, the way my face goes when it is naming something in advance. He set the box down a little too carefully and gave me the small nod that means I am here, the way men say to each other, if you step, I will step. The man in the chair waved at me with 2 fingers as if I were across a room at a party. Bathroom? He asked. I nodded to the single-use bathroom off the lobby. Back there, I said, left. He stood in a way that collapsed, and then reassembled his weight. The bathroom door shut. I heard the deadbolt click. A normal sound. A small sound. We are trained to count small sounds until they tell us a story. Water ran. The hand dryer whirred. The deadbolt clicked again. He came out with his hat tucked under his arm, hair flattened in a shape that did not belong to any particular region of the scalp. He smiled, a shape unpracticed. Then he walked, not back to his chair, but to the sliding front doors as if to check that the snow outside was still the snow he had left there. They parted for him and he put his shoulder in the gap, letting more winter in. He looked around the empty lot as if counting spaces. He looked at the sky like a man looks to see if rain is conspiring. He stepped back in. The door's side closed. He turned, and in the turn his shoulder hit the little trolley we keep with masks and hand sanitizer like it was on a hinge. It wobbled, and then righted like an animal. Startled, he laughed, and the laugh came out of his nose like a cough. I put on my customer voice like a sweater. We will be with you soon, I said. You can bring the clipboard back up if you are done. He looked at the empty lines, as if they were insulting him. What does it matter, he said. You are going to ask me all this, right? We will, I said. It helps us keep things straight. He sauntered the 2 steps to the desk and put the clipboard down harder than necessary. His knuckles were scraped in a neat pattern across both hands. Not uncommon for winter. People trip and catch themselves on salt-burned concrete. He looked at my badge, at my face, at the opening between the low wall and the check-in door. The way you look at a fence to see whether it is high enough to climb. You got any cops in here, he asked. Not at the moment, I said, because you do not put a uniform between some men and their plans unless you have to. Is there someone you want us to call? He smiled without the top of his face. Nah, he said. Just curious. He went back to his chair and sat with his foot out just enough to be a tripping hazard if you were not watching. I watched. The TV talked about a medicine whose side effects included the thing it was meant to treat. The cough woman coughed like a flat tire. The sprained kid looked at his phone the way teenagers look at their futures. When it was his turn, I called his name from the clipboard, the way you call a dog in someone else's yard. He came to the sliding door that separates public from clinical, and waited for me to buzz him in. He looked straight up at the camera in the corner, and smirked like it was taking a portrait. The door sighed. He came past me and his shoulder brushed the frame, and I felt that brush 3 hours later, the way you remember where you got stung. In triage, everything is measurement told in polite. What brings you in? I asked. His eyes tracked the blood pressure cuff, then my hand on the pen, then the door, then my face again. Cut my head, he said, which was not true. I could see no fresh laceration, only old. Fell. People say fell like a warding spell. Any loss of consciousness, I asked. He was watching me ask, not listening to what. He tilted his head to show he had heard the shape but not the content. Any nausea? I tried and he said no. He had the voice men sometimes have when they need you to believe they are fine. Any other injuries? He sat a fraction too still. He said no. The blood pressure cuff inflated, and the Velcro crackled. He watched the numbers on the monitor with a concentration that was wrong-sized for the moment. as if the screen might betray a secret. I popped my anxiety into one of its pre-labeled drawers. Is he waiting for someone to arrive who is not here? My hand wrote on the clipboard, calm as a librarian. "We will get you back to a room," I said. "The NP will take a look." My tech came to walk him to door 4. He moved with reluctant grace, the way men move when they are thinking about how their body exists in space near other bodies. He went in. The door shut. I allowed myself 2 breaths with my eyes closed, which is sometimes all your job gives you. The first knock came 3 minutes later from inside door 4. Door 4 is a standard exam room. Bed, rolling stool, 2 chairs, a sink, a cabinet with tongue depressors, and 3 sizes of gloves, a sharps container, a faint whiff of disinfectant that lives without you. The knock was not a call to be let out. The door opens from inside. It was the knock of a person letting the world know they were there. My tech looked up. He is young enough still to have curiosity without fear. "Did you lock somebody in?" he joked. "The NP is with door 3. I said. "He is alone." The knock came again. Polite, measured, the way you knock at a stranger's home when you do not want to be rude. It came once, twice, then a pause, then 3 quick, like a child's game. My tech looked at me. "He knows it is not a waiting room," he said. I went to door 4 and opened it. He had not moved. He sat on the exam chair like a statue sits, hands on thighs, eyes on the patterned privacy curtain as if it had told him a secret. "Hey," I said, as if we were mid-conversation. "Someone will be right in." He blinked and then smiled with his mouth only. "Heard a sound," he said. "Thought it was the door." "What sound?" I asked, because curiosity is cheaper than calling the sheriff. He tilted his head toward the cabinet. "Knocking," he said, "from in there." I wanted to say, that is not how cabinets behave. Instead I said, "Pipes," and made the universal gesture for buildings. Hands open. Shrug. He looked at my hands like they were a trick. He reached out quick and not quick, and tapped the cabinet with his index finger. He knocked. Once. Twice. 3 times. Silence answered. He grinned, small and inward like a boy who had found a rock in a river and knew it would have a beetle under it. "Huh," he said. "The NP will be right in," I repeated. He watched me go like I was a TV he could turn up with his mind. Back at the desk, my coworker raised her eyebrows and mouthed okay. In the universal triage face that says, "Are we comfortable with him behind a door?" I made the sign for so-so with my hand. She nodded like a woman in a choir, who knows what she has to sing, even if she does not like the notes. The second knock came from the wall between 4 and 5. It had depth in it. It was not cabinet-like, it had knuckles. It traveled along the drywall like a finger under a blanket. 1. Pause. 1. 1. 1. 2. My tech looked up, eyes bright. "That is not pipes," he said. "Radiator," I lied. "We do not have radiators," he said, which is a thing you should never let your staff say to your lies. The NP came out of door 3 and looked like a woman roused from a pleasant thought. "What is this?" she said. "Door 4 is creative," I said. She sighed, the sigh of a person who has been creative herself and lived to regret it, and went in. I watched the monitor that shows whether a room is occupied. Nothing changed, because that kind of information is unrelated to the knock you hear under your jaw. The knock continued, patient, like a teacher with no class waiting at a chalkboard. At urgent care, you learn to separate yourselves. One self smiles and dispenses forms. One self watches for posture and tells. One self lives under the floor and feels vibrations. That self, the one that had saved me from the wrong elevator at the hospital, from the man with the hoodie in the parking lot who stood between me and my car, and the building, that self was wide awake. It thought in long words. It said, "This is bad." It said, "Changing the geometry is better than changing the person." So I changed the geometry. I went and stood in the doorway of 4 with my shoulder against it, so it would not swing inward. The NP sat on the chair with her tablet. He sat on the exam bed with his hands in his lap like he had been told to. The 2 chairs were at human angles. The sharps container was at hand. The sink dripped once like a polite throat clear. The knock came again, from inside the cabinet this time, 3 short, then 2 long, then a pause, as if whatever was making it had learned the room. He did not look at the cabinet. He looked at the NP the way a person looks at a teacher who is deciding their grade. He said, "Quiet, hear that," without looking away from him. The NP said, "Buildings make noise in the tone of someone telling you the weather will break eventually. Do you have a headache, nausea, vomiting?" He smiled. "Nah," he said, "just a little dizzy." "Any neck pain?" He moved his head side to side to show off the absence. The knock knocked. The NP went on, and her voice made the room feel more normal. I thought, I am the hinge. If I leave, something will swing. So I stayed. We have panic buttons under the counters and in 2 of the rooms and in triage that go to a security company who phones dispatch, who phones the deputy who is closest. If you press them, a man will call and ask if you are okay, in a voice that will sound like a man you used to know, and you will want to tell him you are not, and he will ask you to repeat the address, because that is how the form is built. I did not press the button. I watched the man's hands, because hands are the first levers. They lay quiet, like animals pretending to sleep. The NP examined him with her hands turning into instruments. Pupils equal, round, reactive, no obvious deformity. Oriented to person, place, time, event, mostly. He made a joke about how he never knew what month it was, and laughed too long at his own proof. The knock kept time. The NP said we would get him a room to observe for a while and see if his dizziness meant anything, and I thought, I will not put this man behind a door I am not the other side of. In the hallway, the woman with the cough coughed, and then apologized to no one. The sprain kid's mother asked my coworker for a bandage for her mind, which my coworker interpreted rightly as a tissue. My bandage drawer is full of things that heal nothing. I want sometimes to stock it with sentences. "Let us move you to 5, I said to him when the NP left. "Bigger room." He stood and his body made the click sound. Men's bodies make when the message from their mind to their knees says, "Do not try anything. You have not decided. Do not I get 4. He said as if he had seen a seating chart. 5 is warmer, I said, lying without shame because a lie that moves a person in a building is not always a sin. He shrugged with just his arms and let me lead him into the next room, where the knock had gone silent. The way mice stop when you walk into the kitchen. The way people stop when you call out hello in an empty church. He sat. I said, "Water," he said, "No," then looked at the sink like he was asking it. I left the door open. In the staff hall, my tech said, "Tell me I am not hearing the thing I am hearing." I said, "You are," because sometimes telling the truth is the spell that keeps you from the other thing. We stood. The knock came again. This time it started in door 4, traveled to door 5, and then went up the wall to the ceiling like a sound mole. We looked up. The ceiling tiles were the commercial kind you can push with your finger and leave a dent that looks like a memory of a touch. "I am calling dispatch," my coworker said, not waiting for me to be in charge. And I loved her in that moment, as a colleague you would follow across a river. She reached under the counter and pressed the button with a little dramatic flourish like she was tapping the butt of a knife to a cutting board to get everyone's attention. The light on the panel flickered red. The phone on the wall rang. The man on the line asked the question with his script in his mouth. "Do you need police, fire, medical?" "Police," I said. "And if fire is bored, a ladder." "What is the nature of your emergency?" he asked. And I said the knock is coming from inside the walls. Because if I had said a man is about to become a bad story, it would have been poetry, not reportable. The deputies rolled in quiet 10 minutes later. Because snow, 2 of them, one young, one my age, they wore the faces of men, called to a thing they do not understand yet, and would prefer to. The young one said, "You got mice," and the older one said, "Show me." And I took them into the staff hall and stood under the seam between 4 and 5. And listened with them, and then the knock knocked, and the older one's face did a little chisel chip near the eye that said, "Okay." He rapped the wall with his knuckle. "Men do this, then put his ear to the seam. You got an attic?" he asked. A crawl. Not above here, I said. Just tile. HVAC runs down the center. He nodded. His radio whispered names. He knocked back. 1, 2, 3. The wall was polite. It did not answer. Indoor 5, the man sat with his hands still like they were animals asleep. The older deputy leaned into the room and said a thing trained men say. "Everything all right in here, sir?" The man smiled a small smile like a gentleman at a duel. "Fine," he said, "just dizzy." The deputy nodded. He did not step in. The man's eyes flicked to the deputy's hand, to his belt, to the door, to me. He filed our shapes. The older deputy stepped back into the hallway, and we stood 3 adults listening to a sound we could not explain in a building that apparently had no appetite for clear action. The younger one said, "I can go up on the roof," and the older one said, "And look at snow." And the younger one laughed at himself. The NP, who had no patience for other departments unless they were anesthesiology, said, "We are moving him out." And I said, "We cannot send him to the hospital for a concussion that is not a concussion." And she said, "I meant into the lobby," and I said, "Yes." You are not supposed to do that. Park a patient where everyone can see them as a solution to a feeling. But sometimes the feeling is the fact. We put him in chair 1, under the TV, and handed him a cup of water and a magazine like an offering, and he took both and placed them carefully on the side table and looked at the front door. The way I had looked at the ceiling. The woman with the cough coughed less. The kid with the sprain went to X-ray. The knock slowed the way a song slows when the band is tired. At 2:39 a.m., the waiting room phone rang. It is a courtesy phone for the deaf and for people whose cell batteries have died. It had not rung in the year I had been there. I picked it up because that is what I do, because my job is a series of taking up, setting down, picking up, putting down, while the world knocks and smiles and bleeds. "Urgent care," I said. A woman's voice came tinny, as if the line had been underwater. "Do not open it," she said. "Open what?" I asked, because there are so many doors in a night. "The door," she said. "Do not open the door when they knock. They can hear you breathing." "Who is this?" I asked. Like that might fall into place a puzzle that was not a puzzle. "Do you need help?" "My sister," she said, and then paused as if she had stepped on a rock in a stream and had to choose which foot went first. "She told me to call if—" The line cut. The dead air was a living thing. I looked at the man in chair 1, and he was looking at me the way a person looks at a mirror they have decided to break later. The older deputy said I will sit, and sat in a chair where he could see the man and the door and me. The younger one walked the perimeter, not performing, just being a body that says someone heard you. The NP went back to her crossword because control is an affection. My tech found another box to organize because his kind of attention is a lifesaver. At 3:05 a.m., the knock came one more time, once, from the inside of the lobby wall by the courtesy phone like a knuckle on a door. 1. Pause. 1. 2. The man's head turned toward it with the speed of a dog hearing keys. The older deputy stood without meaning to. The door slid open without anyone stepping on the mat because the sensor thought the snow was a person. Cold came into the room like news. In the wash of it, sleep left the man. You can see this happen. The way a person's shoulders make a decision. He stood. The older deputy moved to stand in the way, patterned by training, not to block but to occlude. They both smiled. The smile men smile when they are pretending not to be wolves. The man pointed at the snow like it was his alibi. "Slippery," he said. "You guys be careful." "Sit," the older deputy said, and it was not a request. The man sat, still smiling. My face felt old with the amount of calm I was wearing. We discharged the cough, splinted the sprain, refilled the gabapentin with a lecture the old man listened to like a song he had heard. The man in chair 1 became tired of being a statue and said he felt better and would be going. The NP said, "You can come back if you get dizzy again," and the older deputy handed him a card with his name and an ink smear on it like a thumbprint, instead of a signature. The man took it and put it in his pocket like a stone. He walked to the door, and the door opened and he stepped into the snow, and the snow went up to the level of his bootlaces and you could believe in the world again. After he left, The building did the thing buildings do when tension leaves. They make it clear they had been holding their breath. The knock did not come back. The younger deputy went to check the back door, because doing a thing is where their skill lives. The older one ran a hand over his jaw and said to no one in particular, "We will swing past the motel next door," as if the world were a small set of rooms that needed checking. At 3:50 a.m., the courtesy phone rang again. I picked up, a man's voice this time, each word a careful block. "He is knocking on doors," he said. "My door? He is asking for a bandage. He is telling me he fell." The line was too clean. It said he was closer than before. I asked where. He told me. The older deputy was already moving. When they left, I stood at the triage desk and did what I always do when a story has passed through my hands and gone. I wiped the counters. I aligned the pens. I closed the cabinet doors firmly, and then popped one open again, just to see the soft give of the hinge. I knocked on it once, twice, and the sound came back to me honest as wood. The courtesy phone hung on its hook like a thing from a different century. I wanted to put my ear to the wall like a child and listen. Not for mice, not for pipes, but for the heartbeat of the building that keeps nights like this stitched to the next day. The deputies came back at 4:20 a.m. with snow on their shoulders, and a story that was both less and more than I wanted. They had found him 3 buildings over at a long-term stay place, where the doors open to the parking lot and people keep grills under the stairwells, in ways the fire marshal hates. He had been knocking, then sitting, then knocking, and when they came he smiled at them like men do when they think a smile is a passport. They had asked for his name and he had given them 3 and they had picked one and handed it to him. He had no warrants, he had a face. They told him to go home, not because that was a legally satisfying outcome, but because sometimes the only way to move a night forward is to send someone away and hope the geometry changes where you are not. Did he fall? I asked reflexively, because my brain loves Factor 8 even when it is a thin blanket. He will fall, the older deputy said, as if prediction might settle something. Dawn came in the usual way. The snow turned from blue to gray to the color of the world. The waiting room filled with people who had slipped on their walks, shoveling what they had cursed all night. The NP went home and slept the sleep of crossword winners. My tech went to the Waffle House for a plate he would talk about all week. I stood on the sidewalk out back where the smokers go and listened to the HVAC hum like an organ. The wall by door 4 looked like a wall. The cabinet I had been willing to believe in as a normal thing was still a rectangle of laminate pretending to be wood. A fresh set of scrubs hung on the back of door hook in a way that made me think of a person waiting to be hung up. At home in my apartment above a dentist's office, the radiator banged like it was angry at its own heating. The sound is an old city sound. People who did not grow up with it think it is ghosts. People who did think it is ghosts too, and love it. In my shower, the pipe thunked once in the wall and then went quiet. I thought of the knock. I thought of the man smiling because he believed his face could undo whatever came after. I thought of the courtesy phone, which I had passed 10,000 times without loving, becoming a thing that could warn. If you want a lesson, here it is. Change the geometry. When the knock comes, put light between you and it. Put bodies, put distance, put cops, put chairs, put time. Do not be proud. You cannot ever make a building stop making its own noises, and you cannot make a man stop being the kind of man he arrives ready to be by using your inside voice. What you can do is make it harder for him to be at where you are. Sometimes I pass the urgent care on my day off, and look at the wall between rooms 4 and 5, and think about how sound travels better through certain materials, and how fear travels through the rest, and how in a small county in winter, the roads all circle the same handful of buildings and the same handful of men. Sometimes, when I am in my kitchen and my fridge makes the little chirp it makes at 3 a.m., I knock back on the countertop, not because I think anything will answer, but because I like the sound of my own knuckles reminding me I am here. Food courts are the last places to go quiet. Even after closing, the smell hangs around like memory. Fryer oil, sweet dough, onion, the varnish of 1,000 trays. At 2 in the morning, the skylight over ours made a pale square of winter sky. The last pooled light in a building that had gone into its night shape. The chairs sat belly up on the tables like animals asleep in a field. I stood in the center of it, eating a sandwich because that's where the security lights reach without the flashlight, and a man likes to see more than the circle he makes. We were 5 on nights when everyone showed, 4 when someone went off sick and we made do. No guns, no batons. The company gave us a can of pepper spray each, and told us to use our size, our voices, and our radios if we got into anything that looked like work. Most nights were walking. You walked the concourses until your feet forgot what they were on. You checked the doors that had been checked. You kept count of the faces in the posters and the reflections in the glass. What you did really was hold the empty so it didn't go to seed. The radio on my shoulder smelled faintly of someone else's smoke. You get the kit you get. I pressed the button and set a nothing check, to hear the little quiet click that told me it was alive. The red pinprick glowed. A voice came back, all good, it's nothing, and then it's everything when it's not there. The sound came while I was chewing, a small scrape under the hum the building makes when it sleeps. There's a noise for the air handlers, a noise for the refrigerated display cases, a noise for the escalators when they're sitting still thinking about stairs. This was none of those. It came up thin from the corridor that leads off the food court to the restrooms and the loading dock behind them. The scrape had a voice in it, a metal voice, the difference between a chair being dragged and a blade being persuaded across tile. It stopped. It started again a measure later, as if someone had taken a breath. I put the sandwich on the table and hit the radio again, not even aware that I had stood up. 1, 3 to base, I said. Possible activity by food court restrooms. Nothing. The red pinprick blinked at me and did not answer. I pressed again. 1-3. Anyone copy? The words sounded like a script I was misreading, an actor in the wrong play. Silence is an answer if you listen to it long enough. The radio hadn't made that little end of transmission sigh you get used to without knowing you're used to it. It lay on my collarbone like it had died there. I breathed once and looked at the corridor and told my legs we were going. The floor lights in that hall were set on a timer, a path laid to make cost choices and safety choices at the same time. Every second fixture was dead to save power. The live ones puddled a staggered light, bright dark, bright dark, bright dark, bright dark, all the way to the back wall. Left for women, right for men. The dull metal sound came from the left. I lifted my flashlight and thought how funny it is that you can feel like you're pointing a knife the wrong way. "Hey," I said before I opened the door. "Who's in there?" My voice sounded like someone I'd heard once, and then forgot. The noise stopped with a sharpness that told me I'd been right. It had been made by a hand, a choice, not some mechanical thing that had come loose. I opened the door a crack. The women's restroom smelled like disinfectant, and a floral idea that never smelled like anything that had lived. The flashlight sent a cone across the tiles and over the row of stalls. Every door was open, toilet paper still in its neat triangles, nothing that could make the sound unless something had walked in and walked out, and I had somehow missed it. People tell you some version of trust your gut, as if your gut wasn't just an organ that wants to keep you alive enough to reproduce. My gut said shut the door. My brain said open it wider because once you've made your mind up to look, not looking will eat you later. I pushed the door wide with my foot and stepped in. Light moving over white halves, porcelain, a sanitary bin with a warning sticker nobody reads. "Anyone in here?" I said again, for the record, for hearing my own voice in the space. It was a trick of it. The room made its own small breath, the sound of the vents. The tiny high-note fluorescent tubes sometimes sing when no one sees them. I moved down the row, sweeping light left and right, wide and then narrow. The arc a practice thing. The stalls were empty. The way empty can be full of every version of what you think could happen, if they weren't. The scrape came again. Not in the room, behind me, not far. I closed the door to keep air, and thought in the space where I stood, and the hinge gave a long mouse scream, that little rusty note that makes even strong men sound like they're moving wrong. The world narrowed to the door, and the sound and my fist on the radio that had become a toy. The way I remember it, the handle was cold when I let go of it. The metal made my palm feel like I'd grabbed a coin out of a fountain. I reached for the button, and my thumb found the hole where the rubber had worn through over the years. A little white cut. 1-3 to base, I said, aware that I was breathing too shallow. I need, and the radio ate the rest. You say the line and you become it. That's the danger in uniforms and scripts. The sound behind me wasn't a scrape anymore. It was breathing. It was not my breathing. There was a quality to it, a low saw that cut through the rest of the air. Men breathe differently when they're carrying weight or hiding. There's a listen in it, a watch, an animal thing disguised. I turned and the door I'd just closed moved back in an inch, just a polite inch, because someone on the other side had started to open it as I was finishing the close. The light went wide on the tile, and then narrow on the steel of the hinge, and then up into a shape that was only neck and jaw, and mouth, because I had been too slow. He was tall. I am tall. 6'7", and in that moment I realized how that sounds when you're telling it. How all of us like to think of ourselves as bigger than anything we'll meet. This man was as big as me, or bigger. His head was a wedge of weathered skin and hair gone to gray, just enough to show at the hairline. He had eyes, of course, but in the way I remember it, he was all mouth, a smile that didn't belong in a restroom. Not a smirk, not a grin you can laugh about later, a guilty smile. The kind you make when you're a boy and you've stolen a cookie and your mom catches you and part of you is proud. He had one hand on the door where my hand had been. He lifted his other hand slow and put a finger to his lips, theatrical, as if to say shh to a baby, to a pet, to himself. Then he pulled the door wide with a speed that didn't fit the quiet and ran. People don't run like in movies when they are going to do you harm. They run like they've just remembered who they are. He moved in a way that made him larger in the space because he filled it with his mind. He had a small metal box in his hand, the kind of lockable case you get for petty cash or pill samples, and it flashed in the circle of my flashlight like an eye by the time I cleared the door and hit the corridor. All I had of him were the echoes and the light stepping away in a pattern my ears had known all my life. Heavy, then lighter at the end of the stride. A man with long legs choosing the quiet whenever he could. When shock isn't anything you've trained for, it tastes like metal. My tongue went thick with it. I said into the radio, 1-3, assistance now. It made the hollow sound, a speaker without a line. I felt like I had woken in someone else's dream and been told to get out. The policy says you don't pursue alone. That word policy feels both heavy and thin, like the lamination on a debit card. I went as far as the end of the corridor and let the flashlight find the corner he'd cut. The light hit nothing. The silence was as complete as the scrape had not been. He was gone the way a trick in a card game is gone. Not out of the world, just from under your hand. The building had swallowed him because the building is made to swallow. The concourses branch and end in dead zones, and the back of house doors line up like guesses. Staff only, maintenance, mechanical, no exit. There are stairwells that cross other stairwells at right angles, and blind landings where you feel like something has put a finger on your chest and told you to stop. At night, it is a map of choices made by a person you are not. The radio came back like it had taken a breath. Say again, it said. Not my name because I don't have one in stories like this, just the unit. 1-3, say your location. I could have cried from the relief of being a number. Food court women's restrooms, I said. Possible intruder. I said possible because men like to sound like they're in control of the words, even when they've lost the facts. I leaned my shoulder to the wall without thinking, and felt the beaten metal push some version of cool into my shirt. On the way, someone said, and I could hear the change in all the other voices. The repositioning, the false cheer, the way a system waits because it has a task. I stood there and realized that if he had wanted to, he could have come through the door, as I opened it the first time and put the metal piece of his hand anywhere he wanted on me. That kind of realization makes your ears fill with a sound like it's raining, and there isn't any rain. By the time the others arrived, I was making myself smaller in the corridor without meaning to, turning my shoulders in so I could see further with less of me in the way. I told it quick. The sound, the door, the finger to lips, the box. Their faces did a thing. Men's faces do when they recognize a story they've rehearsed in their own heads, but never had on their own beat. We swept the restrooms together, then the men's, then the mechanical rooms that lined the back hall. Nothing. If he had come from the dock, he could have slipped back to it and been gone into the unlit lot before we'd even pulled our boots out of our socks. "What was in the box?" one of the younger guys asked, in a voice that tried for bored and landed near reverent. "I don't know," I said. "Something small." We took the footage. We watched ourselves in black and white from 20 feet up and felt like mice under kitchen cabinets. The camera on the corridor caught me turning, caught the door moving, caught the light making a tall man broad for a breath, and then there was just the swing and the lean, and me staring into nothing like I was trying to make my eyes into hands. We rolled it back and forward. We watched it on my phone again in the storeroom, because even though the big screen was the same pixels, it's different when you hold it. You cradle the version where you could have died like it's an egg. On nights when the building swallowed us, we got odd about things. Some guys collected the coin stacks left in the vending machines and built little cities of them in the office between 3 and 4, then knocked them down. Some made lists of the logos of every store and tried to write the ones that had shut in the last year to see which names felt like names and which felt like mistakes. I started to count the doors. I could do it in my head. Every corridor off a corridor, every emergency exit, every place with 2 doors and no windows that felt like a throat. It made me feel like I could lay my hand on the building and tell it what it was. After the man in the women's room, I couldn't unthink the door. It lodged, the weight of his finger to his mouth, the way the radio failed and then didn't. You can carry a failure around like a coin and worry it smooth, or you can let it cut your palm when you close your hand and call that learning. A week later, after we had all told the story enough times that it became versioned like software v1.1, metal box v1.2, shirt color v2.0. He was taller than me. The radios croaked and died again for 20 minutes around 2, and all 5 of us had different complaints about cheap kit, old batteries, interference from the new shop's Wi-Fi, whatever it was. We talked too loud to cover the thin. We punched the red pin with our thumbs like we could make it see us better. It's the dead spaces that make a building's map in your head, the point where the radio doesn't reach, the places the cameras catch in the edge of their frames, but not the center, the step that creaks, the tile which is warmer because the duct behind it runs nearer the surface. You learn to walk certain ways to hear certain echoes. You learn where your breath bends. You learn to know when you're being looked at without giving a thing like that a name. The others had stories. A woman hiding under a table after closing, with a bag full of clothes, and a friend's bad plan that she couldn't admit was bad until the security lights came up and put a circle on her like a stage. A boy with a knife so thin you could only see it when he moved, and then you had to decide what the knife meant, more quickly than the knife wanted you to. Women chased down a corridor by a shape, a shadow with a shape with a voice with a question they couldn't make out, and then the voice was a cleaner with his headphones in, apologizing like the sound was something he could reel back in. We joked, because you have to. We put names to the corners, the place where someone kept leaving one shoe under the bench, the glass that always looked like it had breath on it even when the air was cold, the elevator that had a taste of sick in it. No matter how often we cleaned the corners, we taught our new hires to say hello before they turned a blind corner. We taught them the difference between a homeless man asleep under an advertisement and a man waiting to see if the homeless man would fall asleep. We taught them to walk toward a sound until their brain gave it a shape, and then stop. We taught them to stop. The food court felt different after. Not worse, not better, just name. I stopped eating my sandwich there and took it into the dark to test myself. Can you go down the bright dark hall with your light off and find the 3rd tile before the door and stand on it and listen until the building tells you it's breathing? Can you do it without telling anyone you did it? Can you say out loud that it was stupid afterward, and still know there is a part of you that needs to be able to count those tiles with your eyes shut to sleep? 2 weeks on, the night crew I didn't like different company, same hours, sent 2 of theirs in, finding us on the cameras like we were ships acknowledging lanterns on the same empty sea. They said their elevator had stopped between floors for 5 minutes without cause. They opened the panel and looked at a body of wires that didn't love them. They banged the call button like someone bangs on the bottom of a tube of toothpaste. One of them felt air on his neck, he said. Not a draft, a breath. You laugh at something like that because otherwise you have to go home. I got this one story, Jono said that same night, leaning back in his chair until it squeaked like a mouse dying. His boots up on the desk so his heels cut into the laminate, where a guy popped out of the ceiling up in the cinema like a devil in a puppet show. Head first. He made a face and everyone chuckled because we'd all seen too much to be scared at the same time anymore. The thing we didn't say is that we all had a ceiling in our head with a hole in it now. The managers held a meeting about the radios, because meetings make managers feel like they have wrung the wet thing of a problem out over a sink. They gave us new batteries with a line of green dots on the back. They said, keep comms short. They said, keep your eyes open. They used the phrase situational awareness because it sounds like something you might bring down off a shelf and hand to your men. We nodded and filled in a logbook with times we knew we wouldn't remember right. I stopped being able to take the women's corridor slow. I learned to go brisk, not in a run, because that's giving it too much. Not sauntering, because that's a dare. Brisk, like a man late to a meeting he downplays. I put my palm on the door to feel the temperature, as if heat would tell me who had just pushed from the other side. I did not set my foot down until the door had stopped moving. In my head I saw the finger at the mouth, and I let the picture pass so it wouldn't stick. If I pushed it away, it would come back like a yawn. Maybe he was trying the locks, the supervisor said later when we made a statement. The company didn't call a statement. Maybe he's a chancer. Kids come in from the service tunnel all the time. You don't put your finger to your mouth at a man and smile unless you've thought some about what you're doing, I said in a voice that surprised me. He scribbled on a pad like he could catch something with his pen. He tapped it against the page. We'll add a patrol by the restrooms every hour, he said. The way you add a spoon of sugar to tea when what it needs is something else that you don't have a word for. Once, just once, on an empty Wednesday when everything felt lower and slower, a cleaner saw me at the corridor end and gave a little salute with his blue glove like he was making a joke in a silent film. He had a ring of keys heavy enough to hurt a foot if you dropped them. One of them turned the women's room lock. He went in and propped the door open with the open bin. He whistled a tune I know and can't name. I stood there longer than I needed to, listening to someone make that space ordinary with sound. You'll want a conclusion that moves. You'll want the man found with his box. And the story wrapped with a short line about consequences, and then a softer one about what remains. But the kind of night that gives you a man like that doesn't clear. It thins. It lays down around you and lets you get on with it. A month later I quit. Not because of him. Because the hours ate my days, and the pay ate my hours, and I could feel myself becoming a man who counted tiles at 2 a.m. and told himself it meant something about courage. I left the radio on the hook, knowing I might miss its good weight when a space goes quiet. I gave my spray to Jono, because he lost his, and the paperwork to get a new one felt like asking for rain in a drought. He grinned the way men grin when they don't want you to see their thanks. I still go to that mall sometimes. You leave a job and think you'll never set foot again, and then you do because the world is the size it is. In daylight, the skylight over the food court is just a hole. Children's voices bounce off the tiles like loose rubber balls. I can stand at the corridor and look down the bright dark path and imagine the sound moving toward me. I can put my hand on the women's door and feel nothing but paint over steel. The door is just a door until it isn't. The other week I stopped by, and a woman with a toddler on her hip stepped out of that corridor past me. Her face turned to the child, not the space she was moving through. I felt myself step sideways a fraction to give her a little more of the hall, and smiled because there is a life where you are just a person passing another person, and nothing looks at you from behind anything. At home, sometimes with the light off, and a hallway between me and the bathroom, I feel a breath that isn't draft and tell myself I'm making it. I hear metal on tile in a cupboard because I didn't stack something right. I put a finger to my own mouth when I catch myself telling the story too big, and laugh because it's a joke. You big guy, you silly. In the end, what remains is a memory that unrolls at the edges when you least expect it. Neat as receipt paper, white and ready with your name not on it, and the total always blank. He knocked from the wrong side of the emergency exit. Graveyard shifts turn a grocery store into a machine that dreams. The dreams. The music drops to a hum like an organ in the next room. The aisles learn to breathe. After midnight, everything that knows its place starts testing you to see if you remember yours. Doors are the worst. In daylight, they are rules. In the small hours, they are invitations. I took nights because my sister needed help with rent, and because my body refuses to be useful before noon. We were one of those big box groceries that sells a philosophy along with your milk. Clean aisles, end caps like sermons, produce misting on a schedule so you'll believe in weather. The crew was 5 of us on stock, one manager who had learned to speak forklift, and me closing as floor lead and then staying to walk the perimeter, sign the logs, and listen to the building tell me what it wanted. Our store had 3 emergency exits on the sales floor. 2 were the red bars set into cinder block hallways at the ends of the longest aisles. The 3rd was the one by dairy that opened to the loading dock. Technically an exit, practically a trap. Corporate sends emails about exits. You could make a sad collage with the subject lines. The rules are simple and strict. Don't block them, don't prop them. Alarm armed at close. Check the panic bars on your last round. If the alarm sounds, you treat it like a real fire every time, even when you know it's going to be a raccoon with opinions. Our manager Rob was one of those men who learned to hide his softness under sarcasm that wasn't fooling anyone. He had 2 rules I learned and wrote down without having to. First, at night, if a door disagrees with you, it's right. Second, if you hear knocking on an emergency exit and see no one on camera, you do not open it. Not for God, not for Jesus himself, unless he has a badge. He said it with a laugh and then added, "You think I'm kidding?" I believed him. Because doors change nature after midnight. You can watch it happen. The little red-lit alarm boxes that look like decorations in daylight turn into moths stuck behind glass. The exit letters glow toxic. The panic bars gleam like they practiced for this. During the day, I could walk past those doors and not feel anything. At 2 a.m., my skin knew where they were. The night that mattered started average bad. Truck late. Freezer shorted out one of its temper tantrums. The compressor did that screaming metal sound that says you will be throwing away product in the morning. The scrubber refused to hold a charge, so Manny pushed it while cursing it in 2 languages, and neither worked. 2 teenagers quit by text in the first hour, and one came back for his hoodie and forgot he'd clocked in. We were understaffed everywhere you could be understaffed, including the part of the job where you convince yourself you're fine. By 11, a last customer arguing about coupons had left in a cloud of perfume and threat. We locked the sliders. The vestibule lights dimmed to low theater. The lot settled under sodium. The stock team spread out like a hand. I did the formality walk. Bathrooms, bakery ovens off. Meat case temps. Doors secure. Alarm panel on back hall all green. The emergency exit by aisle 2, the one that leads to the side lot with the dumpsters, had a small mouse turd exactly in front of it like punctuation. At 12:13 a.m., the back door chime pinged. 2 monotone notes that have never once been urgent, and somehow manage it anyway. That door is a steel slab that opens onto the dock. It has 2 eyes, a peephole at human height, and a busted camera that shows you the world as a greenish smear. I glanced at the monitor in the tiny office. The smear was a rectangle of black with a diagonal of reflected light. No movement. No footfalls on the dock. I ignored it. Ghost pings happen when the compressor kicks on. The building breathes and the alarm panel thinks it's a person. At 12:19, the chime pinged again. This time I walked the back hall, ducking under the plastic flaps that hang like tongues between receiving and the floor. The knob on the dock door looked unbothered. I pressed my ear to the metal like an idiot. Steel has a temperature your face learns. It was cold. I waited. Silence. The smell of cardboard and old rain. I went back to the floor. I told myself a story about settling. I checked the produce misters because it was time, and also because mist is proof of order in a universe that likes swagger. At 12:29, something knocked on the emergency exit at aisle 17. It was soft, like a hand that has learned to ask politely. 3 knocks, even 3-second pause. 3 knocks again, a little louder. I froze halfway between seasonal plastic skeletons discounted to shame and cereal, sugar with cartoons. Knock, knock, knock. Wait. Knock, knock, knock. Manny? I called down the aisle. Though I could see Manny on aisle 12 tossing cases of cat litter on a U-boat and muttering about the muscle he would have if he didn't need one.
You hear that?
He stopped and cocked his head like a dog. Knock, knock, knock. He met my eyes. We both did the shoulder same. That exit. Aisle 17 ends in one of those beige cinderblock tunnels that go 15 feet to the exit door. Shoppers never go there unless they're chased or lost. At night, the tunnel looks like the first level of a dream you don't want to find the bottom of. The door at the end has the red bar that says push if you dare. The EXIT letters over it pour fake blood. The camera for that tunnel is one of the few that give you a clear image. I checked the feed on my phone app while walking. Nothing but wall and door. No shadows. No feet. The knocking didn't care. Knock, 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 calm, like a neighbor who knows you are home, because the light under your door went from blue to gold. Don't open it. Deadeye called from behind me. He was brave during daylight and honest at night. I'm not, I said, and meant it. I stepped into the mouth of the tunnel and felt the temperature drop like 6 degrees. That happens near exits. You tell yourself you're feeling the outside through the weather strip. The light in tunnels is different too. It comes from a single wall sconce that should make everything bright and just teaches you about shadows. I stopped 6 feet from the door. The panic bar was a slash of red. The little wired glass window above it shows only your own reflection. The knocking stopped. The silence that followed felt like a mouth waiting to laugh. If someone's out there, I called, trying to keep my voice in my throat and not let it skip around the tunnel. Store's closed. You need to go to the front. If it's urgent, I can call. Knock. 1. A single. Right while I was talking, like punctuation. I took 2 steps backward. The camera on the ceiling of the tunnel looked down with a black dome eye. My phone feed showed what my eyes were seeing. Me, a smaller shape near a door that had decided to be a person. I put my radio on my shoulder. Rob, I said, you on? Static. Then, what? His usual tone that means I care, but only if extinction is immediate. Exit at 17. Knock. He was quiet. Then, where are you? At the tunnel. Get out of the tunnel, he said, as if I'd announced I was taking up smoking in Russian roulette. I stepped back into the aisle. The cereal boxes on the end cap looked at me with mascots, who had never known hunger. Manny appeared behind his pallet, like a shield. He is not a small man. He looked smaller than he had earlier. It's the wind, he offered. The air outside had been still at close, maybe. Knock, knock, knock. Not wind. The chime pinged again from the dock. 2 notes. The system wanted my attention like a needy cat. Mia, our newest overnight, slid into the main aisle with a pallet of paper towels. She stopped when she saw our faces and followed our eyes. She said, and drew a cross on her chest quick and shy. She is 22 and grew up with a grandmother who taught her superstition as a love language. I respect that. The building suddenly found a way to make this worse. The red LED on the alarm plate by the exit began to blink. It means tamper when it flashes like that, or power event, or the panel wants you to walk toward the thing that feels bad. It does not mean bathroom break. I walked to the end cap where the aisle meets the main thoroughfare, and stood there. Not in the tunnel, not away. The knock came again, but this time I knew I was hearing it from the wrong side. Not outside, inside the door, like knuckles on the steel itself. From our side of the world. There's a difference, it's in the resonance. The sound had the heavy hollow quality of something hitting the bar through the steel, not on the other side of it. I said out loud to Manny, but also to myself, "It's the compressor," and Manny laughed. An ugly sound that meant holding on to humor with both hands. The compressor is 30 yards away, and sounds like a dragon with a tambourine. "Front door's clear," I asked him. He checked his phone feed. "No one," he said. My own screen showed the vestibule emptier than a clean plate. The lot camera showed a raccoon doing math under a cart. Knock. Single. Slow. My skin got the very specific sensation of ants reorganizing themselves. Mia whispered, "Don't open it," like a prayer over a child. I didn't, but I also didn't walk away. That's a thing the building teaches you. If you turn your back, it will decide something. I stepped forward until I could read the little manufacturer stamp on the panic bar. I could see the smudges from 1,000 daytime palms. I didn't touch it. I put my ear close. Somewhere inside the metal, very softly, a fingernail scraped the way people tap their nail on formica when they are trying not to scream. "Manny," I said, "get Rob now." He went without arguing. His boots made a sound like the word later. I stood and listened. The scrape stopped. The door breathed. I stood and listened. The scrape stopped. The door breathed. Doors don't breathe. Some nights they do. The office phone rang. It should not have. We get calls at night. Vendors, other stores. But the line does not ring. The machine picks up and leaves a promise. This was a ring. Loud. Old school. Mia flinched like she'd been clicked. "Don't answer it," she said, and I wanted to agree. But lead means do the thing. I jogged to the office, heart doing its own inventory. The office is barely big enough for a desk, a safe, a bad chair, and the cameras. The phone rang in a tone that predated my birth. I picked it up. "Store," I said without our greeting, because no one deserves brand after midnight. There was a sound on the line like someone had swallowed the mic and was breathing polite. Not a prank, not a pervert, just breath at the distance of someone holding a phone largely for your sake. "Hello," I said. The breath paused in a way that meant there were words in the room on the other end, and they had decided not to be involved. Then, from the receiver in my hand, the knock. Not the sound of a knuckle on wood, the exact knock we had been hearing at the exit. 3. Pause. 3. Not transmitted from a phone banging on a table. The vibration traveled the plastic into my hand, my wrist, the meat of my arm. I set the receiver down very gently without hanging up. The knock continued, small, like whoever it was did not want to bother me. Rob barreled through the flaps like a bull that had passed HR training. "Do not open anything," he said. "Unnecessary." He had his keys in his fist like brass knuckles. He looked at the office wall and then at me. "Which door?" 17, I said. He swore in a manner that made me proud, then picked up the phone, listened, frowned an inch deeper, placed it back on the cradle without ending the call, and said, "Okay." Okay is manager talk for we are not okay. We went back to the tunnel. The LED still blinked. The air tasted metallic, like chewing a penny. Rob stopped when the tunnel did its trick with perspective. It feels longer than it is until you step fully in. He stayed out. He flipped the light switch on and off twice. The light did not flicker. It changed intensity like with a dimmer, even though there wasn't one, pulsing from bright to softer like the heart under a thumb. From inside the steel of the door, a whisper. I couldn't hear words. People say they do in stories like this. Maybe I am honest or maybe I am slow. It was the sound a mouth makes when it forms consonants without air. I strained. The whisper didn't care. It was talking to itself or to the bar, or to every hand that had ever pushed it. Rob held up a hand and I shut my mouth. The whisper continued. He took out his radio and said, not pressing the button, "We're going to the dock." "Why?" My voice came out small and I hated it. "Because," he said, "if something wants in one place, it will try another, and I'd rather meet it at a door only one of us can open." The dock. We walked as a small procession, Rob ahead with his keys like a scepter, me with my stomach as a fist, Manny with his weight like a shield, and Mia crossing herself without irony. The chime pinged again as if we had summoned it by showing up. The steel door had that peephole the size of a quarter. Rob put his eye to it, pulled back, frowned. "Black," he said. That meant the angle was wrong, or there was nothing to see, or the nothing was deciding to be. He skated the latch, just an inch. The way you do to relieve pressure. He did not open it. Air came in like it had been waiting to taste us. Cold. Not night cold. Abandoned freezer cold. The cold of a space that has never decided to be warm. With it came the smell of wet cardboard, and something not right. Not exactly a sweetness gone wrong. Nope, Manny said softly, a prayer. Rob shut it. The chime went silent like a shut mouth. We stood in the back hall and listened to a building in a conversation we could not hear. Fluorescents hummed in their insect key. The compressor groaned. Somewhere on aisle 8 a register chirped. They do that, powering cycles they don't need. For 4 minutes the world made cacophony normal again. For 4 minutes the knock didn't come. I went back out front because we had a store to run even when we were being run by a store. I passed the tunnel at aisle 17 and forced myself not to look. We stacked crackers, we printed shelf talkers. Manny discovered a pallet of dog food we'd forgotten and swore he'd load it by himself because he was a man, and then asked me to help because he was a human. The building stopped being a story and returned to being metal. At 107, the fire panel screamed. The alarm is a long tone that teaches your skeleton how to dance. Red strobes in the ceiling start a party nobody wants. The annunciator in the office displays the zone that has decided to destroy your life. Rob cursed so eloquently. I nearly took notes. Aisle 17, it said, in block letters that mocked me. Exit door open. Everything in me wanted to sprint. Years of training turned me into a person with hands. I grabbed the book with the checklist and the thing you write with and the thing you write on. I radioed like a good mouth. Alarm zone 17, do not open other doors, Manny Sweet Main. Mia Sweet Customers, none. Rob Panel, a language we know like a dance. We walked toward the noise. The tunnel was full of strobe light, the red flashing and making the cinder blocks look bloody and stutter. The exit door stood closed. The alarm screamed that it was open. The panic bar had a smear on it at the center where hands land. It wasn't oil, it wasn't dirt, it looked wet. I stared at the little window above the bar. My reflection blinked in red time. The wired glass showed nothing else. I touched the door, not the bar. The metal. Because if you touch the bar while the panel is angry, you buy yourself a report and a lecture. The metal was warm. Panel says open, Rob said behind me. Watching the red door says closed. He slammed his palm against the reset on the alarm plate. Nothing. He keyed his code into the little pad tucked to the side. Nothing. The building screamed like we were doing something to it. He backed up, thought. You could see it, the way he lifted his face a fraction and scanned the mental manual, and said into the radio, all hands do not, under any circumstances, open any exterior door. Copy, copy, came Manny and Mia like a chorus. The knock came again. The alarm didn't drown it, it threaded through the tone. 3. Pause. 3. It was patient. I felt something I have not felt in a building before. Shame. Like we were making someone wait who had never made us wait. Call PD, Mia said from behind us. She had the bright two big eyes of someone who thinks uniforms fix things. Rob shook his head. Watch. He's not smug when he says that. He's something worse, experienced. He dug into the emergency kit you carry more for show than go, and pulled out a plastic wedge. He kicked it under the panic bar door. Useless to stop anything truly strong. Appropriate to keep an argument from closing on you, he whispered. If this thing opens, I want it to get stuck on something honest. Honest? I said. Plastic is honest, he said. I believe that sentence too often. The panel in the office stopped screaming, as suddenly as it had started. The strobes did their little downslope. The red LED on the alarm plate resumed its steady, morally superior glow. The air in the tunnel warmed an inch. The exit remained shut. Rob exhaled. It sounded like a man who had been bracing against a punch and had decided not to apologize for flinching. Walk the other exits, he said. Now. We did. Aisle 2. Quiet, LED steady. Bar cold. Dairy dock, no chime. The door beyond had settled into its privacy. We put our hands on door metal, because touching reality makes it less of a story. Metal. Paint. Our own fingerprints making new mysteries. When we reached aisle 17 again, there were 3 dark circles on the panic bar at the center. The size and shape of fingertips. They were the kind of dark when something wet meets dull metal. We watched them evaporate. Not dramatically. They just decided to be gone. You saw that, I said, because it's important to ask other eyes to testify. We saw it, Manny said, and his voice was too loud. A man proving he has lungs. Mia did not speak. She picked at the rubber band on her wrist until it snapped. Okay, Rob said, which means nothing and everything in a grocery store. Back to work. Back to work is a sentence that saves and destroys. The building had asked and we had answered by not answering. The night continued. Time did its accordion. We drowned in small tasks to avoid the big one. Manny finished his dog food mountain and posed, taking a fake photo for nobody. Mia changed every price tag on the cereal wall because the system had decided the digit in the hundreds place wanted to be off by one for exactly 1 hour, and then return to normal. I signed a log, and then a second log that resets the first log. The fluorescent hum never stopped. The air tasted like cardboard and cold apples. At 1:42, the call line rang again. I picked up in the office because I am a person who has learned that showing up matters even when showing up makes you feel complicit. Store, I said, and this time I said the greeting, because ritual might be offense. Nothing. Then in my ear, too close, the whisper, not through a mic, through the plastic like the phone was remembering a mouth that had loved it. Consonants without breath again. I wanted to say I can't hear you like a fool, like a human. Instead, I set the receiver on the desk gently and let it talk into a room. The dock chime pinged, then held its second note too long like a vocalist showing off. Rob stared at the phone and then at the panel, and then at me, and then said, "You know what, let's do it." "Do what?" "Kill the power to the exit loops." "Can we?" That system is married to a sensor array that talks to a contract that talks to a fine. "We can," he said, "if we phrase it correctly in an email tomorrow." He went to the breaker closet with a key that looked like a credit card and slid out a panel that glowed like a spaceship. He flipped one small switch labeled something like SF Door Tie 1. The hum in the ceiling changed pitch, the way a room changes when a refrigerator stops. The LED over aisle 17 went dark. The store held its breath. Nothing knocked. We made it to Tooth. There's a rule about tooth after it, you become a different animal. The tired folds you like laundry. The aisles get longer. The radio sounds like a voice through a pillow. I went to the end of aisle 14 to pull forward peanut butter because the day shift believes in miracles. The store seemed asleep and more alive than anything that truly sleeps. That's when the exit door at aisle 17 opened, without an alarm, without a sound. I didn't see it. Manny did. He was 2 aisles away building a paper towel cathedral. He said later that the bar depressed itself as if someone who weighed exactly the same as a person had leaned on it, and the latch tongue withdrew, and the door eased in an inch. Not a rush of cold, an in-breath. The wedge wedged, bless it, and the door stopped on plastic and said thank you by making a small creak. He called my name in a voice that was all the vowels at once. I turned, and in my turn I looked down the tunnel and saw the scene, black, outside, night like a coat. Between the door and frame, a slice of the lot, the shape of a dumpster corner, a strip of painted curb, and no one. The slice was not nothing. It felt like a mouth teaching you about hunger. I put my feet where they belonged, on tile, not concrete. The wedge held. The door pressed against it with a pressure I could feel through the tile, through my knee, through my stomach. Rob arrived like a man who regrets decisions in his own handwriting. He stared at the wedge and at the seam and at the night and at each of us. "If you open it all the way," he said, "we'll never." He stopped. He didn't say get it closed, because that would make it a game we were going to lose. He said we don't. We stood. The wedge decided to be small. The door pressed. The pressure increased like a friend leaning to whisper. The phone in the office stopped breathing. Somewhere the music that had been whispering a chorus about a truck and a girl cut out mid-lyric, something corporate would later deny was possible. The hum in the ceiling held its note like a choir being paid by the hour. If you ever stand in a doorway that is trying to decide whether you belong to the inside or the outside, you will understand the particular silence that happens. It contracts everything down to the hinge. It makes you feel like your bones are a law you did not vote for. We held that silence with our chests. Then, from the other side of the door, 3 fingertip prints pressed softly on the bar. Not from the inside, from the outside. The metal dented each time like love. "Please," Mia whispered. She was not asking us. She was either praying or begging the building, or both. I looked at Rob. He looked at me. "Don't," he said very gently, like he was speaking to himself. The pressure subsided. The door settled back against the wedge's love. The seam closed like a mouth, finishing a thought it did not intend to share. The alarm light stayed dead. The tunnel light remembered it had a noble job. The world came back in small ways. The compressor sighed. The music picked a new verse. Embarrassed, the radio crackled with a stalker asking if we had more capers. Capers? I wanted to count my teeth with my tongue to make sure I had enough. We did the rest of the shift like a play where the props might bite you. I signed things. I watched the cameras. They showed the tunnel as a tunnel. I watched the lot. The raccoon had found a friend. I drank coffee. It did nothing, and then too much. I walked to aisle 17 every 10 minutes, like I needed a thing from that aisle. I did not step into the tunnel. I put my hand on the wall just at the edge of it where the beige paint changes to institutional something. The paint felt warm in one small circle like a wrist. The sun would come up, because it insists on it. Life is nothing if not rude. At 3:08, a pickup pulled into the lot and parked in an employee spot. Because laws don't make sense to men who wake up at 3:01. Rob's phone buzzed with a text from his wife that read, "You lock the back gate?" And he typed yes, and I watched him lie and mean it. Manny clocked out at 3:29 because his ride likes him. Mia stayed and helped me close the log because she knows how to end a story. When the day manager came in at 4, bright and dewy like an insult, Rob told him the compressor had thrown the exit loop, and that's why the panel screamed, and the day manager nodded because he had always believed the compressor was a prankster. Rob did not tell him the door had opened. Rob wrote in an email that the loop had been unstable, true, and that he had reset it, untrue, and that there was no loss. We didn't inventory whatever the night could have taken from us. I went home to a couch that has seen too many naps, and tried to dream ducks and lakes, and the thing where your feet get sandy but not dirty. I dreamed doors. I woke with my hand pressed flat to the bedroom wall, 3 fingertips slightly damp. It could have been sweat. It could have been the way my body has learned new habits. If you want an ending, there is the one where we never had another night like that. There is the one where a maintenance guy came with a kit and a gadget and said words like read switch and jam contact and then shrugged because the readings were fine and the building is old in hookup years. There is the one where a shoplifter told someone he had a buddy who opens exit doors with a magnet. People tell that story like it makes the world safe. Magnets don't make doors breathe. They don't make phones knock. They don't warm paint. There is the other ending, the honest one. The knock comes back sometimes. Not every night. Nights where the lot has the kind of fog that looks like the store is exhaling. Nights where the scrubber dies exactly halfway down its path, and the pattern stays wrong until you fix it. Nights where the music is a song your mother loved and you wish it were not. The knock comes 3, then 3. If you stand in the main aisle, it sounds like a perfectly normal, polite thing. If you stand in the tunnel, it feels like the building is reminding you it has 2 lungs. We never open. That is our rule. Not even if, Rob says and then stops. Not even then. He still says okay when he's lying to reassure. Mia still crosses herself when the dock chime pings with no footsteps on concrete. Manny threatens to fight the compressor and then brings it a new extension cord like he's giving a dog a treat. I still put my palm flat on the wall at the edge of the tunnel and count to 3, not out loud, not in any language. Sometimes the wall is warm, sometimes it is paint. I tried, once, to do the wrong thing gently. The week after at 2:17, because I am a superstitious man now, I stepped to the tunnel and said softly, not to the door, not to the world, just into the place where sound becomes shape. I can't, I'm sorry. I did not expect an answer. I did not get one. I got silence. And in the silence, the smallest sound. Not knock, not whisper. A hand sliding down the metal, slowly, the way you slide your hand down a railing when you have stopped crying and will again later. This is a story about doors, but it is as much about rules. If you work nights, you have to make rules to make sense of a building that will keep asking you to forget them. This is mine. Never open an emergency exit at night unless fire is touching you. If you are tempted, call someone who will be cruel to you in exactly the way you need. Do not let a sound make you a saint. Never answer a phone that is breathing. If a door opens by itself, let something cheap hold it back. The wedge, the pallet jack, the weight of your own refusal. Do not joke about how brave you will be later. Be small, be boring, be the kind of person a building gets tired of. And if you ever stand in a tunnel with a red bar calling to your hand in a voice you cannot hear, trying very hard to make you believe you are helpful, and your stomach fills with that shame that says you are leaving someone outside on a night like this, remember, there are doors that are truths and doors that are questions. At night they trade clothes. The ones that are questions want to make you into an answer. Do not let them. The sun comes up more often than not. We mop the scuffs from the tile. We face the boxes. We sell a philosophy with the milk. When the knock comes again, we will stand together at the edge, and we will not open. It is not brave, it is the thing that lets you live long enough to be brave, when it actually matters. Sometimes when the sun has decided to clock in and the day people fill the aisles with lists, and children and apologies, I walk past aisle 17, and the tunnel looks like a harmless hallway again. It's almost funny. The exit sign is a silly trick of letters instead of a mouth, and then because the building likes a flourish, the red bar shows 3 faint spots exactly where fingers would land, as if someone with wet hands had held it and waited a second too long. They fade as I watch. I tell nobody. I go face a wall of crackers and make everything look right. If you come in and the aisle feels colder than the next one, if your toddler points and says man, and there is no man, I hope you will forgive us. We did not open the door. We are sorry. We are proud. We are here when the exit knocks. We keep the wedge in our pocket like a prayer. We go home and fall asleep with our hands pressed flat against a wall that knows us. We come back. We stand in the hum. We keep counting to 3.